Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert and welcome to the complete JavaScript array method series. In this video, we're going to learn about concat method. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. Now the concat method is used to join two or more arrays together. So let's just console log here concat, the string as a title, and let's get started with it. Now this method does not change the existing array, but it returns a new array which contains the values of the joint arrays. So let's create here a array. Let's call this const person, and we're going to give this a first name and a last name. Then a second array, info, and we'll put in here, let's say, the email, then the age and the address. And I'm only going to put in here strings. Now, when we wish to concatenate two arrays, we could do something like console log and concat within here, but I would like to put this into a new array, so the new array will concatenate one with the other. So let's call this new array with const personal info. And we're going to concatenate to the person array dot concat, and we're going to put in here which array we wish to concat with, and this will be the info array. Now if I would console log the personal info array, we're going to get first name, last name, and then also email, age, and address, which were the elements from the second array. Now of course we can also add to an existing array, so if I would do here another const address details, and let's type in here personal info. So let's add to the personal info array by using concat, so dot concat, and we're going to add city and street. Okay, and now if I would console log the address details, then we will also get city and street added to our personal info array. Okay, so hope you got this. This was concat, and see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert and welcome to the complete JavaScript array method series. In this video, we're going to learn about the every method. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. So let's take a look at the method every. Let's first of all console log here the string of every. And the every method checks if all elements in the array passed a test. Now this test is actually provided through a callback function. The every method will also execute this function once for each element present in the array. If it finds an array element where the function returns a false value, every method returns false and does not check the remaining values. Now if no false value is found, then the every method will return true. Now there's also something really important. Every method does not execute the function if, let's say, the array does not contain elements without values. Okay, so let's get started by creating here an array, let's say const age, and we're going to just pass in here a couple of numbers, let's say 32, 33, 16, and 40. Now, as I said, we need to create a checking function, so let's create a function which will do something, and let's call it check age. Now this is also going to have a argument of age, so we need to pass in here an age later on, and this will just return the age that is greater, for example, greater or less than 10. Okay, so we have our function. Now we can use our method console log And let's say from the ages array, we're going to use the every method. And we're going to now insert here the callback function that we just created, which is check age. And now it's going to execute this right here. Now it returns true, as you can see, because yes, there are elements that are greater than 10. Now, if I would do, let's comment this out and let's say return age less or equal to 19. So are there elements that are less or equal to 19? It's going to return false, because as soon as it hits 16, it's going to stop and return false. As I said, all of the elements need to pass this certain test. Now let's test if, let's return if all of the ages within here are greater or equal to, let's say, 18. And let me comment this one out. And it will also return false, because 16 again is not greater than 18. Now, if I would return, let's make another test. Are all of our elements within the ages array less or equal to 40? Then it's going to return true. Okay, so that's basically it about the every method. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert and welcome to the complete JavaScript array method series. In this video, we're going to learn about the fill method. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider them leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. Okay, so let's see what fill does. First of all, I'm going to console log here fill. And the fill method fills the specified elements in an array with a static value. So what does this mean? Well, let's first of all create a const. Let's call it fruits. And we're going to create here a couple of fruit strings. So let's see, banana, let's get A there. Let's say orange. Then let's also give it an apple and a mango. So we got our 4 fruits. Now we can console log fruits and it's going to return the array of fruits. Now, please note that this method, so the fill method, will overwrite the original array. So if I would now type in here fruits, so call upon the array dot fill, I'm going to use the fill method and pass in here another fruit, kiwi, for example. Now, if I console log the fruits again, our fruits array, you can see that all of the elements within our fruits were replaced with kiwi. Now, you could also specify the position where to start and where to end the fill method. And also, if it's not specified, all of the elements will be filled, as you can see in our example. So we could do something like fruits again. We're going to use fill. And let's say we're going to fill with apple from the position 1 to 3. Okay, let's hit enter. Let's console log our fruits again. And let's see what we got. So fruits, and as you can see, the position 1, this is 0, this is 1, then we got 2, but it stops at 3, so between 1 and 3, the kiwi was replaced with apple. Okay, so hope you got our fill method, so we can move on now. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert and welcome to the complete JavaScript array method series. In this video, we're going to learn about the filter method. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider them leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. So let's see what filter does. Let's console log here, the title filter. And the filter method creates an array filled with all array elements that pass a test. Of course, again, provided by a function. Now you should also note that the filter method does not execute the functions of the array elements without values, and the filter does not change the original array also. So let's create a const. Let's say ages again, and let's pass in here 32, 33, 16, and 40. Now, if I would do here quick console log of ages dot filter, and within here we're going to pass in a specific function which we'll call check for adult. Now it's yelling at me that the function does not exist, so let's create our function. And as I said, this function name is check for adult. We're going to pass in here the array as an argument, and then we will create a let which will filter by something. Okay, and this something will actually be the array itself. Now this array needs to be, let's say, greater than 14, and we wish to return our filter by. So all we need to do now is pass in here the ages array. So now if we execute our callback function, then it's going to check the array if all of the elements are above 14 and return them. And we're getting back 32, 33, 16, and 40. And this is because they are all true for this filter method. Now if I wish to return all of the elements that are over 16, hit save, then 16 will be not returned. If I wish to return greater or equal to 16, it will also be returned. Now let's check if all the elements that are over 32, let's say, and let's take out this equal sign, then will only return 2 elements. If I wish to return everything that is over 40, then I'm going to get an empty array. Now let's do a more complex array. So let's say const, and let's say we're going to have friends. And this friends array is going to have a couple of objects with the name of, let's say, Arabella, and the age of 20. And I'm going to copy this a couple of times. So, oh, not you, but you. Let's copy 2 more times. Let's say we have also a friend called Karina. She's 12. And Laura, and she's 16. Now I could again use my function, but now I will wish to extract from this. Let me comment out first of all this console log. I wish to extract from the friends, from our friends array dot filter. We're going to use our check adult again, but now our adult cannot check this because we are looping through the entire array. So what I wish to do here is actually check for the array.ages, because now I can select from this array that's going to be passed in here and only look for their age. And now let's say who is over 18, and I'm going to get Arabella. Only Arabella's over 18. Okay, so only she is an adult. And as you can see, if I check for anything else, then it's going to return, let's say if I check for 21, it's going to return an empty array. But please note this time I'm getting back an array with objects, okay? So I hope this is clear and hope you understood filter. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert and welcome to the Complete JavaScript Array Method series. In this video, we're going to learn about the find method. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider them leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. Okay, so let's take a look at find. So let's console log here find. Now the find method returns the value of the first element in an array that passes the test provided by a function. So again, we're going to have a callback function, we're going to tell it something, and it's going to return the first element. Okay, and also the find method executes the function once for each element present in the array. If it finds an array element where the function returns a true value, then the find will return the value of the element that does not check the remaining and it does not check the remaining value. So let's first of all create an element of friends, and let's say we have our friends again from our last video of filter. So I'm actually going to copy them in. Don't waste any time. Time is precious. There we go. There are friends which are objects. So within an array, we got objects named Arabella with age 20, named Karina, age 12, and Laura with 16. So let's create our callback function or check function, which will, let's first of all find the minors. So find minor, and we're going to pass in here the array, and let's just return from the array ages that are less than 18. So if I would console log now here, friends, our array friends dot find, and let's say we're going to wish to find minor. There's a minor function. Then our very first minor will be Karina. Okay, as I said, it's going to stop after it is true. So he's got our first element, which is true, and it's returning it and then stops. Now we could also create another function. Let's create a function for finding the adult. So this is not plural because we're going to return only one element. We're going to pass in here the array again. We're going to return our from the array dot ages someone who has an age greater or equal to 18. Okay, so if I would console log our friends dot find, I wish to find, close this one up. So find our adult here, hit save, then whoa, Arabella is the adult. Okay, so as you can see, find is pretty easy. Hope you enjoyed this and catch you in the next one. Bye bye. Oh, and wait just a second, please note that also find does not execute the function if it has an empty array, and it also does not change the original array. So as you can see, if I console log friends, and if I could type friends correctly, then the array still remains the same, didn't change it. Okay, so see you next time. Bye bye. Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert and welcome to the complete JavaScript array method series. In this video, we're going to learn about the find index method. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider them leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. Okay, so let's see what the find index method does, which returns the index of the first element in an array that passes the test provided by a function. Now, the find index method executes the function once for each element present in the array. If it finds an array element where the function returns true, the find index returns the index of that array element and does not check the remaining value. So it just stops. Otherwise, it will return -1. Okay, so let's see how this goes. And actually, the find index does not execute the function of the array elements without value. So if you don't have any values in the array, it will not execute. And also does not change the original array, which we'll also take a look at. Now, a very quick note. Let's first of all console log, not vlog, console log the find index. And let me put this in a string so we know where we're at. And let me also just put in here the syntax. So let's type in here syntax and let just quickly go over it. So we're going to apply to an array method of find index, which will take in a callback function, just say function, and it will has it as arguments, the current value, the index, and the array. It can have also the array and this value. Now let's just first of all create again let's create an array of users. So const users, and we're going to assign this to an array, and we'll have here different users, so different objects. Let's say they'll have the first one will be Arabella. Arabella also has the age, let's say 20, and just going to copy Arabella 4 more times and replace her with Karina, which will have an age of 16. And then we'll have Norbert, we have me. Obviously you can change these names and you could type in here whatever you want, and he will be 35, which may or may not be my real age. And then we have Laura, and she will be 13. Okay, so we have an array of users with each user being an object. Now let's also create our tester function. So let's type in here comment of tester function. Now remember, when this returns true, then so first of all let's create a function. Let's call it tester function, which will take in as an argument the array, and it will return, well, what should it return? It will return that array dot age. We're going to test the ages, and in our case we're going to test if the age is over 30. Okay, so now let's console log. Okay, now next up let's create another function which we'll call find user. Now this function will return the users, so it's going to go through our array of users. We're going to apply the index of, and it should return to us the user with the age over 30. So let's type in here the tester function. Okay, now if I would now console log or find users function, then I will get -1 because none of our users has the age of 30. Now if I would change this to, let's say 21, see what happens. Still doesn't match. But if I would type in here 16, or I mistyped here, this shouldn't be index of, this should be find index. Okay, so we're going to get 2 because the position which has a age over 30 is 0, 1, 2. Okay, if I would type in here 16, there's going to be 0 because the first position is over 16. Now there's also a shorter way of doing this, and let's just type in here using the arrow function. This would look something like this. Let's say const get user, and we're going to assign this to a arrow function, and then we're just going to type in here the array users dot find index, and now we can pass within our method the array, then an arrow function because we have only one argument, and then array dot age, which with the condition under 20. Okay, let's hit save, and now let's console log or get user, and we should get 1. Okay, so hope you understand how find index works, and see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert, and welcome to the complete JavaScript array method series. In this video, we're going to learn about the for each method. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. Okay, now let's see how for each works. Now, first of all, the for each method calls on a function once for each element in an array. And very important, it calls of them in a specific order. Now, the function is not executed for an array element without values, and And it will execute the array on the spot. So, okay, now let's give this a console log of for each. We just have it as a title here. Now let's take a look how the syntax of for each looks like. So we will have the array, to which we will apply our for each method, which will then take in a callback function. And this function needs the current value. We could also get the index and also the array itself. Okay, so this is basically how the syntax would look like. Now let me also give you an example. Okay, so let's say we have an array of users and each user will be in an object. So each user will have a name. First one will be Arabella, then age of 21. Then we'll have another object, name of Karina, with the age of, let's say, 16. I'm just going to copy Karina 2 more times and let's replace it with Norbert, age of 35. And last one will be Laura with an age of 14. So first of all, let's create it using a regular function. So let's say function get users, which is going to execute the users dot for each. And as I said, this one is going to take in a callback function. Let's type in a function which is going to execute for each of the elements, the element within the function, which is just going to console log the element. Okay, so if I would now execute this get users function, then we should get each user in our console. Okay, so there's Norbert, Laura, Karina, and Arabella, each of them having name, age, and so far and so on. Now there's also a shorter way of doing this. I could do something like users dot for each user. You're going to take the element and just going to console log that element. If I hit save, let me actually comment out this one. I'm going to get exactly the same result, but as you can see, this is much shorter. Now let's do something with it. Let's say we're going to take our array of users, and let's say for each user, we're going to take the element. So first of all, create a callback function. We're going to use an arrow function again. So the element, and the index. And let's say we're going to console log the index plus a empty string plus the element. There we go. Now wait, I also need to call something from the element. I'm going to say name. And you can see we're going to get the index, for example, for Arabella, which is position 0, we're going to get 0. For Karina, we're going to get 1, 2 for Norbert, and 3 for Laura. And of course, we could also change it up here and get the age. Okay, so that's basically it for each. You can see it's extremely useful, and well, see you next time. Bye-bye. Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert and welcome to the Complete JavaScript Array Method series. In this video, we're going to learn about the from method. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider them leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. Now let's see what the from method does, which returns an array object from any object with a length property or an iterable object. Now if this sounds confusing, don't worry, we're going to go over this. So let's just type in here from, and let's first of all take a look at the syntax. So the from syntax looks something like this. We have our array to which we apply our from method, which will take in the object, a map function, and this value. Now you don't need all three of them, so comment this one out. So let me give you an example. Let's create an array of users. I'm just going to copy them in. So we're going to have 4 users going to have first user within all of them will be in an object. So the first user will have a name of Arabella and age 20, Karina, age 16, Norbert, and Laura, and so far and so on. Now let's first of all take a look how we can select a specific element from this array. So if I would console log our users, then I'm going to get my array. Now, for example, if I wish to take the first position, we wish to select Arabella, then I need position 0, which is going to give me the entire object. And from this, I can now get the name, for example, or the age. Now, this is just simply getting information from an object. So let's see what will happen if I create here a function, let's say find user. And we wish to find the user with a specific position. So we're going to type in here an argument, position. Let's create a variable, call it with a let keyword, call it user name. We're going to assign this from the users to get the position and then dot name. Now this position right here is whatever I'm going to pass into this function. And of course, let's just also check it by console logging the user name. And at the end, this should return a array dot from our username. Okay. Now, if I would console log our function of find user, all I need to do is pass in here the position that I wish to find. For example, from position 0, I'm going to get each letter from Arabella. Now, let's also do the short version of this. Let's type in here short. Let's say const get username, get username, and we capital S in there. And we want to assign this to an arrow function, which will take in as an argument the position again. And then I'm just going to call upon array.from, which will take in the user with the position as an argument and dot name. Okay, so now if I console log, let's take another position. So get username, and let's say we're going to get from the position number 2, and we're going to get Norbert now. Now let's see if I create here another const get user name letters. Again, create an arrow function. We're going to have now 2 arguments, so position and letter. So let's take our array again, the from method, and user. Let me scroll up a bit. So users dot, sorry, not dot, but it's the argument of position. Now dot name and a second argument of letter. Okay, so if I will now console log or get username letter, then this is a function. Now I need to pass in the position. So let's say from position 2, I wish to get the very first letter, which is N. And we could also do something like, let's say position 3, which should be R. Okay, so I can get, wait, no, oh yeah, because it's 0, 1, 2, 3, and this would be B. Okay, now I could also do something like to uppercase, and there will be a capital B. This is also a method. Okay, so hope you understand now the from method. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert and welcome to the complete JavaScript array method series. In this video, we're going to learn about the includes method. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider them leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. The includes method determines whether an array contains a specified element. Now this method returns true if the array contains that element and false if it does not contain that element. Okay, so let's quickly console log here a includes. So for example, if you have an array of names, let's say Arabella, then Karina, then Norbert, and Laura. Now I'm just going to create a function. You're going to call check names, check name, and it's also going to take in an argument of name. Now all this function will do is return from our array of names that includes the name that we're going to pass into this function. So let's just start off by console logging check names. We're going to grab onto the function, pass it into the console log, and let's see, does the array of names contain the name of Arabella? And it's going to return true, because this array contains name Arabella. Now I can do the same thing for Karina and also for Laura and Norbert, but please note that this method is case sensitive. So if I would call upon Norbert without a capital N, then it's going to return false. Also, if I would call upon something that is not within the array, as you can see, it would also return false. So Laura is included, but Tony is not included in the array. So it's going to return false, as you can see in the console. Now, things become a bit more complex when you need to select from an array of objects, but don't worry, this is where the map function or the map method comes into play. And if you want to watch my JavaScript map video, it's down in the description below. This is part of a complete series. Okay, so now let's go down here and let's create a const of users. I'm going to assign this to an array, and actually just going to copy in this array of users, going to contain multiple objects. So first user has a name of Arabella, age 20, second user, third user, and so far and so on. Now let's create a const, which is going to be another array, and this array, let's call it user names, but this array will be populated with the name, with all of the names from this initial user arrays. Now we can do this by using the map method, because the map method returns another array. So if I type here dot map, and we're going to call from the user, going to use here arrow function, going to return the user dot names, hit save, and if I would console log now user names, then I'm going to get all of the names from our first array. So now that we have this array, we could do something like, let's create a function, and this function is going to be check user names. So user check user names, and we're going to pass in here argument of user name. And now we're going to create a condition. So if the username that's going to be passed in here, actually the array, this array right here, the user names dot includes the user name that we're going to pass into the function, then we're going to just console log, we're going to use this time temporary variables, the user name, and now we're going to use interpolation of user name, so that whatever user name is going to be passed in here was found. And why am I outside our backticks? So cut this out, put this back in here. So if the user names, this array right here, includes the username, which we're going to pass in here, then we're going to get this console log, which is just going to grab onto this name and pass it into this console log. Now else, let's console log, and we're just going to copy this entire thing right here. So if it's not included, then we're going to say this username that we just passed in here cannot be found. Okay, so let's test this. If I would now console log check, so this function right here, I'm going to pass in an argument of Arabella, Then we're going to get the username Arabella was found, because the username Arabella is included in this array, which gets the usernames from the user array. Okay, if I would, and remember this is case sensitive, if I would just pass in here Arabella with a lowercase a, then it's going to return Arabella cannot be found. So we gotta watch out for this case. We gotta watch out for this because it's case sensitive. Also, if I would check now for Tony, I would still get Tony cannot be found. Okay, but if I check for Laura, then Laura should be found. There we go. Okay, so hope you understand now how include works, and see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert and welcome to the Complete JavaScript Array Method series. In this video, we're going to learn about the index of method. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider them leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. Now let's see what the index of method does, which searches the array for the specific item and returns its position. Now the search will start at the specific position, we can specify that position, or at the beginning of the array if no position is specified. And of course ends the search at the end of the array or at the specific position. So let's take a look how this would work. Let's first of all create a const of, let's say, names again. Within here we're going to pass in a couple of names, Arabella, then Karina, let's say Norbert, this should be in a string. What am I doing here? Then we have another string of Laura, and let's include Norbert again because I want to show you something. So Norbert, so we have Norbert 2 times. Okay, now let's create a function. Let's say check name. I'm going to pass in here name as an argument, and this will return from the names the index of the name that we're going to pass in here. Okay, now please note that the first item has position 0, the second item has position 1, and so far and so on. So if I would now console log check name, and I will pass in here the string of Arabella, okay, then I'm going to get 0. Now, if the item is present more than once, the index method returns the position of the first occurrence. So if I would do now console log Norbert, I'm going to get number 2. So 0, 1, and 2. I'm not going to get 3, 4 for the 4th position, because as soon as it occurs, it's going to be console logged. Whoa, I just typed in there an S. Okay, so now it will return -1 if the item is not found. So for example, if I would now console log somewhere like Tony, then I'm going to get -1 because this item is not in our array. It's not going to be checked. It's not going to have an index, of course. Now, if you want to search from the end to the start, you could use the last index of instead of this one. So let's create another function. Let's call it reverse check name. I'm going to take in here name, an argument, and I typed in reverse. There we go. So this should just return the name from the names array, the last index of, okay? And we're going to pass in here name. So now if I would console log, what am I doing? Console log reverse check name and pass in here Norbert again as a string, of course. Then I'm going to get position 4. So it's going to go now from here to here. Also, if I would pass in here Laura, then I'm going to get position 3. Okay, so now it's checking from this direction. Okay, so hope you understand now index of, and see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert and welcome to the complete JavaScript array method series. In this video, we're going to learn about isArray method. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider them leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. So let's see what the isArray method does, which determines whether an object is or is not an array. Now this function returns true if the object is an array and of course false if it is not an array. So let me just create here an array of fruits. And let's pass in here a couple of fruits. Let's say banana, then orange. Let's pass in here an apple and a mango. So we have an array of fruits. Now I'm going to create a const with verify array. Now in order to check if something is an array, we're going to type in the array object dot isArray, and we're going to pass in here the array that we wish to check. So we're going to pass in here, in our case, the array of fruits. Now in order to verify this, we're going to console log the verify array. Now if this returns true, then this up here is an array. So let's hit save, and well, it's true because we know arrays are defined within curly brackets. Actually square brackets, sorry about that. Objects are between curly brackets. Now let's also do something more fancy. For example, we're going to create a const of users. We're going to assign this to an array of objects with name Arabella, age of 20, 220. Woo! That's an old lady. And let's copy this a couple of times. Hit save. And you know what? I'm actually going to copy this in. Copy and paste. So we have an array of users, 4 users, each of them has a name and an age. Now let's see how we can get all users. Of course, we're going to use the map method for this. If you want to check out the map method, it's down in the description below. This is a complete series of array methods. Now let's first of all type in a comment, get all user ages. So we're going to create a const. I'm going to say get user ages, and we're going to go and grab onto our users, so this array dot map. Use the map method, and we're going to return a user dot age, not equal but arrow function. Okay, so now if I would console log, what am I doing? Not cache. Console log the get users user ages, then I should get all of the ages from this initial array. Now we could do the same thing for names. Get all user names. We're just going to replace it with this. Instead of age, we're going to have names. We're going to return here name. Oh, sorry, not user name. I'm going to console log this, and we now also have an array of usernames. So now that we have all of this, we can now create something like const income. Let's move over income. Let's scroll up a bit and type in here income. And let's say that Arabella has $200. Now, comma Karina has $400, so plus the $sign, and there should be a string, of course. And Norbert has $100. Norbert is the poorest of them. Okay, now let's create a const with check if array. We're going to assign this to a callback function, an arrow test array. Going to use an arrow function here. And this is going to have two conditions. The first condition is going to be if the array object dot is, we're going to check if this is an array. And what are we going to check? We're going to check the test array that's going to pass in here is an array. Then we're going to console log and use backticks the element or elements. We're going to check all of the elements. So the elements within the passed in array, so for example test array, are a array, actually are in an array. So the elements that are going to pass in here are or are not a inner array. Now else, if they're not in an array, then we're going to console log the opposite of this. We're just going to copy this. They are not in an array. Okay, so let's try this out. Let's call upon our check if array function. And let's first of all pass in the users. Boom. Now, of course, this is going to return this as objects, all the elements of the array, but it's also going to tell us that they are in an array. Now, let's check if the get user ages, all of the elements from this array are in an array, and they are also in an array. We can also check for the names. These are also in an array. And let's also check the incomes. Well, the incomes seems that they are not in an array because this right here is an object. Okay, so as you can see, it is pretty useful to have this condition because you can then check in your code if something that is passed in it is or is not in an array. So hope you enjoyed this video and see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert and welcome to the complete JavaScript array method series. In this video, we're going to learn about the join method. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider them leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. So let's see what the join method does. Well, it returns an array as a string. The elements will be separated by a specified separator. We'll see about that later on. And the default separator is a comma sign. And also please note that this method will not change the original array. So if I would create here const of fruits, and let's pass in here a couple of fruits. Let's say banana, then an orange. Getting hungry. Orange. This is why I can't type orange. Orange. A apple. Apple a day keeps the doctor away. And a mango. I don't have anything with mango. Okay, so let's see. Let's create a let and let's say join elements. And we're going to assign this join elements a fruits. So we're going to grab onto the fruits array. If I can type fruits dot join, and first of all let's just leave it as it is, so open. If I would now console log our join elements, Then it's going to return banana, orange, apple, mango, and as you can see, it has a comma separator. So this is the default separator. Now we can pass in here, for example, I'm going to copy this in and pass in here empty string, get rid of this. Then it's not going to have any kind of separator. Now, if I pass in here a string with a space, then a space will be a separator. If I pass in here a and string, there's going to be banana and orange and apple and mango. And of course, we could also pass in here sign. Let's say we pass in here the and sign. And there we go. We're going to have banana and orange. You can read. You can see what this does. So this is actually what the join method does. So hope you enjoyed it. Hope you understand now what the join method does, and see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert and welcome to the complete JavaScript array method series. In this video, we're going to learn about the map method. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. Now the map method creates a new array with the results of calling a function for every array element. And also the map method calls the provider function once for each element in the array. Now please note that the map method does not execute the function for array elements without values, and this method does not change the original array. So let's just type in here console log map, and let's create an array of users, and each user will be in an object. So name Arbella, which we're going to have an age of 20, and I'm going to copy in the rest of them so we don't waste any time. Boom, and there should be a comma. Okay, so we have an array of users. Now this is pretty simple. Let's first of all create a const users name, and we wish to return all of the user names from this array right here. Now the way we can do that is grabbing onto the original array, typing in the map method, so dot map, and this is going to take in a callback function. So let's type in a function. It's going to get onto a user, and we're going to return each user with a name. Okay, so if I would now console log user names, I should get each name from the original array of users. I'm going to get an array of names. So we could also do a very short version and get the ages. So let's type in a comment of short, which is going to use a arrow function this time. So const user ages, is this correct? Users age, whatever. So we're going to grab onto the users array dot map, and within here we're going to pass in a user, then use a arrow and user dot age. And if we now console log our user ages, I even pause there, then we're going to get, well, each age in the different array. So we have now two arrays, one user names and one user ages. Okay, so this is pretty simple. Hope you understand now the map method. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert and welcome to the complete JavaScript array method series. In this video, we're going to learn about two methods, the push and the pop method. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, If you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider them leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. Now while the push method adds a new item to the end of the array and returns the new length of the array, the pop method will remove an item from the end of the array. So I'm going to include both of them in this one video because, well, they're pretty similar. One of them adds and the other one removes an item from the end of the array. So let's start by creating a const. Let's call it fruits. And we're going to type in our fruits again of banana, orange, apple, and mango. I don't know why I'm putting that accent on the mango because there's nothing special about mangoes. So let's console log our fruits array. We get banana, orange, we get banana, orange, apple, and mango. And now let's add something to the end array. And how can we add something to the end of the array? We're going to select our array of fruits. We're going to use the push method, and within here we're going to tell it what we wish to push. We're going to push a kiwi. Now if I console log our fruits array again, we see that kiwi was added to the end of the array. And as I said, please note that this also changes the length of the array. So if I would now console log here fruits dot length, we'll see that now our array has 5 elements instead of 4. Now let's do something else. Let's create here another const. Let's call it sort fruits. And we're going to assign this to an arrow function. This is going to take in a new item, then the arrow itself, and we're going to select our fruits array and we're going to push to it whatever item we wish. So new item, not time item. Okay, so whatever we put in here is going to be pushed within here. Now I can use our sort fruits function, so sort fruits, and we're going to pass in here, for example, a prune. Okay, so if I hit save and console log our fruits again, we're going to see that prune was also added to our array, and now we have 6. And now we have a total length of 6. Now let's do something more fancy. Let's grab onto our users again. So const users, assign them to an array of objects. First object will have a name, Arabella. Let's scroll up a bit. Then an age of 20, a income of 400, so far and so on. And also going to pass, just copy and paste in the other users. So Karina, Norbert, Laura, each of them having age and income. So now let's create a function which will add a new user to the existing array of users. So I'm going to create here a function, use the function keyword. This is going to have the name of add new user. It's going to take in the argument of add new user, which is going to execute the users.push whatever new user is going to be added within our function. Now we will initiate a new user variable with the let keyword because we want to change it later on. So let new user, just going to initiate it here. And now we can create a new user by assigning to the variable a object with the name, age, and income, and then pass it into as the new user and pass it into the add new user function. So let's say new user, and we're going to assign this to a object with a name of, let's say, Tony. Tony is going to have also a age of 40. And Tony also has an income of 700. Okay, so if I would call now upon the function of add new user, pass in here the new user that we just created. So this one right here. And now console log the array of users, we'll see that, let's take a look in our user array, we can see that Tony was added to the end of the array. Also, if I wish to check the length of this, so dot length, we'll see that length just changed to 5. Now we can continue on and add another user. I could just use the new user keyword again and assign this to a new user with the name of Anna. And I was going to have an age of 23, an income of 300. And now let's add Anna by pushing Anna into the new add new user function. So again, new user, hit save. Let's console log our users. And we can see that Anna was just added as a new user. Okay, now that we know how to add elements to an array, let's see how we can remove elements from the end of the array. Not from anywhere, but from the end. And this is where let's type in a comment of pop method comes into play. Okay, now the pop method removes the last element of any array and returns that element. Now please note that this method changes the length of the array, and to remove the first element of the array, we'll take a look at this later on with shift and shift. So let's continue on by removing elements from our array. So let's create here another function. We'll call this remove last user. Okay, now all this function will do is going to grab onto the user's array and it's going to execute the pop function, the pop method. So if I would now console log remove last user, I'm missing here a t, and note this method will change the original array. So if I would console log now the user's array again, oh, we see that we have only 5 users. Anna was just removed from the users. Also, if I execute this once more, console log the users array again, we only have 4 users. So if we continue on doing this, we're going to get rid of all of the users. Sorry, not this, but let's type in here this, free, and once again, and we can actually do this until we have no more users. Just going to have an empty array. Oh, wait, we still have one more user. Let's execute this again, and we have no more users, okay? So I hope you understand push and pop, and hope you enjoyed this video, and see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert, and welcome to the Complete JavaScript Array Method series. In this video, we're going to learn about the reduce method. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. So let's see what the reduce method does, which reduces the array to a single value. The reduce method executes the provider function for each value of the array from left to right. Also, the return value of the function is stored in an accumulated result /total. Now please note that the reduce does not execute the functions of an array with elements without values, and also this method does not change the original array. Okay, now let's start up by creating an array of users. And within here, we're going to pass in a couple of objects as users. So I'm just going to copy this in. Each user is going to have a name and age and income. And now let's start separating them. First of all, let's try and get from this array, this original array, another array which only is going to have incomes. So let's say const, say users income. Now we're going to grab onto the original array of users. We're going to use our met method in order to return the user, and from this we're going to return the user.income. So we have a totally new array can console log it here, which is only going to return the incomes. Now we need to create a reducible callback function for the total amount of incomes. So let's say const get total income, which will take in two arguments. We're going to take in the total and a number. So I'm just going to call this num. Okay, now within here, we're going to just return the total plus that number. So if I would now console log our user's income, and to this we can now apply the reduce method, which is going to execute the callback function to get total income. And from where should it get it? From 0. Okay, so if I do this, then it's going to be 400 plus 300 plus 500 plus 800, which is going to be 2000. Now, if I would change one of them, let's say we have to have here 900. As you can see, we're going to get 2100. Now, let's use the same thing. Now, let's use the same method on ages. So let's create another array of users age. Going to go in our initial array, use the map method again, going to return a user.age. And now I'm just going to change this to just get total. So it won't be confusing. We're going to use the same function. And now we can get the average age of our users. So let's create here const get average age. And we're going to assign this to a callback function, which is going to take in an array, and then we'll return the array dot reduce. We're going to call upon our get total, is going to start at 0, and we're going to divide it by the array dot length. Okay, so now if I would console log, let's go up here, get average age, and pass in here the user's age, going to get 12.25. Well, that's the average user age. Also, I could do the same thing for average income. So yeah, I'm going to leave it as it is, but I'm going to use here the user income. So pass in here the user income, which is going to result in an average income of 525. Okay, so as you can see, this is pretty useful if you want to get averages, or if you want to get a total sum of well, multiple elements in an array. So hope you understand now the reduce method, and see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert, and welcome to the complete JavaScript array method series. In this video, we're going to learn about the reverse method. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider them leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. So let's see what the reverse method does. Well, as you guessed it, it does exactly as the title says. It reverses the order of the elements in the array. If you take for our example of arrays of fruits by creating a variable with the const fruits and pass in here a couple of fruits, say banana, orange, apple, and mango. Now we can reverse the array by applying the reverse method to it, and we could just create here another const, for example, of reverse fruits. Let's call it reverse array. Reverse array, and we're going to take the fruits array and just apply the reverse method to it. Okay, now if I would console log what reverse, that's much better. So console log our reverse array should reverse the order of of the elements from the fruits array. As you can see, mango was at the end, and now the array begins with mango, apple, orange, and banana. Now let's take a look at the more complex example. And you should note that this method changes the original array, so keep that in mind when you're applying it. So now let's apply the reverse method to our users array from our previous video. So I'm going to just copy this in. We are going to have a const with the name of users, which is going to be an array containing objects of users with name, age, and income. And we also created from this original array separate arrays for names, ages, and incomes. So I'm going by using the math method. So I'm going to type in the first. So let me just copy them in. So this is basically exactly as we did in the previous video. We have our get user names from this original user method, from this original users array by using the math method, and which returns a user name, a user age, and of course a user income. Now let's reverse. Let me also console log get user names. For example, you can see that usernames are Arabella, Norbert, Karina, and Laura. Then let me do a couple of console logs for the user ages, users ages, and also user incomes. Now let's start reversing them. I'm going to create up here another const. So I'm going to create up here, first of all, another const. I'm going to create up here another const, which we're going to call reverse, which we're going to call reverse array. This is going to take in we're going to assign it to an arrow function, which is going to take in a test array, and it's going to return a console log of test array dot reverse. Okay. So underneath of each console log, I'm going to now call upon the reverse array method, and let's pass in here the get users array. As you can see, the users are, let me actually comment this this reverse array from here. As you can see, the users are now reversed. Now we can do the same thing for our ages. Now all of the ages are reversed, and of course for the income. And we just reversed our income. Now we could also apply to this the sort method that we did in our previous video. So dot sort, we can accumulate method, which will also sort them in a descending or ascending direction. Okay, so hope you understand the reverse method, and see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert, and welcome to the complete JavaScript array method series. In this video, we're going to learn about two methods, which is onShift and shift. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel, because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. Now, opposite to push and pop, the onShift method adds an item to the beginning of the array and returns the new length, and the shift method removes an item from the start of the array. So let's first of all take a look at a simple example using onShift. Let's create here const of fruits. Let's populate the array with banana, orange, apple, and of course our favorite, mango. Okay, now let's say we want to add something to the start of the array and we wish to add, in our case, a kiwi. So we're going to grab onto the fruits array and we're going to use the unshift method. And within our method, we're going to type in the string which we wish to add to this specific array. So in our case, kiwi. Now if we console log our fruits, we will see that kiwi was added to the beginning of the array. Again, this will also change the length of the array. So fruits.length, we'll see we have 5 elements now within our array. Now we can assign this also to a function which will execute a unshift method. For example, const sort fruits. And we can assign this to an arrow function. We'll take in a new item. So each item will pass in item. Each item will pass in this function, is going to grab onto the fruits array and then unshift whatever item is going to be passed in here. Okay, now let's try this out by console logging sort fruits, and we're going to pass in here a prune. Now if we console log our fruits again, we'll see that that prune was added to our array. Okay, so now let's take a look in a more complex example. Let's create a const of users. Within our users, we're going to have multiple users as objects with name, age, and income. Now just going to copy them in so we don't waste any time. So we have our first user with the name of Arabella, age 20, income 400, and second, third, fourth, and so far and so on. You can add multiple users if you wish. Now let's create a function which will add a new user to the existing array, and we wish to add it to the start of the array. So let's create a function. Let's call it add new user. And this is pretty similar if you watched my if you watch my push and pop methods. This is pretty similar to what we did back there, but this time we're going to add to the start of the array. So we're going to add a new user to the array of users. We're going to use unshift in order to add it to the start of the array, and within here we're going to add that new user that we're going to pass in to this function. Okay, now let's initiate a new user variable because we wish to change it later on. And now we can create a new user by creating a new object with the name, let's say Tony. Tony is going to have an age of 40 and a income of 700. And now we wish to add Tony to our users array. So all we need to do is call upon the add new user function and pass in here the user that we wish to add. In our case, this new user right here. Now if we console log our users array, we'll see that Tony was added to the start of the array. Okay, and we can do the same thing. For example, if we wish to create a other user with the name of Anna. Anna is going to be 23 years old and is going to have an income of 300. Let's hit save, and if we take a look now in our console, Anna was added to the start of the array. So Anna is going to be the first one again. Now, exactly as we did in our previous video, we can now use shift instead of pop to remove the user from the start of the array. So I'm going to create here another function. Let's call this, use the function keyword remove first user. So whoever is the first user is going to be removed from our array. Remove, too many R's in there. And all this function will do is going to take the user's array and use the shift method, and that's all. That's all we need to do. And of course, we just need to execute the function, and each time we execute this function, so let's say console log, or we could actually use it without console log, just remove first user, console log our users. Now Anna should be gone as a user. So we have no more Anna. Tony is now the first one. If I execute this function again, so just going to copy it, paste it in, and see Tony is also removed. Now each time I execute this function, in our case, we just removed all of the users from our array. Okay, so hope you understand on shift and shift, and hope you enjoyed this video, and see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert and welcome to the Complete JavaScript Array Method series. In this video, we're going to learn about the sum method. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider them leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. The sum method checks if any of the elements in an array passed a test provided by a specific function. Also, the sum method does not execute the function for array elements without values. So let's take an example by looking at a couple of numbers array. So create a variable with the name of numbers. Let's pass in here a couple of numbers. Let's say 3, 10, 18, and 20. Not seconds, just a number. So the sum method executes the function once for each element present in the array, and if it finds an array element where the function returns true as the value, the sum returns true and does not check the remaining values. Otherwise, it will return false. So let's create our tester function and let's call this function, and let's say check over 18. Now this is going to take in a number as an argument and is going to just return whatever condition we pass in here. So we're going to test if there is a number that's over 18. Now let's console log our numbers array. Let's say dot sum, use the sum method, and now the checking function, which is check over 18. Okay, I missed here a s. So it returns true because he reached this 18 and said, okay, we do have some element within this array that has 18 is equal or greater than 18. Now, if I change this to 20, this should still be true. If I change this to 30, it's going to be false because there is no number with 30. Also, if I change this to 4, it's still going to return true, and everything that is between 3 and 20 will return true. So let's leave it at 20, and please note that this method does not change the original array, so it executes upon it but doesn't change it. Now the short version of this is using an arrow function. So for example, if I create here const of check greater than age, and let's pass in here age, then an arrow function, and this is going to return from the numbers array sum, and within here the number and this and a certain condition, and the number should be over the age that is going to be passed in here. And let's also do this for less than. So less than age, and this should just change the direction. So let's initiate here a age with the let keyword, assign to the age the number 20, and now let's console log. I'm actually going to console log both of them. So first of all, I'm going to check for greater than age, and then I'm going to check for less than age. Okay, so let's see number 20. Let's also get rid of this. So number 20 is going to return true for greater than and less than. This array contains greater and equal to number of 20 and less than to the number of 20. You can also do this for 18 or 19. Still going to return true, and if I change this to 21, it's going to return false and then true, because I'm going to check the first one checks if this number is greater than the numbers within our array. Okay, and this is going to check if it's less than, if the numbers are less than this number. Okay, so hope this makes sense and hope you understand now the sum method. So with this being said, hope you enjoyed the video. Smash that like button if you did, dislike it if you didn't, subscribe to the channel if you're new here, and leave a comment in the comment section below if you have any kind of questions or suggestions for further videos. So see you. Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert and welcome to the complete JavaScript array method series. In this video, we're going to learn about the sort method. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider them leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. Now the sort method sorts the items of an array, exactly as the title says. Also, the sort order can be either alphabetic or numeric, and either ascending, so up, or descending, which means down. Okay, so let's create a really quick array of fruits. So let's say banana, orange, apple, and a mango. Now let me create here a very quick variable of sort fruits, which is going to execute the fruits dot sort method. Okay, so now if I would console log sort fruits, we're going to get apple, banana, mango, and oranges in a alphabetic order. Now let's take a look at a more complex example. So let's create a const of users. I'm going to set this to an array, and this array will have a object of users or multiple objects of users with name Arabella. She's going to have an age of 20, a income of 400. Okay, now the next couple of users I'm just going to copy in. They're going to be 3 more users. Here this, and we're having one too many comma there. So we're having a user array of objects. Each object has a name, age, and income. Okay, now we're going to create 3 different arrays from this array, and we're going to extract their names, their ages, and their income using the map method. So let's create a const of get users name, which is going to grab onto the users array dot map. So use the map method, is going to return a user dot name, and the same thing we're going to do for age. Going to return the age and then the income. Okay, so basically we have 3 arrays now, which each of them returns something different from our original array. Now down here we're going to create a function which is going to just return that a test array, and is going to apply the sort method to it. So each time we're going to, let's first of all create that function. So sort, so const sort array. Now we're going to pass in here within an arrow function the test array. So whatever array is going to pass in here is going to be passed in here, is going to be executed, and a console log of that test array dot sort will be then executed. Now let's call upon that function, so sort array, and let's pass in here our first array of get user names, which should return now the names in an alphabetic order. Now as you can see, you know what, let me change this up. Let's put Arabella down here because Arabella starts with an A. So we have Karina, Norbert, Arabella, and Laura, and down here we have them sorted in an alphabetic order. Now we can do the same thing for ages. Boom. And now instead of 16, 35, 20, and 14, we're going to have 14, 16, 20, and 35. And we can do the same thing for income, of course. We should just sort the income in a descending order. Or is it ascending? Yes, it's ascending actually. Okay, so that's pretty much it for sort. Hope you enjoyed it and catch you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey, what is going on? My name is Norbert and welcome to the complete JavaScript array method series. In this video, we're going to learn about the splice method. As always, the code is down in the description below, so if you wish to just follow along, then just grab onto the code, copy it, and just follow along with what I'm doing. If you wish to code along, then please feel free to do so. Now, before we get into the video, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel because I post new content like this on a regular basis. Also, if you like my video, hit that thumbs up button and help out that YouTube algorithm and help the channel grow. And as always, if you have any kind of questions or suggestions, please consider them leaving them down in the comment section below. So with this being said, let's get into the video. Okay, now the slice method adds or removes items to and from an array and returns the removed item. So let's create here an array with a variable name of fruits. Let's add our fruits to it: banana, orange, apple, and mango. Okay, now let's just add an item to the array. Let's say fruits, and also I'm going to first of all console log down here our fruits so we can see our items. And above our console log, I'm going to say fruits. I'm going to call upon the array splice, and now let's say the position to 0 amount and the string of kiwi, and let's see what happens. You can see that the position at the position 2, the fruit kiwi was added to this array. Now please note that this method changes the original array, so you can see the original array was changed from not only the length but also the content of it. We can also remove with this method an item from the array. So that if I was say fruits dot splice, and let's say from the second position 1 element, hit save, now kiwi is gone from this position. If I execute this again, nothing happens because it has already been changed. If I copy and paste it and execute it again, then a second time a item will be removed. So each time we execute this function, a item from that specific position will be removed from the array. But at a certain point, it can no longer remove elements from the array. So it doesn't matter how often I execute it, it's going to remain with this to length. So now let's take a look at a more complex example. So let's create a const of users. And within here, we're going to assign a couple of users as objects. I'm just going to copy them in. We're going to have name, age, and income for each users, and we're going to have 4 users. So name, first user, name Arabella, age 20, income 400, and so far and so on. Now we need to create a function which will add a new user to an existing array in a specific position this time. So let's create here a function. Let's call it add new user, and I'm going to pass in here a couple of arguments. So the first argument will be the position where we wish to add it, the number of users, and the user itself. So add new user. Now this function will grab onto the existing array of users. We're going to use the splice method, and now we're going to pass in here the position, the number, and the add new user. Now let's initiate a new user variable with let, because we're going to change it later on. Now we can create a new user by calling upon our new user variable, so new user, and we're going to assign it to an object with the name of Tony, a age of 40. Let's mix it up a bit. Let's say 51, and a income of 3,000. Okay, now we wish to add Tony to our users array, but we wish to add him in a specific position. So let's say add new user. As you can remember, the first argument will be the position, and let's say we wish to add him. Let me actually first of all console log before this our users. So let's say we wish to add him between the first one will be undefined. So we wish to add him after Arabella and between Arabella and Karina. So 1, 0, and the new user itself. Okay, so now if we take a look, also console log this again. If we take a look in our array, Tony was added between Arabella and Karina. Now if we wish to remove Tony from here, we can just call upon our add new user function again, which sadly has the same name, but nevertheless we can now specify the position, the amount, and console log our users again, and we'll see he was returned. We now have undefined. Okay, so that's pretty much it for Splice. Hope you enjoyed the video and see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay guys, so before we get into data and object-oriented programming, we first need to learn how to exchange data in JavaScript. So let's learn about JSON. When exchanging data between browsers and a server, the data can be only text. JSON is actually text, and we can convert any JavaScript object into JSON and send JSON to the server. We can also convert any JSON received from the server into JavaScript objects. I will show you we have exactly two important methods in JSON that we will use, and that's basically it. That is what JSON is. This way we can work with the data as JavaScript objects, with no complicated parsing and translation. So what is JSON? Well, JSON is short for JavaScript Object Notation. And JSON is a lightweight data interchange format. It is self-described and easy to understand. JSON is language independent. So what that actually means is that JSON uses JavaScript syntax, but the JSON format is text only. And text can be read and used as data format by any programming language. So by definition, the JSON object contains method for parsing JavaScript objects, notations, and converting values to JSON. Now, what kind of data types can we use in JSON? Well, exactly as in JavaScript, we can use numbers, no difference between integers and floats. We can use strings of Unicode characters. You can also use, and we use double quotes when you use strings. We can use booleans like true or false, arrays, ordered list of 0 or more values, objects on ordered collections of key value pairs, and null, which are empty values. So a JSON syntax looks like this. It's a key value pair which has double quotes around the key and the value, and it is within curly braces, and it must use the specific data type. A JSON file is always a .json. Okay, now let's create a folder. Let's call this JSON and open it with our Visual Studio Code. Let's just drag and drop it here. Now let's create our file. Let's call this, actually let me create an index.html, and as always, please download the files that are provided for you in the download section of the course. Okay, so I'm just going to copy in, first of all, my HTML. As I said, you can download this. So let's create a boilerplate, and within the body tag, I'm just going to copy in the text. So this is actually just this text right here. Now, let me also create a JavaScript file. Let's call this app.js. And now let's start creating a object. Let's say let user. I'm going to create here object of name Norbert. What the hell did I type there? Name Norbert. Let's also give it the age of 33. So we're going to use a number. Then we're going to create another object, address. And let's say within this, we're going to have a street, which will have a string of main street. And please note that my single quotes always convert into double quotes. This is just a setting for me, but always use double quotes. Okay? So now city. And we call this the city. Okay, let's close this up, and also let me create here an array of family. Okay, and we're gonna type in here Laura and Arbella. Okay, so we have our object user. Now let's first of all open up this with live server. So this isn't very pretty, but I actually don't need this. I don't need this at all. You just need it. But I do need this down here. It's app.js. Okay, so let's inspect it, open up the console, and let me increase this so we can all see it. Okay, so let's go back in here and let's console log now our user. Okay, so we know we will get a object. Woo, this just disappears. I have my app. I didn't link up JavaScript. So script and app.js. Okay, there's our user object. We can see we have our user here, name, age, address, another object within it, and our array. And we know that we can also select something specific, for example, the address from our object, and we only get the city and the street. And we can be even more specific, dot city from the address, and we get our city. And if I would check now the type of, so type of, it will be a string. Okay. Now I can also get from the user family just a bit of recap. So let's get from the array of family the first name, it's also a string. Let me get out the type of, which is Laura. Okay, so these both are strings. If I would now get user age, we get a number. Let's check the type of. I'm just going to copy this, and it's a number. If I would also get the user dot name, and we need here comma, then we have a string and another type of string and number. Okay. Now, if we want to get a string out of this entire object, then we will need to use the JSON dot stringify method. So you see, we have exactly these two methods, the parse and the stringify. And at the stringify method, you can see it converts a JavaScript value to a JavaScript object notation JSON string. Okay, so if I would type in now JSON.stringify, and within here, then the user, this will convert our user object into a string. So the stringify method converts a JavaScript object or value to a JSON string, optionally replacing values if replacing functions is specified, or optionally including only the specified property if a replacer array is specified. Okay, so let me take our user and now assign it to JSON.stringify. I'm going to stringify the object of user. Now if I would console log the user again, let's see what we get. We'll get a string. Actually, this is a JSON format of our user object. Now, from this point on, if let's say I would reassign the user to let family is equal to user, and I would now console log our family. You can see I would get again the string of the JSON of the user. So this will stay this way from this point on. In order to convert it back to an object, we will need to use, so let me comment this out. I could leave it as it is. We will need to use the JSON.parse method, which will convert the JavaScript object notation of JSON into a string into a object again. So if I will use parse dot in parentheses user, and now let's console log the user again, we'll get our object back. Okay, so even if I reassign this Don't need the let anymore. Family and console log family again. We'll get our object again. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this video. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay guys, so in the previous video we saw how we can create an object, convert it into JSON using stringify, and then convert it back into an object using parse. So let me give you just a quick example again, and then we'll create our first JSON file. So let's just go down here and let's create a family array of objects. Let's call this family and we'll assign it to an array, and within here we'll create a few objects. Let's call it first key value pair of name and the value of Norbert. And also let's give this a age of 34. It doesn't matter, you can as always create and give any kind of name and age you want. So let's create 4 more, and this would be Laura and she will be 30. Then Arabella and she will be 12, and then Karina and she will be only 10. 110. Ooh, she's the oldest then. Okay, so we have our family we created. Let me actually comment everything out that we created up here. So we only have our family array of objects. Now let's just quickly exercise how can we select things out of this. So console log our family, and there we go. We have an array of objects. Now let's grab onto the first one, go in here and select the first one using 0, and then we can select, for example, dot name or dot age, and now we can go through them. Let's select the third one with 2, which was Arabella. She's 12 years old, and let's select the name again, and there we go, we have Arabella. Okay, now let's convert this into a string. So let's say family is equal to JSON dot stringify. Okay, and within here we'll type in the object of family again. Now when we're going to console log again our family, we will have a string instead of an object. Now let's create our first JSON file. So let's go into our folder structure here and let's create a new file. Let's call it family. Now dot JSON. You can see the icon here changes into a JSON icon. Okay, let's go in here and I'm going to go into an app and copy this. So actually from here to here. There we go. Let's go in here. And as you can see, we already get an error. This is because, as I said previously, so let's go up here. Actually, it's already gone. Don't worry, a JSON file, as you can see, also here, the curly brackets is between curly brackets. Okay, so we need to pack this in. Delete this. And now instead of the equals, we'll need this and also pack this into double quotes. Okay, so there's our JSON data. Within curly braces, we will have a key with the value of, which will have these values. Okay, and within this, we will now have key value pairs. Now, what can we do with it? Well, I have here a unordered list with the ID of family. Let's go into our app and let's say we want to grab onto this. I'm just going to create a const and gonna call this family tree. I'm going to grab one from the document using query selector. Or let me use get element by ID so you don't get confused. So get element by ID, and I'm going to grab onto the ID of family. Okay, so we just grabbed onto the UL. Let's quickly go console log this. Family tree. Okay, so there's our UL. And we don't need this anymore. Now I'm going to create another variable. I'm going to call it let output equal to a empty string. Okay, so I'm just going to create it and initialize it and assign it to an empty string. Now I'm going to use a for loop, and I'm going to loop through. So let, as long as I is equal to 0, and as long as I.family, so our family up here, I'm going to comment this back in. Unexpected token, because I'm not finished with our loop. So as long as I.family is less than family dot length at 65. Okay, we're still not finished with it. And we'll iterate I++. Now we're going to grab onto the output, and we're going to assign each one, so plus and equal. Now let me use a template string. I'm going to create a li, and within here we're going to use our family. We're going to iterate through each one of them, and then we're going to take the name and then the age. Actually, we need to go outside of this. So name and then also the age. And we're going to close up our li. Okay, so this is going to loop through our family here. And for each name and for each age, it's going to create a li. So in each li, a family name and age will be created. We actually will be looped through. Now, in order to output it, because if we console log, well, let's console log our family here, we know that we will get our string, actually our array. So in order to output it here, we need to now convert it back into an object. And for this, we're going to go and say family tree, which we have it here, dot inner HTML is equal to output and I forgot to parse it, haha. So family, not family tree, but family is equal to JSON dot parse. I'm going to parse our family again. Actually, I should do this up here before the for loop. Okay, so there it is. And let me also say Norbert age. That's actually good. Now, in order for us to get this family JSON outputted, we need to use something that we didn't learn right now, and we will learn about this later on when we learn about asynchronous programming. It's an HTTP request. So I'm going to create exactly the same result, but this time, let me comment this out. We're going to use a XML HTTP request. Okay, and this is a method. Now I'm not going to go too deep into this right now, but just so you know, we can use this, and I'm just going to use this in order to show you how to get this JSON file and output it in our HTML. We're going to use data to output in our web browser. So let me create here a variable. Let's just call it X HTTP. I'm going to assign it to new XML HTTP request, which is a method. With this method, objects are used to interact with the server. Now, the constructor here initializes a XML HTTP request, and it must be called before any other method is called. So I'm going to take this variable that I created, and now we're going to use a few things which you will not understand, but don't worry about it. As I said, our objective here is to use our JSON file. Okay, so on ready, we're going to assign it to a function. And now if I'm going to use this keyword now, ready state, and a ready state is for, and this dot status is equal to 200, then I'm going to create a new const for the response, and we're going to use json.parse, and we want to parse our HTTP dot response text. Okay, now I know this will be a bit confusing, but as I said, don't worry about it. This is just to show you how this is just for showing purposes in order to get our JSON file. Okay, so let's grab onto the const of family again, and we're going to also assign this to response dot family. Now we just need to grab onto what we created up here, and actually let's comment it back in. Whoa, this didn't work. There we go. And I also need to grab on to my family here. This I don't need this, just need this, and I need to assign it to inner HTML, and here assign it to the output. Now all we need to do is tell it then that our variable xHTTP is onOpen, and we create here get request. So get to get the data from the family. So for this file, family, not tree, family.json, and this should also be a string. And the response should be true. Okay, and now we need to send this. So xHTTP dot send. This is also a method. And I did something wrong. Token JSON at position 1. What? Expected error. Position 80. I should donate this. And there we go. Now we have it. So we're getting exactly the same results, but this time I'm getting it from our JSON file. So let's take a look. If I would change this to, let's say, 50, hit save, you can see this is changing here. I would change this to 25. This will also change. I've changed the name to Bernard. Then this is also working. Okay guys, so I hope you understand JSON. As I said, we are going to get more deeper into this and using data and also using requests. But I just wanted to show you this before we get into local storage and inner storage, local storage and section storage. And we're also going to have a project a bit later on. We're going to store a few users. So yeah, fun times ahead. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay people, so after we learned about JSON and its two methods of stringify and parse, which converts our information, now we'll learn about storing data. Now this is not going to be a database driven lecture, but actually the browser has its own possibility of storing data. And two of them will be local storage and session storage. Now local storage and session storage allow to save key value pairs in the browser. And the interesting part about this is that the data survives a page refresh for session storage and even a full browser refresh for local storage. So if I would store something in a browser and hit refresh, in session storage, the data will be still there after the refresh. But if I would open a new tab for our project, then the data would be gone. But if we save it in local storage, then even after I close everything up and restart the browser, the stored items will be still there. So the key value pairs will be still accessible for us. Now this part right here you can download in your starter files. And actually let me show you where local storage and session storage are. Now let's go in here, open up our console, and let's say console log and let's log the window object. Now after we hit enter and go into our window object, you will see down here after L, this is in alphabetic order, so just look for L and there we go. Local storage. Now if we click in here, under its proto, you'll see we have a few methods. Clear, which is a function, get item, key, remove item, set item. Now if we go further down to S, we'll find our session storage value. Where are you, little boy? There you are. Session storage. Now if you take also a look in its proto, you will see that it has the exact same methods. So unlike cookies, web stored objects are not sent to servers with each request. Because of that, we can store much more. Most browsers allow at least 2 megabytes of storage data. Also unlike cookies, the servers cannot manipulate storage object via HTTP headers. Everything is done via JavaScript. So the storage is bound to the original domain, protocol, port, triple. And as I said, both storage objects provide same methods and properties. So we saw that local storage and session storage had these properties right here. So let's go through them again. The set item, which takes in a key value pair, stores the key and the value in local or session storage. Now get item will get the value of the key. Remove item will remove the key with its value. Clear will delete everything. Key index will get the key on a given position. And length will get the number of stored items. So let's go in here and let's actually let me show you first of all where are these two storages. Now if you go into applications up here to your console, then we'll see this local and session storage on the storage. We go on the local storage and click on this, you'll see we'll have a key value pair column. Now let's store something. So this is provided for you. Don't worry about this, we'll create a small application which will also store things, but for now just type in here, so let's say a name Norbert. Click on add user, an alert will appear, store to session storage, and if you take a look in our local and session storage, in both cases a user with the name of Norbert has been stored. Also in session storage, which is down here, let me actually make this a bit larger. You can see user, the key user, and the value Norbert has been stored. Now let's refresh the page and let's see what happens. So I completely refreshed the page. You can see these two items are still stored. Now if let's store another one, let's say Laura, add Laura. Now Laura is also added to our local storage, and let's take a look in our session storage, and it's still there. Now if I would copy this IP address and open up a new tab, go in here, click inspect, and let's go again to our source, application, and let's see local storage and session storage. Our session storage is empty, but our local storage has Norbert and Laura stored within it. So let's store, let's say Arabella, another name, add user, user has been added. Now it overrides our initial storage, and if you take a look in in our local storage it has been overwritten, and in our session storage Arabella has been now added and it exists. And if you take a look in here and hit a refresh, so in our initial open tab, hit refresh, these two items are still stored within this environment. Okay guys, so next up we're going to create an example for local storage and then for session storage. So I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. In this video we're going to go over local storage and also store a few items in our local storage, and also go over the properties of local and session storage. So let's create a new folder. Let's call it storage. Within here you can copy your starter file which are provided at index.html. So let's open it up using Visual Studio Code. And there we go. So I come here. Let's also open it up with live server folder. Oh, sorry about that. Let's try and drop the folder actually. It in Visual Studio Code, and now there we go. Okay, let's open this one up and also create a new file. Oh, let's close this two up. We don't need you, we don't need you. We just need you, and we need you here. Now let's create a new file, app.js, and actually should be linked up, but please check if it's linked up with your HTML. Now let's go in here in our app.js, and let me start with first creating a comment, local and session storage properties. As we said in our previous lecture, set item will set key value pairs, get item will get your key value, remove item will remove a key, clear will delete everything, key index will get something, we'll get the key of a given position, and length the number of the storage. So as you can see, it's like a map collection, set item, get item, remove item, but also allows access to index within key index. Okay, so let's store something. How can we store something? Well, we will use then local storage dot set item, and within here, using key value pairs, let's say user, and we go outside of this, comma, and 1. Now let's also inspect this, open up our application, local storage. Let's go in here, you can see it's empty. Now if I would execute this, so hit save, there we go. We have our first stored item, user 1. Now I could also store an array of items, so local storage dot set item, and let's say users, comma, and then an array of 1, 2, and 3. Now if I would hit save and execute this, see we have our users with 1, 2, 3. Now if I would want to display this, let's say I would use an alert, and we want to alert local storage, and from this get item now, so we're going to get the value by the key, and the key was, let's get this one, so user, and this should be actually okay, so it alerted 1, and if I would now alert users, let's say save again, it would alert 1, 2, 3. And as I said, if I would now, let's say, copy this within here and take a look again, inspect application, there it is. Our users and user are still stored within our local storage. And we actually close up the second one. Now local storage has also, actually the storage method has also a object like access. So let's just type in here a comment on object like access. So let me show you this. So for example, for set item or set key, we could do local storage dot user is equal to 2. If I hit save, this alert will appear, but actually let me say person, and the person will be string of Norbert. Let me hit save now and stop this alert. I don't want to see you again. Goodbye. Now person Norbert has been stored. Now let's see if we want to get this. So displayed our person that we just stored in our local storage. So get key. We will do alert local storage dot person and execute it, and Norbert is alerted. Hello Norbert. Now if you want to remove something, so remove a key, and then tap in remove, remove. Remove a key. Let's type in delete dot local storage dot person. Actually, this should be another person. Norbert has been deleted. So if I will hit save again, it's still alerting up there, but because it's storing, so when I hit save, the whole process is executed again. So it's storing, it's alerting, and then it's deleting. Now, if I will alert again after this delete, so I just copy the alert local storage person. I'm trying to alert the person from our local storage after deleting it. So let's hit save, and let's actually, yeah, there it is. So let me comment this one out up here, this alert. Let's execute it again. So it alerts undefined. It doesn't find it. Okay. Now we can also loop over keys. So let's type in here another comment. Loop over keys. And as we've seen, the methods provide get, set, remove by the key functionality. But how can we get all saved values or keys? Unfortunately, storage objects are not iterable. So one way is to loop over them as over an array. So let's say for let I equal 0, and as long as I dot length, actually not I, but the local storage dot length is less than I. Now iterate I++, and let's see, let key, let's create a variable let key which will assign to local storage dot key, and we will search for our I there. No, I don't want to do this, but what I want to do is alert then our variable that we just created here. So let's use use our backticks, and let's go with the key, and if each key will alert from our local storage or get item, and it should get the key. Okay, so let's see. I don't want this Norbert to be in anymore, so let's comment this three out, and we actually only need this one. So this will iterate over our users and user. But actually I could go with a better example. Let's say, let's see, exactly. So local storage dot set item, and we'll set a teacher, and she will have a name of Laura. Okay, let me comment this to out, and let me copy this, and within here we will set an array of names of Norbert and Arabella, and these are students and your teacher. Okay, so let's hit save. Now it looks over our teacher, which is Laura, and hey, why didn't you store the other one? And there we go. So teacher, Laura, and our students of Norbert and Arabella. Okay, so this is the way we can loop over them. Now we do know that the both key and value must be strings. If we are any other type like numbers or object, it gets converted to string automatically. So let's go down here. Let's say local storage dot, let's say user is equal to a object of name, and within here we'll assign the value of Norbert. Okay, so actually let me comment this to out, and let's execute this. I'm still getting alerted. Okay, so user object. Now if I would alert this object, so let's say alert from local storage or user, let's see what we get. Oh, and by the way, if you want to delete something, I'm going to actually do this time, we can use this clear all. So I'm going to delete everything now for our local storage and only have our user, so this object executed. Okay, so it alerts object of object. Now we can use what we learned in our previous section to convert this to a string. So we can use JSON. Now let's go above our alert. Let's say local storage dot user is equal to JSON. And how do we convert something into a string? We'll say stringify. And now within parentheses, we'll take our object that we want to send. So this one, copy it in here. Ooh, not 2 times. And comment this part out. So when we're sending something to local storage, a object, for example, we want to first convert it to a string. So let's hit save again. Okay, and as you can see, it is now converted to a name with Norbert. So it's converted to a string. Now, when I'm alerting it, I'm getting back this object, but actually, I want to get it back, but parsed. So let's go down here. Let's go above our alert, and let's say we have a variable. Let's create a variable let user, and I'm going to return this user. I want it to use JSON.parse. So I want to parse it from our local storage, the user. Okay, so now if we execute this, actually I shouldn't execute this. I should cut it out, put it up here and comment it out. What I want to execute now, oh, this is stuck. Want now to execute is alert our user. So the variable that we created up here, user dot name. So I only want to get the name from our local storage, which should result in Norbert. There we go. Need to alert. I have that alert out. I have this commented out. It shouldn't alert the object anymore. So let me delete this. Let me save again. Okay, now it's working. So it stores our object, and when I'm calling only the name, it alerts me with Norbert. Okay guys, so next video we're going to take a look at session storage and also give a bit of a larger example for this right here. So we're going to only insert something in here and to automatically be stored in local and in session storage. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, so last time we learned about local storage, and in this video we're going to learn about session storage. This is really short, but I'm also going to give you an example where we'll start storing a user in both local and session storage using our DOM. Until now we just stored by directly typing in something, but we also want to use the DOM, so this is why you have this example right here, which you can download. And yeah, we're going to use this to code our storage for both local and session storage. So let's first of all end this, type in here comment, this is the end, and let's type in another comment, session storage. Okay, so as I said, session storage has basically all the attributes and functions as local storage. But the session storage object is used actually less often, and just because it's much limited. As you know, if you refresh the page, then it's gone. So now if I refresh, but if I close and open up a new page, then the information is gone. If I refresh it stays there, but well, that isn't much helpful. So let me store something in local storage. So we have this stored in our session storage, and let's go into local storage. You can just ignore this. This is automatically in there. Let's just clear everything and store something in here. So exactly as we stored with a local storage, we'll now type in session storage and then dot set item. So it's exactly like local storage, and then we will set a key of test and a value of, let's say, first. Okay, so if I hit save, then this is stored within session storage up here. test first. And let's store another one, test, say 2, and we'll store within here. Let's store now an array of 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let's hit save. Now we have this also stored in session storage. If we take a look in local storage, there's nothing else excepting our old storage stored, because we only stored in session storage. Now, as I said, we're not going to use this method to store items. We want to store using JSON. So when we're storing something, we'll type in session storage, and let's say user 1, like this. And now we'll store using JSON.stringify, and we'll store an object of name and Norbert. Okay, so let's hit save, and as you can see, user1 is stored with the name of Norbert. And when we want to extract this, say we want to alert, for example, alert, so it pumps up in our browser, session storage.getItem, and we want to get it back. Actually, let me get back first of all this, because this will only return me this item. So let's say test get item, the key of test. Oh, not you. And let's hit save, and it alerts our first test. Okay, if I want to get back our second test and hit save, there's a 1, 2, 3 will be return. But now if I want to return this one, so return that object, as you can remember, if I were to return now user1 instead of this, then it will return me the object, but I don't want this. So let's just go down here. I want to return a variable of user. I want to return the user2, actually user1 it was. And now let's assign it to json.parse. And we'll return a parse data from the session storage of the user1. There we go. So now let's comment first of all this out. And now let's alert our user1. And this will return, this will return the object. And now if I want the name, then it will return Norbert. Okay, so that's pretty much simple. I think it's time to give an example. Let's close this one up. And it's time to use our DOM here to store something and return it. So how can I make this so you both can see, really see everything? I'm gonna make this larger and also jump between this right here. So make this also larger, inspect, and go to our application and go to our both storages open, and let's actually clear them. Let's delete everything that is in the storage. Let's hit a refresh. Oh, this is getting stored. So let's jump back into our project and let's start commenting everything out. This, and also this. So nothing interferes with what we're going to do. So we have everything commented out, and just going to type in here example. Let's say local and session storage. Okay, and let's also create this as a comment. Or let's create it as a string. There we go. Okay. Now, let's take a look in our HTML. I could actually put it like this. Let's take a look in our HTML. We will use this user input ID. So we want to grab onto this. How do we grab onto an ID? Well, go to document.getElementById, or use query selector. I would much rather prefer to use query selector. And now let's go and grab onto the ID of user input. Now I'm going to add directly here a event listener, and we're going to listen for a submit. Okay, so when we submit, okay, you can see here, this user input is actually a form. Okay, we're inputting something in this form, and when we're submitting it, then use a function which will have an event of e, and first I'm going to prevent the default of any form which will try to submit something by typing e dot prevent default. So this will prevent, this is actually a built-in function, this will prevent the default of our form which will try to submit it to wherever. We don't want to submit it anywhere, we just want to store it. So we want to store a user. So let's create a const. Let's name it user. And now let's set it, let's grab on to the document dot query selector. We're going to grab on to the user name here. Okay, so this input space, let me just jump in here. So this input right here is actually this one, which has the ID of username. So let's grab onto it, hash username, and this should be within quotes. Okay, and we don't want to grab onto the username, so if I would go here, console log the user, and let's jump back in here, go to the console, let's execute our code, and hey, why don't you grab onto the user? Okay, so it's grabbing as soon as I hit add user, is grabbing onto, well, to the input. We don't want that, we want to grab onto the value. Okay, so now if I hit save, go back in here and type in Norbert. Okay, now it's grabbing onto the value. Great. Now next up, let me comment this out. Until now, actually, we just added one item to storage. But if you want to add multiple items, we need to create an array and loop through them. Okay, so we can just add one each time because it will overwrite it. Now, let's just first add one item to the session and local storage. So session storage, so we're going to add it to the session storage, dot set item, and let's say we're going to set a user and with the name of user. Now when this is added, we're going to alert stored to session storage. Stored. There we go. And we're going to do the same thing for local storage. And this will be local storage. Okay, so let's hit save. And let's jump our project again and let's add here Norbert. Store to session storage, store to local storage. Now let's take a look at our storage. And there we go. It's added to local storage and it's added to session storage. Actually, I want to delete this and add it again. Session, local, and there we go. Norbert is stored in both of them. Now if we would add Laura, let's click on this again. As you can see, in both instances, Laura is replaced. And actually, to demonstrate this, let me copy this, open it up in a new tab. So just copy the IP address. And let's see, inspect, go to application, and let's see. Laura is no longer here Laura is on our local storage, but Laura is no longer in our session storage. So if I add here Arabella again, and let's hit save, not save but edit, click on the add button, Arabella is replaced, so Laura is replaced in our local storage, and in our session storage, Arabella is now added. Okay, so that was what I meant with, well, actually this is a good example to see that local storage does not, session storage does not store after the refresh, after the browser, after a new tab or the browser is closed or reset. Now let's go back to our code, and I'm just going to initiate here a users variable. Okay, create it, initiate it, and we are now going to use an if statement. This if statement will first of all look in the storage. So if session storage dot get item, actually, let me go down here. So if in session storage we're going to look for item, we're going to look for users. So these users that we just created. And if this users does not exist, so it's null, or local storage dot get item users is also null, so it also doesn't exist. And don't forget, this is the type. And did I delete here something? Yeah, I think I just deleted something. Yep. So both session storage and local storage are empty. Then we're going to return a users with an empty array. Okay, but if it's not empty, else. So if there's something in local or session storage, then we want to extract the information by assigning it to the user. But because we can only store strings, we want to return it using JSON and parse it. So this is why I told you about JSON, how we can parse and string, use JSON by parsing and stringifying. Okay, so then else users with an S at the end, JSON dot parse. We're going to use JSON method, and we're going to use parse to parse the session storage dot get item. We're going to get the users, and we also want to return, where's my end? There you are. We also want to return from the session storage get item. Actually, not for the session storage, we want to return from the local storage for the typing here session. Local. Oh, Jesus. So local storage. Dot get item. And again, we want to get our users. Now, in order to put something in there, we're going to use users, or variable that we created up there, and we're going to use the push method because it is an array. So push, and we want to push a user. Okay, so local storage, first we're going to push to, it doesn't matter, local or session storage. We want to use set item now, and we're going to set to the users, but using JSON.stringify whatever we put in our users, in our variable. Okay, and this is the same thing also for session storage. Okay, so let's try this out. So if I would type in here, actually we need to comment this part out. We don't need this anymore. We only need this, exactly. Let's hit save, go back here, and actually let me delete everything. So let's refresh again, everything is empty. Yep, so let's store Norbert. Yep, Norbert has been stored to both session and local storage, and as you can see, now it is in an array. So if I want to store now Laura, It's no longer overwritten, but it's stored to the users. So we have two users, Norbert and Laura. And also in our session storage, we have the two users, Laura and Norbert. And if I want, I could put in another user, Arabella, hit enter, and Arabella is now stored both in both storage places, local and session storage. Oh, even if I hit refresh, the users are still there. And if I copy this and you open it in a new tab, inspect, and let's go to applications, let's go to session storage. Session storage is empty, and if you take a look in local storage, you can see we have our 3 users in here. And for example, if I want now to let's say down here, go back in our program, and let's say we want to extract something from it. Let's say alert from our users, and we want to alert, how do I store this as alert the users. Okay, now let's go back in to our project, and we have an error. If I store something, it's overwritten. Because it's not defined. Exactly, because I was outside the function. I want to use this in here. Okay, so let's try this again. Norbert, edit, and undefined. Why is that? Application. I'm still adding Norbert. Actually, I wanted to return it in a console. Because I should do. So let's say console log, and want to return our users. And that's it. If I add something, yeah, there it is. Okay, so later on we'll create a project. Actually, after this, we'll create a project when we're going to store real users. It's kind of a real life application. We're going to store a user with his email address, with his birthday, with everything on it. So fun times ahead again. Woo! Next project. Okay guys, so see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Next up, we're going to create a new project. So let's say somebody tells you you need to create an application which will store user information. Now this is not going to be an immense application with a lot of information, but the principle is the same for each and every project that we will use. But the principle is the same no matter how large the project will be. So this project will be called a user storage application. And for this project, we're going to create an app which will store user information. So let's just take a look at what this application will do. Now here's the finished application. The front end we will use Materialize to create it. So we're not going to go over each and every step. I'm just going to give the HTML. There's a bit of CSS I'm going to include here, but we are going to go for each and every step of the HTML. So let's just say we have here a first name, let's say Norbert, a last name, Meinhardt, some kind of password, and a email address which is required in order to add the user. So if you try to add the user right now, it doesn't work. So Norbert, and let's say @mail.com. Okay, so if we hit enter, you'll see down here, first of all, we get an alert, user successfully added, hit OK, and the user is added to our UI and also to local storage. Okay, and there's the information that we added. First name, Norbert, Menhard, last name, some password, and the user ID. I will tell you what this is later on. Okay, so let's say we refresh the page. The user stays there. Okay, so we click on refresh, the user is still there. And also if we add another user, let's say Laura, Menhard, some password, a email, laura@mail.com. Add her. Laura is now also added to our UI and our local storage. Now let's say we want to search for Laura. We also have this search bar right here, and we can type in here, let's say Laura, and only Laura will appear. Now let's say we want to delete Laura, and if we click on delete, then a alert will prompt with, would you like to really delete this user? If we click OK, then Laura is now deleted from the UI, and also, wait a second, let's refresh this. So let's click on delete again, hit delete, and Laura is also deleted from local storage. Okay, so this is basically the application that we're going to create, and let's also go over the steps that we're going to take so you have an idea how this is going to work. So first we're going to set up our project. As I told you, I'm going to give you all of the starter files. Then we're going to go over the HTML, which form does what. Then we're going to go through over some basic UI design. In the next video, we're going to link up our DOM. So we're going to link up our application to our DOM. We're going to get our constants, so our variables. We're going to create a few event listeners. Then in the third one, we're going to add a user to the UI. We're going to create the code for adding the user to the UI. Then in the fourth one, we're going to delete the user from the UI. Then we're going to store users in local storage. Then clear our inputs. Then display our users from local storage. So each time we refresh our page, the users will be pulled out from local storage and displayed to our UI. And in the last one, we're going to delete or remove users from local storage and the UI completely. And the last little part will be that filter part that I showed you, so where we can look for users. Okay guys, so hope you're excited. This is the project, so let's get into it. So see you soon, bye bye. Okay guys, it's time to get started with our project. So this is just a quick overview of what we're going to do in this video. We're going to review our UI. That means we're going to go over our HTML. And I'm going to explain everything because we're not going to type everything out. It just takes too much time, and this course is based on creating JavaScript, not HTML files. We are going to link up our materialize CSS, and we're also going to go a bit over materialize and what it does. We are going to link up our material icons. We're going to use material icons for this, or Google icons, and we're not going to use font awesome. There's another possibility for us to use icons, but in this case, we're going to use materialize icons. Then we're just going to do it's just a tinge of a styling for our UI, and after that, we're going to create our app file and link it up, and then that's it for this video. Okay, so let's get into it. First of all, I want to so let's just go into our projects and create a new folder. I already created it. It's called user storage application. Let me make this larger. Okay, so there's our folder. You can right click it and actually download all of your starter files within your new folder. I only have this HTML file and it's not even completed. You will see it's a bit different than yours. Yours is already completed. And down in your folder, you should include your index, HTML, your style.css, and your app.js. I'm going to type them all out. I'm going to create them all. But as I said, you already have them, but I need to explain them just to be sure there are no confusions. Okay, so as you can see, we have a folder open. So if you don't have it already open, right click, open Visual Studio Code, or open a new window for Visual Studio Code and drag and drop into it. Okay, next up, let's create our style. Actually, no, let's finish this part. We have this is our finished application, and now open up a new tab and go to materializecss.com, and you should land somewhere here. Okay, so a modern responsive font and framework based on material design. Okay, click on get started, and down here you will see you have a few links. Now this link right here is for the styling, so you need to copy this link. So Ctrl C or click on copy, go into your project, and here is the link is. So you already have it in it, but I'm just going to copy it in. So this is going to link up. Also open our project. So new project, and let me show you this. Let me link it up here. So without this link right here, we comment it out, it will look like this. Okay, as soon as we link up materialize into it, it will take all of the styling. It also has fonts within it and buttons already created. And well, you can see down here, account circle up here. These are from the icons, and you can see the icons because we need to include them. Now, if you go a bit further down, you will see this link for import Google icons in your fonts. So let's just copy this link and copy it in here. And as soon as we hit save and go back to our application, now we have our icons. Now, very quickly about these icons, let me go up here. We open up a tab. I believe it was on the CSS. And if not, just search for icons. Using of icons. Yeah, you can also find the link within here. Well, a short explanation about icons. There are not like font awesome icons, so you need to type in the class name material icons. Let me give you an example in our HTML. Our very first icon. Okay, class material icons, medium is for the size, and then for the title. So within the icon tags, you will type in the type of the icons. In this case, account circle, and this will give you this icon right here. If I would take out this name and hit save again, you can see the icon is gone. Let me Ctrl Z and put it back in again. So it works a bit different as Font Awesome. You just type in the name of the icon and then it appears. Where you can get this kind of icons, you need to go to search for icon. Exactly, search for Google icons. So I go to material.io, and this will land you on this icon page. This is actually from Google, so you can find here, let's say, phone. Let's see. Yep, we just type in here phone, caps lock on, and you will get your material phones. For example, whatever. Let me just choose this one, setting cell. Okay, if I want to have this icon, then go down here, select icon, click on it, and you just need to take this name. But as you can see, they have it here in a span tag. I'm using icon tag, so actually these are italic tags, but we don't use italic anymore, so we're using them for icon tags. So let's go in here. As you can see, setting cell. If I copy this and we go back to our application, and instead of account circle, I'll copy this in, you can see the icon changing. Okay, so you just need the name. You need a class for it. So the material icon class, you need to link it up. It needs to be linked up. And then you just type in the name and the icon will appear. Okay, so if you want to change any kind of icons within here, you can, for example, change this to, this will be the delete button. You can change it to a trash can. Okay, so that's it for this part. Let's just go back to materialize. Hit back a few times. There we go. Yeah, materialize uses classes. So, for example, you already have component badges, buttons. This is an example for a button. You just copy in this button. You can also try them in here. See, it has this wave effect. Okay, so I click on it. You can see this wave happening. This, for example, the plus button that I'm using right here. There it is. And yeah, you can play around with it if you want, but we will now focus on our application. So let me really quickly go over our HTML. Let me just make this larger. up here we have our title. Hey, I forgot to include JavaScript. Wait a second. So Materialize also needs JavaScript for a few things. For example, this right here. See, it's color changing, but in our previous application, this is our let me make this larger. This is our finished application. If I click in here, you can see the text jumps up, and this is done using JavaScript. Okay, so if you want to have this, then you also need to go back to to Materialize and get started. And down here, you also saw this JavaScript. Okay, so we need to copy this, just link for the JavaScript, then go into our application, HTML, and include it down here, right before the body tag. Now down here, we will also include our next thing. And if I'm already here, so let me just type in script, or let me actually create, first of all, app.js, and let's include it, script. What is wrong with me today? Script, source, and app.js. Okay, so also JavaScript is included, and if we want to quickly check it out, let's go open up the console and go into our application. I just type in console log. Hello. Okay, let's hit see what I do. There we go. Hello. Okay, so our application is linked up. Okay, now close this and let's continue on. So let me go over this really quickly. Let's go first of all into a finished application. No, let's stay in here. And let me close up the console. I'm gonna make this a bit smaller and this one larger. So as you can see, we have here two separate containers. One being, let's go up here. So everything is actually contained in the section container, which spans right before our script. And then we have two separate containers. One is this add user. This is where we add our users. So here. And actually this should be add user. Add new user. Okay, and the second one, so this ends. We click on the first div, ends right here, and from here starts it. Hey, we have too many divs. So this one should finish. Ooh, no. This one finishes up here. Add user, ID of add user, class row. Now these classes are actually from Materialize, and also this div class. So this just means it has 12 section and medium 6. So this tries to split everything up into 12 columns. Now if we go further down, we have our first card, which will be, let me actually inspect this. I can show you this. So we have our complete div right here. Okay, so this is our first div, this add user section. If we take a look at the entire section, then also the user list appears. It's included, but the first one, the first div, the add user, is this entire section right here. And this contains this general container of columns, then the next container, and then within this we have our card container. And within our card container we have all of our inputs, which are also contained in a div. So the first two up here are contained in a form, and then this one down here, just an input tag with the ID of password. It's really important that we have the IDs. We're going to grab onto this in using our JavaScript. Type password, the class is valid. We don't need this actually, but what we do need is, for example, this last one right here, input email type class. As you can see, I didn't put them as required, and this is because we're going to use a bit of validation using JavaScript. So we'll put in a few conditions, and if these conditions are not met, then the user will not be added, and also the form will not submit, because this is actually a form, and we will use an event listener to listen to a submit, and this will only submit and add the user in our user list if these conditions appear unmet. So the first name needs to be added, the last name needs to be added, a password needs to be added. There will be no specific requirements. We will also have a project which will create a full form validation, and this will be a really complex one, and also email, and the email will only have its only requirement to have that at, for example, Norbert at something. Okay, so this will be the only condition here. But all of these fields need to be completed in order for the form to submit and the user to be added in our UI and in our local storage. Okay, and then we have the submit button, or a button with a class. You can see the classes are formaterialized. This wave, if we click on it, it makes that real wave, and also tries to submit something. Okay, down here we also have an icon included. So within the button, there's an icon included, because you can see the button tag ends down here. And after that, we just have our user list. There's nothing too complex, but if you're wondering where are all the users or how do we add them, we will use JavaScript to create new this right here. Wait, yep, there we go. So our users will be added in this user list, and we will constantly create new list items when we're trying to add a user. Okay, so that's it for our HTML. Now let's do just a bit of styling. I also want to change a few things right here. So let's hit save and create a style.css. Almost typed SCSS. No sass for you guys. No sass. Okay, so let's do just a bit of styling, and then we're finished with this video. Boom. So first of all, I want to reset all of our margins and paddings. I'm going to use star and start resetting everything. So margin 0 and padding 0. And also box sizing border box. Okay, next up we're going to take our body tag and apply margins auto, so it will be placed in the middle of the page. And I'm going to change the background to a hash of 111, so a really dark background. Hey there, body tag. I didn't link up our CSS. Yay, newbie. So link and style.css, hit save, and now our body is dark. Okay, now let's take our H1 from here. So H1, and let's change the font family. You can change it to any font family you want. I'm just going to go with Lucian Sans. And also, in order to say something, I'm going to change the color to a hexadecimal of 3EDA. Whoa, 3EDA D8. Okay, so this is just greenish color. Okay, so let's increase also the font size to 3 rem. Actually decrease it. And now we'll display everything as flex. So now it's flexed in a row, and now I'm going to change it to flex column. So this icon will be above the user storage, above the title. So flex direction into a column. Okay. Now I can also do justify self on our item center and align items, because there are 2 items within this, to the center. Okay, now we have one above the other, and also stored in the middle of the page. Okay, next up we're going to take from our now actually the color is good. Now we can take the ID of add user, which is this part up here. So this entire section right here. And we're going to give it a max width of 100% and a margin auto. And this will push everything to the center of the page. You can't see any changes right now because I need to do something like this. And as you can see, now it's centered. Okay, next up, we're going to take our submit button. So the tag of button. And from this tag, we're going to take the type. Of submit. Button, what do you have? A P there. Let me go up here. And I want to take out the border. So borders none. And also the background color to transparent. Okay. Okay, next up, I want each time we add a user, you won't see this right now, but as soon as we add a user, I want the color. So let me just show you this right here. If I just add a blank user, actually you cannot add a blank user, let's just type something in here. So this is the finished project, but I want to show you something. And add a user. Okay, add user successfully added. You can see the colors differ. And if I add another one, then this color will be the next one. And if I add a fourth one, then this color will be for the next one. So let me just add one more here. I'm just typing in gibberish. Okay, edit, you can see this color. And if I add another one, so let's just type in something gibberish again. Some gibberish user. Okay, you can see the color different. And this is because this is the nth child even, and actually odd, and this is the nth child even of the list. So how can we achieve this? We just type in collection. You can see if we go in our HTML, down here, li. The li class has the li from our user list. So this unordered list has the class of user list, actually the ID of user list, but each list item, which includes this icons and then the entire thing is that we put in here, the information that will be outputted, it has a class of collection. Okay, so this collection right here. Now, from this collection class, and actually from the items, so once again, from this one, so for each list item, we want the nth child, first of all the odds, to have a background color of hash 36177 and a border none. Okay, but please take care that Materialize tries to overwrite your settings. So one last thing, if you don't know this, if you put something as important, this will overwrite all of the settings. So this will be the main setting. Yep. Okay, next up, I'm going to copy this and change this to even. Okay, and for the evens, we're going to go with an hexadecimal number 2A5164. 2A5164. Okay, and also borders none. I also want to take out the border from this right here, and this was the ID of user list. So let's go here and type in border none, because everything is contained within this list. And also let me add this box shadow that you can see right here. It's really not that strong, but it gives a bit of a pop effect. So let's go with box shadow, and we go with 0, 0, 15 pixels, 5 pixels, and a RGB A of 0, 0, 0, so this is totally black, and opacity of 0.2. So let's hit save, and there's our box shadow. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for the styling. And in the next video, well, we're going to go into JavaScript and finally code something. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay guys, so now that we are done with setting up our project and making a few basic styling to our UI, it's time to link up our DOM. So let's go just really quickly over what we're going to do in this video. We're going to grab onto our global variables, and then we're going to create a general function which will listen to all of the events, so a general load event listener. Okay, so let's get started. We don't need the style anymore, and let's just open up our app and let's delete this console log. And let's start by typing in here a comment of global variables. Now, we need a couple of things. We need the entire form. We need each input that we have here. So first name, last name, password, email. We need the button. We also will later on need the search bar. We also need the delete button. And we also need this list right here. So let's start by grabbing onto the form. So const, and we're going to name it form. Let's go on and grab on document dot. I'm going to handle between get element by ID. And let's go in here. And let's open up our HTML. Let's just take a look in here. Down here where we have our user input, we have this idea of user input. So this is actually the ID for our form. So let's grab onto this, copy it in here, and close it up. And this is going to be our first variable. Then we need all of our inputs here. So let's go create another const. We'll name this first name. Let's grab onto it, document. This time I'm going to use query selector. And we're going to grab on to the first name ID. So this input right here with the ID of first name. And because we're using query selector now, don't forget we need to use the ID selector, so the hash. Okay, let's go down here, grab onto the last name, so const last name, and go into a document, query selector, and we're going to select the ID of last name. So let's go in here, first name, and then comes our last name input. Okay, next up we need the password. So const password, document dot query selector, and let's grab onto the ID of password. Hit save, go down here, and the last thing we need our email. So const, and actually let me put in here a comment of inputs. Okay, and this would be email. And now document, query selector, and grab onto the email ID. And there we go. So we have all of our inputs here. Now let's grab on now to the delete button. So let's go in here. We don't need to grab on. If you're asking yourself, why don't I grab onto this button right here? I don't need this because this is why I grabbed onto this form. This form, we're going to add an event listener to this entire form. It will listen for the submit. So as soon as I click on this, I don't need the button. I just need to listen for the form, and it's submitting something. Then all of the inputs will be sent somewhere. Okay, so I don't need this right now. So next I'm going to grab onto the delete button. So let's create another const, and this will be delete user button. And btn. I need this capital btn. There we go. So let's go document. And I'm gonna use get element by ID again. You know what? Forget get element by ID. Just use query selector. I'm fed up with get element by ID. So get element by ID, and we'll grab onto the delete. Let me show you what it is. Delete button, delete button. So where we're deleting our user. So this should be delete user. Damn it, I can't find the button. So delete user. Where are you? Ah, there you are. But now I need the button. So delete user. Actually, I don't need the button, I need the delete user because I'm listening to this entire delete user. Yeah. Okay, so there we go. Now next up we're going to grab onto the user list down here. So create a, and put in actually a comment, user output list. Okay, so let's create another const with user list. Document, query selector, and let's grab on to the user list ID, which is going to go up here. So this is it right here, this UL of user list. Okay, and the last thing, I want to grab onto the search input right here. So const, we call this search user. Search user. Document, query selector, and did this have an ID? I believe it has an ID. And this should be up here. Autocomplete input. Oh no, it's actually a, there we go, search user. Okay, so I believe we have everything that we need. Now we're going to create a function which will listen to all of the events. So load event listeners. Listeners. So let's open and close the function, and I'm just going to comment out all of the sections that we're going to need. So the first thing that is going to listen for, but it's not the first thing that we're going to code. The first thing that's going to listen for when everything is ready is to, load, load users from local storage. This event listener will listen for a load event, and as soon as the page loads, it's going to pull out all of the information from local storage and display it in our UI. Then we want to have an event handler for adding a user. So add user. Actually, let me type in here event. Then we will have another one for deleting a user. So delete user event. And then we will have one for deleting all of the users. So this will delete only one user. So this will be this button right here. But if I want to delete all of the users, which is this button right here, this is going to be a different event. So delete all users. And this is not only, this delete and this add is not only for adding it in a UI, but it's also to add it in local storage. And the last thing will be then filter users. Okay, so this is the thing. These are the things that we're going to tackle in our next videos, and I think that's basically it for this one. So, oh yeah, one last thing, we need to initiate this function. Just initiate it up here, load event listener, and we don't need this 5. I'm just going to initiate it up here. So as soon as the page loads, this load event listener will be initiated. It will check local storage, something is there, and it will display it in our UI. If not, then we can add a user, we can delete a user, we can delete all users, and filter through our users. Okay guys, so fun times ahead. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay guys, so it's time to add a user to our UI. So we just finished setting up our project, going a bit through our UI, linking up our DOM, and now it's time to add a user to our UI. So let's see how we will do that. So let's go to the first slide. Now we need to create a function which will actually add the user to the UI. We also want to prevent the form to having the default behavior of submitting. So we don't want to have the form submitting to something, as long as the conditions, which is our next point, the required conditions for our user. Oops, I just got to the next slide. For our user are not met. So the username, the first name, the last name, the password, and the email address must be included in order for the user to be added to the UI. And then create the DOM elements where the user will be added. So as soon as we add a user, a few elements need to be created which will be displayed in the UI. Okay, so hey, let's get started with this. So we left off with creating all load event functions, and as I said, the first event that we are going to create here is adding our user. Now let's see how we do that. So we will grab onto our form here that we created. Let's say form, and we want to add the event listener, and we will listen for as I said, a submit. So this is why I didn't grab onto this add user button, because you're actually grabbing onto the form and listening if we are submitting something. So if the user is submitting something, and if this submit happens, then we want a function which we call add user to be active. Okay, so let's create our add user function. Let's go down here. Let's also create a comment, add user to the UI. Actually, just add user, because this particular function will also add the user to local storage. So let's create a function with adding our users to the UI first of all. So function, and we'll call it add user, and this will take on actually a event. I'm just going to name it E. And first of all, the event will prevent the default behavior. So prevent default, and this will be a function of our form. So if I click on submit, actually let me take this out. If I click on submit, you can see it's refreshing, trying to submit something. But if I leave this in, it's no longer submitting. You see, it's not refreshing here. Okay, so this is what this prevent default, not the entire function. So if I comment out the prevent default, it's trying, you can see this flickering up here, it's trying to submit somewhere. If I would give it a path, then it would submit the information to that path. Okay, so this is really important to prevent the default of a form. Now let's take care of the conditions. So we don't want this to work unless a few conditions are met. So let me put in here a comment, prevent default behavior of the form. Now, next up, we want to condition, or actually ask for, condition the user. So condition user storage. So let's type in here, if the first name variable that we created dot value, not value, just value, because we want to grab onto the value that we input in here, is equal to an empty string. So if it's completely empty, or actually, and the last name dot value is also equal, and don't forget to use the triple equal signs. We want to be equal to its value and its type. Then we will use an alert, and let's just say insert first name and last name. Okay, so let's try this. If we try to submit this, we get an alert, and let me type this in with a capital insert. Let's try this again. So insert first name and last name. So let's type in here something. Actually, we try typing in something. So Laura and Meinhardt. And when I try to submit this, then it works. But if I leave one of them out, then it prompts me with this alert to insert first name and last name. So both of them need to be inserted. Okay, so if this is correct, then we also want to check for something else. So else if the password dot value is also empty. We don't want to leave the password empty. Why did I put this into an array? Okay. Then we'll also use a alert of insert password. Okay, so if we type in here Laura and Meinhardt, and we try to submit it, so I'm just going to hit enter. Then the property of value of at pam pam pam. Forgot to close something here. So password dot value is empty string alert. This right here. Okay. This too cannot read property value of at not at HTML or 39. Password. Oh, this is why. There we go. So let's type in here something, and insert password. Okay. Let me actually put in here an exclamation mark. So these two need to be completed in order for this to go for on. So if I type in here something and click on add user, you can see it goes. We don't have any errors or no alerts. Okay, now for the email, we'll do the same thing. I'm just going to copy this. So else if, another else if the email is also empty, want to alert it to insert email. Okay, so let's try this. This is completed, the password is completed, we'll try to submit it. It doesn't work, so now we insert an email, but take care of this. So we also need to add this add, and typing something.com, and try to add it. Now it's working. You can see all 3 or 4 of them are green. They have this green underline. This is just something from Materialize. which indicates that all 4 are correct. Now, okay, so these 4 are correct. Now we need to use our else. Since all of these 4 conditions are met, then we want to submit it. So let's see what we will submit. So first of all, I'm going to alert and the user successfully added. Okay, so let's try this out. Bam, 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 add bam, 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 and we got our user successfully added. And now we need to grab onto so within here. So please try to stay within this else. Don't go outside of it, because the conditions without being met, it will add a user. But we want all of these conditions to be met, and only then a user to be added. Okay, so now what we need to do is create, let me just click on inspect, create this one right here. So we want to create an li, a list item. We want to create this entire thing right here. And in this list items, let me actually make this smaller. We take a look in this list item with the class of collection item, and it has an avatar. We have this icon tag, this medium icon, this one right here. Then we have another user list where all the user information is included, so user ID, full name, and email address. So this full name we need to actually compose from the first name and the last name. The email address, we have it in here. The password will not be displayed because we don't want anyone to know our password, but it will be included in our application, so in our local storage. Okay, and after that we need to this delete button, which is anchored in an anchor tag. Let me take a look at this anchor tag. It also has an icon. And yeah, so this right here, we need to create all of these elements. So first we're going to create this li. Okay, so let's go in here and say that const, I want to create an li, which will assign it to the document, and then dot create element. And we want to create a li, so list item element. I can actually make this now smaller again. Just want you to have, I think this is better. In order for you to see this is very important, because now after we create the list item, so let me type in here comment, create list item element. After we create a list item element, let me another comment, add a class to the item, not t, to the li item. There's a list item and item to the li. Now how do we do that? We take our list item that we created, then dot class name, and we just tell it that it should have this class name right here. It's already recognizing it, so collection item. Okay, because all of the list items that are included in here have the class name of collection item. Now we also want to be able to grab onto this. So let me also give it a ID, so li.set attribute, and we want to set a ID attribute, and the ID name will be new user. Okay, now let's see if this is created. Let's now console log. So after all of these actions are met, an item will be created. This item will have a class, and it also will have an ID. So let's see if this works. Let's console log this li right here. Okay, let's open up a console and let's see if we type in here something and here something and here the password and click on add user successfully added, and there it is. We know that it exists. It is not displayed right now, but there it is. Li class collection item, has ID of news user, and that's how we know that this is the item. Okay, let's clear this. And now we want to create the entire content. So let me just select this again. Make this larger. I really hope you guys can see all of this. So now we need to create everything that is in this item, this list item with the class of collection item. Good. So let's type in here another comment of create text content. And we'll also append it to the new item by creating the text node. Okay, so let's go down here and say const. First of all, we want to create this user icon here. So let's create another const with user icon. And we'll do exactly as we did up here. We'll create document, create new element, and we want to create a icon, not an icon. Yeah, it's actually an icon text. So this one right here, let's select it, take a look at it. It's an icon element which will have a class of this entire class right here, medium material icon circle green. Okay, so we need to do all of this. So let's grab onto our user icon and say exactly as we did up here. Until, oh man. So dot class name, and it's going to have this medium. Oh geez. So medium, I can actually copy this. Medium material icons dash icon circle green. Now in order to add, let me just show you this. So as I said, in order to have the icon, to have this user icon, we need this account circle. So how do we add to this class, to this I element, a text right here? But it's pretty easy. We will use user icon, and we'll add a inner HTML. Okay, and within here we're just going to type in account. Actually, let me copy this, account circle. And theoretically, let me console log now the user icon. Actually, I can console log the li, because within the li we should see everything. I'm going to also leave this li in. Okay, so let's open up our console and try to add a user, password, email, something, something, add user, and user added successfully. And let's take a look. So li is created. Oh, yeah, we need to also append it. So li dot append child, and we want to append our user icon. There we go. So let's try this again. Let's add something, password, email, add something, something, add user, user successfully added, and now we have our icon within this li. Okay, icon, medium, circle, green, and the inner HTML is account circle. Okay, great. Now next up we're going to use we're going to create the ID, this ID, user ID. Then we create the full name, email, and then this delete button. So let's get into it. Let's type in here comment user ID. Let's create a const again. We're going to call it user ID document, create element. We're going to create another list item. And let me actually make this smaller so we're being 100% that you see everything. So we just created another list item. We're going to add a class. Add class. Actually up here, let me also comment this. So add class to I element. Then down here, add text to I element, and down here append I element to li element. Okay, so here add class. I just want you to have all of this in order to not get confused. Element. Okay, so I want you to have all of this and also comment this out. It will be much easier when you go over the project again and say, oh, okay, so I created the element here, then I added the class to the element, then I added some text to the element, and then I took the element and appended to the li, because everything that we do, we want to append it to this main li with the class of collection item. Good. Let me take the console log and put it down here, so I just cut it out. So next up, we're going to add a class to this. So user ID and say dot class list name, and we're going to create this name of user dash ID, and now we're going to add a text to it. So add text to li or user ID, li user ID. So user ID dot inner HTML is equal to user ID. Okay, and now we need to append. So I'm going to take this, append our user ID to the user information. I think I just forgot to create something. Now, let me just go back a bit. Let me take on this element and show you something. As I said, all of our information, so all of this is actually situated in this UL. Let me actually make this smaller. That's much better. So all of the information that is in the user is actually situated in this UL with user ID, user information. So we first need to create this. I actually stepped over a step. User info. This is really important because we need to create this UL first of all. So we create the const with user info document dot create element, and we're going to create now another unordered list. So another UL. Then we're going to add class to UL. So UL user information dot class name, and I'm going to give this a name of user info. And then we're just going to append it to main li. Okay, so li dot append child, and we want to append the user information. There we go. Now everything that we create here, so the user ID, we want to append to the user information. So user information dot append child, and we're going to append the user ID. Okay, so let's see if we are doing something right until now. It makes this smaller, this larger again. Go to the console and let's at the user, and theoretically we would now get the li with the ul and the element. And add something, edit, li, here's the icon tag, and here's the ul, excellent. And within it we have our user ID. So the first list item is created, now we need to create the full name and the email. So let's get to it. Let me make this small again, and also this one. And you know what? Actually, I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to make this large. You can all see this, and I'm going to vary it between our code. Also make this larger. So vary it between our code and the page. So let's go down here. Next up, we'll create add full name. So let's create a let full name, and we're going to use backticks because I want to grab onto the variable our first name dot value, because we want to grab onto the value of it, and the variable of last name dot value. So this is pretty straight on. This is how we're going to get our full name. And now we just need to grab onto the user information dot append child document dot create text node, and within here we're going to insert in template literals again our full name. Okay, so let's go back here and try it out. This time I'm going to retype in something Norbert and Menhart, password, some email address, hit enter, enter again, and let's take a look in our li, and theoretically there it is. Norbert Menhart is created. Excellent. Okay, next up we're going to add our email address, and this is actually pretty easy. We're just going to open up our code, and wait just a second. Add email to user info, and this is actually also to user info, full name to user info. Okay, let's go down here and say li dot append child document dot create text node, and we're going to add using template literals our email variable and value of it. So let's see, Norbert Menhart, password, see now Norbert at mail.com, and if we hit enter, oh, there we just added 2 times, and yay, there we go. Wow, we didn't append it to, actually we also don't need to append it, because as soon we, no, let's do it, let's do it. Actually, when we're going to grab onto it from the local storage, we are going to grab onto it into a completely different package, because we almost need to repeat this code. But I don't like how this looks, so yeah. We actually need to append it to the user info. Why did I type in li? So now let's try this. So Norbert Menhart, password, down here the email at mail.com. Let's add it, and now let's check it out. It should now be in here. Okay, perfect. I could also do this. User ID, user mail. I should do something else here. I should add this to an li. So I should create a const user full name then go in here and document dot create element I'm going to create an li again. Give it a class. So user then we need to give it a class. I could just now type in down here full name. So user full name dot append child. I'm going to append the full name now, and after we have this, we're now going to take full name and put it in here. So let's check this out. So Norbert, Meinhardt, password, and a email.com, edit. Oh, and we have an error text node. Yep, I know why. So I should have done something else. I should have appended this right here, then append, yeah, exactly. So the full name, I'm gonna leave it as it is, but I'm going to replace it in here. This full name we're gonna append here, and after we're done with this, we're gonna append the user full name variable to the user info. Okay, so Norbert, Meinhardt, password, email, Norbert at mail.com. Hit enter. Now let's take a look at this, and there we go. There we have our next li. Okay, next up we're going to also do the same thing for the email. So let's go back into our code editor, and down here in the email, I'm just going to copy this and user email. We need to use a capital M. User email, create something. We already have this, so we don't need this anymore. But to the user email, we're going to now append the user mail dot value, and then we need the user email to be appended in the user information. Okay, so let's hit save, and let's type here Norbert, Meinhardt, password, and Norbert at mail.com. Edit, and let's take a look at our li now. And now it should be in here within a list item. Okay, so let's move on and create this delete button. Now let's go back into our code editor, and let's say first of all, type in here comment of delete icon. So we want to first of all create the icon. So let's type in like comment, create icon, and for this we're going to create a new link. element. So let's create a const, call it link. Going to go in here and say document. Let me go up here. Dot create element, and this time we're going to create a anchor tag. So anchor tag. Now we're going to add the class, because if you take a look in here, select element. So if you take a look at this element, you see it has a class of material icon. And also this anchor tag, which in the icon is wrapped in, has a class of secondary content, button floating, button small, waves. And this is just a long button class for this icon, but we need to create it. Okay, so in order to have exactly this one. This is perfect exercise for you to really go into this creating and modifying and changing elements. So let's go back into our code editor, and let's say that link, so this link that we just created in here, wanted to add a class name. And for the class name, I'm going to go back into our example in here and copy this entire class name. So between quotations, I'm going to copy the class name. Now I want to add the icon into this element, into this anchor tag. So for this, we're going to use link.innerHTML, and within the inner HTML, going to now use actually let me go in here and copy it in. So if you take this, you could actually copy, I can just copy in everything. Want to copy, you copy element. There we go. So right click, copy, and I already copied it, but this was here, copy element. Okay, so let's go into our code editor again and paste it in. And don't forget to don't leave any spaces. So let's hit save. Now append this newly created link. So append the link item to the li. Okay, so li, so this is still the main li that we created up here. Li, append child, and we're going to append the link item that we created. Okay, so let's try this out. Norbert, actually let me open the console here. Norbert, Manhart, some password, norbert@mail.com, edit, and let's take a look in our link item, and yep, actually, and there it is. After our UL, which is this one, now we have this icon. Okay, perfect. So let's go back in our code editor, and well, actually I did append the child to this. So all we need to do is to append this li to user list. So user list dot append child li. Okay, so now let's see what will happen. Norbert Manhart, password Norbert@mail.com. Now let's go down here, hit enter, and yay, there we go. We have our first user edit. Now aesthetically something doesn't look right, and this is because I made a mistake somewhere. So let me just check this. List item, new user. This is strange. So let's go in here. So we have this user and this user. Oh, we're missing here this avatar. So let me copy this avatar and go back into our code, and where we created the li, circle gray, li append child, li collection item, and avatar. So let's hit save, and let's try this again. I'm just going to insert here a user something something, add user. Yep, that was the problem. So I forgot to add this avatar class, and this is really important because of how Material CSS works. So there we go. There we have our first user, and obviously after we hit refresh, the user will be gone. So if we hit refresh, no more users. It's not stored anywhere. But don't worry, we're going to solve this. Okay guys, so that's it for this video. Hope you enjoyed it. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, so we are finished with adding users to our UI. Now we need to delete our users. So let's jump into it. Delete users. There we go. So how do we do it? So what do we have to do? We need to delete one user from the UI, and we also need to be able to delete all of the users from the UI. And as you can see, we have here two buttons which will delete one user, so this one right here, or delete all of the users. Okay, so let's go back into our code and let's go outside this function, and actually let me go up to our event listeners. We got to listen for two events, and the first event will delete one user. So this event right here at the top. So let's grab on to user list, because we need to listen to the user list now. And so user list dot add event listener, and we're going to listen for a click. As you can remember, we learned about event propagation, so we're actually going to use not listen for the click on the anchor tag, but on the entire list. So delete, and when this happens, this click happens, we want the function of delete user to be activated. Okay, so this will be the first event, and then the second event will be when we click on this delete all users buttons. And for this, we're going to actually take on the button. So this delete user button that we created here, and event listener, and we're also going to listen for a click. And when this click happens, we want the delete all users function to be activated. Okay, so let's first of all create the function for delete users. So let's go after we add users, we want to delete user. So let's create this function, dumping function, delete user, and this will have an event. And let's first of all console log this event. So console log the event. Let's go here, go to our console, and delete user is not defined. Oh yeah, let me first of all comment out up here in our events. Oh, we could define it. Why don't we define it? Let's type here another comment, delete all users. There we go. Function delete all users. And let's leave it open. Okay, so let's go back into our application and let's click on this delete user. Now let's see what happens. Mouse event, and yeah, it's telling us that this was, as you can see, if I click on it, target is active and it logs this. Okay, so as soon as I click it, it's being logged. Now let's go back and let's say that we want to console log the event.target. And now let's see what happens. So if I click on this, the exact item is now console logged. So if I click somewhere, no matter where, you can see now I'm console logging the email, the full name, the ID, this one, but we want this one. Okay. So let's go back into our code. Let's go down here, or no, let me actually show you. So event.target dot parent element, and let's see what this gives us, because we want to go down here to our delete button right here. So if I click on exactly the button, then the anchor tag is logged, and we want to have this icon. So we need to go one step deeper, or actually not one step deeper, but we want from this parent element to log this class of material icon. Actually log this class of delete user, because this is why we have this anchored at this delete user. So we're going to tell it that the parent element, if it has the class list, and now we can use contains, and within here now we can type in delete user. And I don't want to have this in a console log anymore. Actually, let me just delete it completely. Now I want to have it in an if statement. So if e.target parent element class list contains, not contains, we don't need contains, class list, and now contains the class of delete user. Still type contains wrong. So contains the delete user. Then let me just console log the e.target. Okay, so let's go back into our application. Let's click on this. If it contains the class of material, not the class. So if it contains the delete user, then it's going to contain to console log the target. So let's see if I click anywhere else, you can see it's no longer console logging the target. It only console logs the target which has that class of delete user. Okay, and now we can access exactly this item, this icon. So we know that this is working. We can now comment it out. So if it contains the delete user class, then the event.target parent element, and now we want to go one step above. So we want to delete this entire, let me actually add something. No, because when I refresh it's going to disappear. But the idea is that when we target this, then its parent, which should be this entire element, will be deleted. So let me first of all console log. Okay, let's use the console log so it's much easier for you to understand. So e.target parent element. Let's see what this gives us. So I click on it, and the parent element is now the icon, the anchor tag. So if I want to go one level up, let me select this, take a look. The anchor tag is in here, so the icons tag parent is the anchor tag, and the anchor tag's parent is this li. And this is what we want to delete, this entire li right here. So this means I need to go one level up. So once again, parent element. So did I hit save? Let's hit save. And now if I click on it and go into the console, it should now log the li. Let's see, click, and yep, now it's logging the li. Okay, now this is great. And now let's copy this, replace it here, comment this one out. And now all we need to do is type in .remove. And now let's see what happens. If I click on this, this entire thing should be deleted. So let's see, click, pop, it's gone. Okay, if I refresh, it's going to come back because it's hard-coded in here. But now if I add a new user, so let's say, let's add me Norbert, Meinhardt, some passwords, some email, Norbert @mail.com. Add me, and now I'm added, and I'm also console log. And now I want to delete myself, click on this, and I'm gone. I'm deleted. Okay, so actually I want to have a bit of a confirmation here, so in order not for this not to happen. So let's go back into our code and let's wrap this into if statement, and let's say confirm. Okay, this is actually a function. And this confirmation will say delete user question, and if it's confirmed, then this event should happen. Okay, so now let's try this again. I'm just going to add, no, actually I can delete this. So click on this and now confirm delete user. If I click on cancel, nothing happens, but if I click on OK, then the user is deleted. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this delete user, but now we want to be able to delete all of our users. So let's just say we have a bunch of users in here. This is one user, and then we have another user, and then we have another user, which are the same users. And we don't want to do this by deleting each user. We want to just be able to click on delete users, and poof, all of the users should be deleted. Okay, so how do we do this? Let's go back into the code. This is actually pretty easy. There's not a lot of code. We just need to loop over them. So delete all users. I'm going to go in here. And let's say, actually going to copy this part right here. I also want to have a confirmation. So delete all users. And now, I don't want to use this. Now we'll say that while users list first child, users list dot remove child, and we'll remove users list dot first child. So we're going to loop over it, and we're going to remove our users. So let's see, does this work? Let's just add a bunch of users here. So just going to hit enter, 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 enter. And now we have a lot of users, and if I click on delete all users, yes, and all of the users are deleted. Boom, that's it. Okay, so this is pretty much it for this video. Yeah, we're going to see you in the next one. So, see you soon. Bye-bye. Okay, so we're now able to add users, delete users, but this project is about storing users. So let's get into storing users. So this would be step 5. Store users in local storage. So let's go a bit over it, what we're going to actually do. We will first of all check local storage. We create a function which will check local storage if there's something in it. If there is something in it, then it will be retrieved. And you know, we need to parse it and so far and so on. But if there's nothing in it, then we will want to push an item into local storage. So we will send something in there. And we want to push an item into local storage. And the way we do that, we need to use JSON and stringify it, because we only can send string information into local storage. And all of this is by getting the information from our users, and we need to get their values. And this will be the last function that we're going to use. And this function will actually, and that is the function that will actually trigger our local storage function and search for users in local storage. Okay, so that's enough explanations. Let's actually see how this works. So let's go into our code again. So we left off with deleting users. Now let's add or store users. Store user info into local storage. Okay, so let's create a function and we'll call it store users info, store users in local storage. Okay, and this function will take in a variable, will take in a user. So let's see, let's initiate this user, actually not this one, but let's initiate a variable called user s, because this is the key that is going to be created. When we send something into local storage, we need to send key value pairs, and this will be the key. The users will be the key, and the values will be each user that we are going to insert in this users, or in this users list. Now, as I said, we first need to check local storage if there's something in there. So let's create an if statement, and we'll say local storage dot get item. This is the way we get items, as you can remember. And we're going to search for these users we just created up here. And if there's nothing in it, so if this equal to null, if the type and value of it is equal to null, then we'll create a empty string of users. So this is what is going to be retrieved. And this should be actually closed here, and we don't need this here. Now, else, if there's nothing in there, because local storage can only store strings, as we know, we will send our users by using users. There we go. By using JSON dot. Actually, we will extract them using JSON.parse. We need to extract parse data from local storage, which will get the item from users. Okay, so this is pretty simple. Now we also want to be able, by using this function, to send data into local storage. So we would use our users dot push, and we will push a user into this array. And then we'll say local storage dot set item, and we will set to the key of users a value which will be stringify. So we'll use JSON.stringify of users. Okay, so that's pretty much it. But we now need to go back into this add user function, because this is actually where we add our users. And we need a method where we can send information. This information should be bundled in something. So we created the function of store user info, users information into local storage. So when this function is called, we want this function to take in values. So let's go over this function and let's create a const which we'll call store user info. And now we'll create an array of objects. And within here we'll look for the first name, which will have the variable first name dot value. Then we'll create another one, last name, which will take in the last name dot value, and it's gonna guess the password, which will be for password dot value, and email. Email, which will have the email dot value. So as soon as we have this information will be passed into our function to store users into local storage. And as soon as this information is passed in here, then local storage will push to users a new user, which will be sent using JSON, so it will be stringified. And well, let's try it. So let's go to our application and open up applications, and let's see if there's something in local storage. So there's nothing in local storage, so let's add something. Okay, so let's say Norbert Menhart, some kind of password, Norbert at mail.com, and let's hit add user. User successfully added. Let's see. Hey, we have an error. Cannot read possibility of push of null local storage. So let's see what I did wrong here. Okay, so users, this is correct, this is correct. Let's see, did I do something wrong in our function? So let users, this is correct, this is correct, this is correct. So if it's empty, then an array should be created, else users return parse get item users, then push a user into local storage by setting the item users json.stringify, and yeah, this should work actually. This is strange. Push off no local storage, so nothing is pushed in here. Cannot read property of add user HTML form element add user. Let's go to 164. Let me do it this way. Okay, so our first error is set here, which takes up to here. 135, 43 storage users. This is correct. First name value, email value. Okay, first of all, put in here comments so I don't forget this. So store user info. Let me just try this again. So something password, email, add. I'm still getting this error. Cannot read property push of no add store user location. Okay, I think I found where I made the boo-boo. So this should be here. Yeah, now it should work. So this get item, I actually told it that there's a key that is equal to null. That was bullshit. So type in something here, and then here password, email, password, add user. And now if we take a look and make this larger, Now if we take a look in local storage, so application, local storage, hey, there's our user. Actually, 2 users inserted. So let me delete all of this and also from here, and let's insert here actually users. So Norbert, Menhart, some kind of password. Actually, let me type in here password. And for the email, Norbert at mail.com. Hit enter, successfully added. Now let's click on this, and as you can see, there it is. There's our user, the email address, Norbert, and we can also see the password. I typed in password. Okay. So in the next video, we're going to take a look at how we can clear this inputs. As you can see, if I leave this in here and click add user again, it adds me exactly the same user, and I want, after I'm finished with the users, to boom, 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 all of this should disappear. So see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Okay, so now that we stored our users, it's time to clear up our input fields. So let's see how we can achieve this, and we're just going to go over it really quickly. It's not so hard. Clear the UI input fields. So we're going to do this in 2 different ways. I'm going to do it the barbaric way, clear each input, or the simple way, also if we have a lot of inputs, by looping over them. Okay, so let's get into it. First of all, we're going to go up here. Am I missing a functionality? Restoring, we're adding. Now it's actually easy, because after we add our users, it's still within this add user function. At the very end, after we stored our information, we got our information, we want to clear, let me a comment, clear the input fields. So how can we do that? Well, there's one way. We take the, for example, the first name dot value, and we just assign it to an empty string. Okay, so let's take a look at this. If we type in here something, Norbert, then Menhart, and a password, and an email, and add the user, only the first name has been cleared. Everything else stays the same. So if I would add another user, the alert of first name and last name will be prompted, because this is not empty. So if I add here Laura, then we have a second user. As you can see, in local storage, we are still having stored all of our users, but the UI isn't displaying them. I will handle this part in the next video, but for now, we're trying to clear this field. So as you can see, the first field is again cleared. So as I said, this is the first way that we can do that, the barbaric way, by, actually let me place this last name, password, and email. Okay, now if I hit save and go back into our application again and type in here Arabella, Menhart, some password, a email, at mail.com, hit enter. All of the fields are now cleared, and Arabella is added to our UI. Now another way that we can achieve this is by creating a map, actually creating an object and looping over them by using a for in loop. So let's say const clear inputs, and we're going to just take all of this. So assign input imp1, which will be first name. Then I'm just going to copy this. imp2 will be last name. imp3, the third input, will be password, and imp4 will be email. Okay, so instead of typing on dot value and equals to a empty string, we will now use a for in loop. So for, we need a variable let imp, so the inputs in our object up here in clear fields. And now we need to use our object, so clear field, not clear inputs. What did I say? Clear fields? I don't know. And for each input, so in each input, we want the value, so dot value, to be equal to, to an empty string. There we go. So let me comment this part out. Hit save. Go to our application. Let's type something in here. Then in here. Then a password. Then an email address. Hit enter. User added successfully. Take a look down here. So we can say that the user is added. 6th user is added. And all of our input fields are cleared. Okay, so this is pretty easy. When we have multiple input fields, we just create an object. We loop through it using a for in loop. And in each item of that object, the value will be assigned to an empty string. And that's basically it. And that's also it for this video. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, so we cleared our input fields and now we need to display our users in the UI. So all of the users that we stored in local storage, we need to display them in the UI. So let's just go a bit over it. First of all, we need to listen to when the DOM loads. How can we create an event that will display our users? Well, we will use the onload event listener. There's an event listener specifically when the DOM loads. I will show you next on how this is working. So when the DOM loads, it's actually an event. And then we'll create another function which will get our users from local storage. Okay? And this function will loop through each users, extract them, create those elements again. So we will kind of repeat that add user event that we did, add user function where we're creating the elements, and then we will display them in the UI. Okay, so let's try this. So let's go into our code again. And we actually need to go up here and first create our event listener. So in our load event functions up here, the last event that we need is document.add event listener, and we will listen to DOM content loaded. Okay, so when this event happens, actually put this into quotes, then the function get users will be triggered. Okay, so now let's create this function get users. And actually, I'm going to add this function. So get users from local storage and display in UI. Okay, so let's create a function get users. We're forgetting here the parentheses, and we'll kind of repeat what we did with local storage. So we'll initiate a let user again, users. Then we create an if statement, and if local storage dot get item users is equal to null, so there's nothing in it. Then return an empty array, so users is equal to an empty array, else users is equal to json.parse. We're going to return it as parsed from local storage, so all of the users, and we're going to get items now from the key of users. Okay, so this is pretty simple until now, but now we need to, let's now we push to these users, and now we're going to loop over our users with using a for each user. We don't need this array. And now we create a function. It's just an anonymous function, and we're going to loop through each user. We don't need this error function. And we are now just going to repeat what we did in here in add user. So I'm going to copy everything that is in this else statement. So we're going to create the li, then we're going to create the icons, and at the end we're going to append them to the user list. Okay, so I'm going to copy everything that we have in here, and this should actually work. So let's hit save. Let's refresh, and hey, we only have the IDs. Why is that? So let me add a new user here. Should let me clear the list. Clear this, refresh. Let's add now Norbert Reinhardt, some password, norbert@mail.com. Add the user. Let's check local storage. The user is in here. Let's refresh the user. I'm missing the information. So why is this? Right. So the only thing we're missing is actually in the UI. We need the information from each user, and this is a bit different because when we're calling this full name, now we need to go in our array of users. So user, and the first, we don't need the value now, but we need from the array the first name, and exactly the same thing here. So user, and from the first value the last name. Okay, because this will loop over them. It's going to extract for the full name, the first name and the last name. And the same thing we need to do for the email down here, because we're also extracting from the user, and for the first item the email and not the value, because we already stored the value. Okay, so let's hit save. Now go back to our application, and yep, now we have everything in it. So even if I refresh, or if I add another user, let's say Laura and Reinhardt, some password, Laura@mail.com, edit. You can see the fields are cleared. Laura is added in our database in local storage, and also she is here. And even if I refresh, Laura is still in our UI, and also Norbert is still in our UI. So yeah, we did it. Okay guys, so next up we're going to remove everything, because we also want to be able to delete it. Because now if I delete an item, say I delete Norbert, delete myself, and hit refresh, Norbert is back in there. I can also delete everything and hit refresh, and we are still in here, because on load, local storage is pulled out and displayed in our UI. So when we're deleting here something in our UI, we want to be able to also delete it in local storage, and that's what we're going to do in the next video. So see you soon. Bye bye. Okay, so in this video we're going to remove users from our local storage by accessing the UI. Okay, so we're going to be able to remove either one user, and when we're removing one user, it will also be removed from the UI and the local storage. And also when we delete all of the users from the UI, they will also be deleted from the local storage. So how can we remove them? Well, we will check if local storage has the item. We will loop over our item, check for similarity. This will be when we deleting a specific item, and then we will splice that deleted item from local storage. And after that, local storage will be refreshed again without that missing item. Now for the removing all of the items, that's a pretty easy part, and this is actually what we're going to do first. So let's go into our code. We have 2 items in here. And let's actually go down here where we had our delete item. Delete all users. Yep, there's where we're going to insert it. So in order to delete all of our users from local storage, this is actually a pretty simple thing. We create a function, we'll call it delete all users from local storage. Okay, and this is actually a pretty simple thing. We'll just call upon local storage, then dot clear. Okay, so when I include this, actually let me type in a comment, delete all items, all users from local storage. And there's where this function is going to come into play. Okay, so let's try this. Let's go into our application. We have 2 users. Okay, you can see there in local storage. Let's actually refresh this. So we have 2 users. If I try to delete them, they will only be deleted from the UI. If I hit refresh, they'll be back again. But now if I hit this, delete all users, so take a look in our UI and our local storage and click on OK, then boom, everything is gone. Now if I hit refresh, only this sample user is in here, and accepting this, everything is gone. Well, now let's add an item again. Norbert, Einhard, damn it. Let's just add something. Some mail. Let's set it so we have an item in here, okay? So it's also stored in local storage. They just store both of them. Yeah, because we store it without the password and the email. So let's go into our code. And I actually need to go up, above this, above our delete users. Now, let's create here another function. Function remove users from local, not users, but user from local storage. Okay, now this will take in a variable of stored user. So let's say we console log user, let's say stored user when this function is activated, and this function will be in our stored user in this delete user function that we created. So let's go up here, remove user from local storage. Let's put in the function in delete users, and this will be delete user from local storage. Okay, so let's go into our application and let's open up the console. Let's see what happens if I click on this. Okay, delete user, it disappears and it's undefined. So the problem here is that we need to check, first of all, in local storage. It's kind of the same thing that we did when we stored a user. So let's go up here and let's say let users again, initiate that variable, and if local storage dot get item, so it's going to check for these users, and if they're equal to null, so there's nothing in there, then users, and create me a empty array. And again, else users should return a JSON.parsed information from local storage with get item from our user's key. And there should be a string. Okay. Now we need to loop over our users again using a for each loop. So users dot for each. Now call upon a anonymous function again. Ooh, I just created a constructor function. So function, and within here we're going to use two things. So first of all, we're going to loop over our users, but also over the index. And now I'm going to try to look for some similarities, because within our database, when it's going to loop application, so when it's going to loop over these items, I wanted to check for something. And because we don't have an ID for the users, I want to check if the first name, so is the full name, match, then the user will be deleted. Okay, so how can we do this? Now we know that full name, let's create a variable here called full name again. Now this is only a local variable, so it's going to check for the user, the first item, so first name, plus, we need to have a space within here, because, let's take a look. So you can see Norbert, and there's a space, and then Menhart, okay? So we have an empty string now, plus user, and the first item from the array dot last name. Okay, so now let's console log this user, this full name, and let's see what we get. So when I'm going to push, click on the delete button, then the name should be console logged. Okay, delete user, both of the names are now console logged. Okay, it's still not deleted, it's still here, but we did check it. And now let's say if within the stored user, so we're checking now this, the stored user is first child, actually you need children, not first child, so children, and we're going to select the first one, dot children again, and again the first one. Now we're going to check for the text content. If it's equal to the full name, then users is going to go into the key and splice index 1. So let's let's try it. So application, there's the first one. I'm going to click on Norbert, the delete button here. Click on OK, and it's gone there. It needs to refresh. I also need to refresh now our local storage. So go down here and say local storage dot set item, because we want to reset this to users and send the information using JSON stringified, and stringify me a new user. Okay, so now let's try this again. So if I click on Norbert, okay, and hey, this didn't work. The console isn't telling me nothing. So what the hell did I do wrong? Hey, did I call it in the function, the main store, delete, remove user from local storage? Oh, because this should now target the event. Exactly. So let's go back into our application again. Let's try this again. Click on Norbert. Oh, wait. Cancel. Open local storage. Click on Norbert. Hit OK, and Norbert is gone. Whee! Yep, we made it. And also delete this user, and he's also gone. The only thing that remains now is this empty array. Okay, so if I hit refresh, there are no users within it. Okay guys, that's pretty much it for deleting users. All we had left is to search for this filter option. So see you in the next one. We're going to take care of this. In this video, we're going to create the functionality to filter through our users. So maybe we have a lot of users and want to take a specific user and delete it. And for this, we need a filter option. Say we have 100 users and we want to look for one specific one. Well, we will need this option. So we're going to connect to the DOM again and look for each users and specifically select one and then delete it. Okay, so let's take a look at how we're going to achieve this. First of all, up here where we have our load events, we'll listen for an event of, so down here, we had this concept of search users. Whoa, this is strange. So search user. Okay, search user. So we're going to add a event listener, and this time we're going to listen to a key up. So only when we lift our finger, this event will be triggered. Key up. There we go. So when this event is triggered, then we want a function of filter user to be activated. User. Okay, so let's create this function. I'm actually going to go down completely to the end of the code. To be filter user. Okay, and now let's create our function and let's see how we can filter over our users. So create a function, filter user. And actually this is pretty easy. We're going to first of all create a const. Continue const, which we call text, and we will assign this to the event. So this is going to take an event of target. So event.target value and to lowercase. Okay, now we're going to go to a document and select, using query selector, all of the classes which have, so select classes, collection item. Because we want to be able to, let me go first of all to our application, to loop over, actually let me add a few users. So Norbert, Meinhardt, some password, Norbert at mail.com, then Laura, Meinhardt, some password, Laura at mail.com, and let's say Arabella, Meinhardt, some password, and Arabella at mail.com. And let's also add Norbert code, some password is the code family, Norbert code at mail.com, and Laura code, some password, and Laura code mail.com. Okay, so we have here the Manhart families and the code family. Now let's also insert Arabella code. Let me type Arabella. Jesus. And Arabella code at mail.com. Okay, so we have the Manhart family and the code family. Now let's go back into our code. And actually I wanted to show you this. So each of them has this class of collection item. So each element. So we're going to loop over them. Let's go back to our console. See that it's already happening. And then, so we just selected them, then use a for each loop, then a anonymous function, which will look for each user. And now let's create a const with item, and we'll assign this to user.children and then we're going to look for the text content and if the item, so the item that we just created here, which is the users children first one text content dot to lowercase, not local lowercase but just lowercase, so to lowercase and dot index of is text and it's not equal to -1, then the user dot style dot display will be block and else the user dot style dot display will be none. And this just means that if the user's information match that we type in there, then it will be displayed as block, and if they don't match, so all of them, they will be displayed as none. Okay, so let's just try this. So hit save, go into our application, and let's look for Arabella. And there we go, Arabella is found here in the Manhart family. This is just a dumb example because you should look for Norbert, and Norbert is found 2 times in Norbert Manhart and Norbert code. So let's just display only the Manhart family. Okay, there we go. Manhart, Norbert, and I misspelled my daughter's name. Good job there, Marco. And let's say we want to look for someone specific. So Laura Manhart. And only Laura Manhart is now displayed. And I don't want to delete my wife. Norbert Manhart and delete him. Gone, you evil. Application and Norbert Manhart is no longer there. Okay guys, and also let's delete everyone and hit save, and that's it for this project. Hope you enjoyed it. There's many more to come, much more to learn, so see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay guys, welcome back. In this entire lecture, we will learn about object-oriented programming, and this is actually one of my favorite parts of this course. So let's get into it. This is also just a few definitions about object-oriented programming and also a quick overview about the upcoming lectures. So let's get into it. Object-oriented programming, what is it? Well, actually it's a programming paradigm that not only JavaScript but also C# and many other programming languages use. It is a paradigm based on the concept of objects, which can contain data in form of fields, often known as attributes or properties. We know that a key value pair is a property, and the code in the form of procedure, often known as methods. So methods are the way we will execute them. A feature of objects is that the object's own procedure can access and often modify the data fields of itself. So objects have a notation of this in JavaScript and or self in other programming languages. And this keyword is actually a thing that we will learn about coming up in the next video. So in object-oriented programming, computer programs are designed by making them out of objects that interact with one another. In our case, object-oriented programming languages are diverse, but most popular ones are class-based. So this is why we're going to learn about construction function, objects, prototype, inheritance, so far and so on. But at the end, we are going to use ES6 classes and subclasses, which are actually syntactic sugar. That just means that we write them in different ways, but under the hood, they do exactly the same thing. So in a nutshell, object-oriented programming is a programming language based on objects, and they use classes, and actually there are instances of classes which can also determine their types. Okay guys, so we will learn about this keyword, which is actually really important in object-oriented programming, and don't worry about it, as everything that we did to this point on, everything will come in time. If you don't get this keyword at the first try, don't worry about it, you will get it. Then we'll learn about a construction function, what it is and what it does, the object prototype, and then about prototype inheritance and creating new objects. And at the end, we will learn about ES6 classes and subclasses. Okay, so hope you're excited and see you in the lecture. So take care, bye-bye. Okay guys, so let's get started with the this keyword. So in JavaScript, this keyword refers to the object that it belongs to. And don't worry about this keyword, I didn't get it at the start. It will take a bit of time and some exercises, but this is what this course is about. We learn something and then we exercise it till we got it, okay? And also, this keyword in a function behaves a little differently than in other programming languages. So in JavaScript, I mean. It also has some differences between regular functions and arrow functions. So let's get started by first of all creating a app.js. Let's go in here, app.js, and also let's include it in down here, script and app.js. So let's link up our app.js in our HTML. Okay, so you should have this already downloaded, and this is actually where we're going to work on this keyword, construction function, object prototype inheritance, and everything. We'll just work on this. So let's get started. Open up our console. Let's zoom in a bit, and I think, let's see. Yeah, you should be able to see this. Okay, so let's go into our app and let's get started by creating a object. So let's go const and let's call this a person, and we'll assign this person a few properties. So objects prop, let's say first name, and let's say Norbert. Are you fed up with Norbert? Just choose another name then. Then last name, Reinhardt, and who? There we go. And let's give it the ID of, let's say, just some ID. I don't actually need this, but I want it to be complete. Now, we can also assign it a method. So let's go in here and let's say method. This will be a method, which is actually, just give it a name of full name. And we'll assign it to a anonymous function. So let's just go with the function keyword, open and close parentheses, and then within brackets, let's declare the function, which should return, and we'll return this dot first name, okay, plus a empty string, so we have some space between the first name and then this dot last name. Okay, so if I oh, we're missing here a plus. So if I close this up and go down here, and let's console log our object of person. There we go. We have our object, and we can see it has here in the proto. Where do we have it? So we have, there it is actually. Not in the proto. We'll do this later on. In here it has his method, the function which should return a full name. Now, in order to call this method, we just type in person. We close this up. Person dot full name, because it's a method. We have to open and close parentheses. So call the function. And if we click on it and we call it, then we will get Norbert Menhard. Now, so as you can see, this refers, called within the function, refers to its owner. And the owner of this function is the object, so the person object. And this will look in this object and will look for a first name, which is included in the object, and for a last name. Now, for example, if I would create here arrow function, let's just copy this and we'll delete this and use arrow function. Okay, and now if I call this one, so the person.full name, but also the arrow function, this will return undefined and undefined. And I will explain it a bit later on. But first of all, I just wanted to give you an example of an object and how we can call this. Now, in most cases, the value of this is determined by how the function is called, or otherwise said by the runtime binding. And it can be set by assigning during execution. And it may be different each time the function is called. So ES6 introduces the bind method to set the value of the function's this regardless of how it's called. And ES 2015 introduces arrow function which doesn't provide their own this binding. So it retains the this value of the enclosing lex context. So in object methods, this refers to its owner. So in the example above, this refers to the person object, and the person object is owner of the full name function, or of this full name method, which is a function. Now let me give you another example. Let's just create down here an object, let's call it brick, because I'm from the construction industry. So let's go with the brick, and let's say that the brick has a height, it has a length, and also a height then. So length of 40, and it has a width of, let's say, 20. Now these are the properties. Now let's go with the method. Let's calculate the surface. And let's say function, so anonymous function. And within here, we'll call this function should return and this function should return the length times the width. And I should also use this keyword. So this dot length times this dot width. So let's call our brick console log. Let's console log our brick. And now we'll console log a method of surface. Open and close parentheses because it's a method. So we get 8,000. And now let's go with explaining first of all what are these. These are not potatoes, these are square centimeters, for example. And I could also take this and divide it by 100, and I would get actually by 1000, and then I will get 0.8, and now it's square meters. Okay, so what would happen if I would return this? Actually, we don't need it without this keyword. Let's see what happens. So if I hit save, it's undefined. So it's looking for something that is not in the object. That is why we use the this keyword. So let's see what happens when we use the this keyword on its own. So let's say we have a const x and we assign it to this. Now let's console log x, and what do you think will happen? First of all, let's get rid of this error. And let me also comment this two out so we don't have any interference. Now I console log this and it's giving me an object. It's giving me the window object. This is because this belongs now to the window. Okay? If I would, let's say const x is name, and here an equal sign, name, as you can see, we cannot console log x, actually this, we cannot console log this within the object, but if I would go outside, I want to console log the object, yeah, it's already been defined. Okay, so I would get my object, and this dot y, it will return undefined. So let's just go down here and let's just console log this on its own. Let's see what happens. I would get the window object again, because again, when we're console logging this, it will always return its owner, and its owner is now the window object. So let's see what happens when we return it in a regular function. So let's just say function, I'm going to give it the name, my function. And let's say this will just return this. Okay, so let's console log our function here, my function. And again, we get the window object. Why is this? As I said, when this is called in a regular function, it will always call the function's owner. And again, the function's owner, because it's in the global object here, is the window object. Now this in an arrow function, so let's just say this would be regular. And let's copy this. Go down here. Oop, too many times. Let's see what happens if we call it in an arrow function. So I would just let's declare here user, let user, and assign it to the object. And let's say we have our first name again, Norbert, and our last name, Menhart, and let's create a method of full name. And this time we're going to use a, hey, close up. This time we're going to use the arrow function. And let's go with this dot first name, and then just copy it, and this dot last name. Now let's call our user, so console log user and the method of full name. And let's see what happens. Undefined, undefined. And this is because the handling of this is also different in arrow functions compared to regular functions. And this is because in short, with arrow functions, there are no binding of this. In a regular function, this keyword represents the object that calls the function, which could be the window or the document, as we said, or this object in this case, this user object. But within arrow functions, the this keyword always represents the object that defined the arrow function. So let's give another example. In an event, what will happen when we use the this keyword in an event, and this refers to the element that receives the event. So let's just say, let's go with the const, and let's say const btn, and we're going to assign it to the document, and we're going to try to grab onto this button right here, okay? Now HTML, you will see it is, where is it? There it is, button with the class of btn. So let's go document dot query selector, and I'm going to select the button itself, so the button tag, and we're going to add, well, go outside, add an event listener of click, and when we click it, we're going to run a function now we'll call this dot style dot background color, and I'm going to turn it with red, so to red. So if I push this button, it should theoretically turn it red. So let's try it out. Whoa, it worked. Now let's also try it with a arrow function. So back, arrow function, let's hit save again, and let's push the button again. Let's see what happens. An error. Cannot set property background color of undefined. So again, this sees it as undefined. This is the object as undefined. So we need to use here a regular function when using this keyword. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for this for now. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, so next up we're going to learn about the constructor function. Constructor function. Did I say construction function? I meant constructor function. Okay, so let's get into it. Now, the basic idea of object-oriented programming, or OOP, is that we use objects to model real-world things that we want to represent inside our programs, and or provide a simple way to access functionality that would otherwise be hard or impossible to make use of. So first of all, let's make just a small recap about objects. So let's type in here comment of object recap. Now let's just create a const, and let's say user, and we will assign it a name. So we have our first property of name, Norbert, and let's say Norbert also has an age, and we will use a number of 35. And up here should be a comma. Why do I always keep forgetting to insert the comma? Okay, let's console log our user, and there we get our object with the properties of age and name. And if we want, for example, to add something to this, or let's first of all let's just get our name from the object. I will type in name, and this will only give us the name. And if you only want the age, this will give us the age. Okay, now we know when we want to add properties, then we would do user dot, let's say we only have our first name, let's add a last name, and we'll assign it to Meinhardt, to a string of Meinhardt. We don't need this. Okay, so if I would go down here now and console log our user dot last name, we'll get Meinhardt. And also if I just console log the user, we'll now see it also has a last name. Now if you want to add a method, so add method to our object, and we will say user dot full name, and we'll add, let's say, a string literal of user dot name and user dot full name, and we would call now our full name. Let's say console log user dot full name. We will get our full name and unidentified. Oh, sorry, last name. I type in here full name. There we go, Norbert Meinhardt. Okay, so we also got our method, and well, it's basically almost the same thing for constructor functions, because now if we are dealing only with one object, this is pretty simple. But if we are dealing with multiple instances of objects, we need to create constructor functions. I keep saying constructions. So let's see how we do this. And why are this so important? Because JavaScript uses special functions called constructor functions. So let's also type in here title of constructor functions. Now JavaScript uses constructor functions to define and initialize objects and their features. And they're extremely useful because you will often come across situations in which you don't know how many objects you will create, and the constructor provides the means to create as many objects as you need in an effective way. So attaching data, that means properties, and functions, which are methods, to them objects, the constructor functions are extremely helpful. So first things first, a constructor function starts with a capital letter. So we just use the keyword function, and then let's say teacher, but with a capital T. Okay. Next up, the constructor function has arguments. So let's say name, and let's say age, and let's also say gender. Okay, now within curly braces, we'll say that this dot name is equal to name. Oh, actually, let me show you something else. So this dot name and is equal to Norbert. So as soon as I do this, and now I would call our constructor function, let's see what happens. So first of all, this is a function. So there's our constructor function. It's this console. So it awaits a name, an age, and a gender, and well, we just log the constructor function itself. As you can see, this only calls the constructor function. So what we need to do now is instantiate. I'm missing an N here. Instantiate an object to the constructor functions. Let's say const, and let's say that the teacher is Norbert, and this will be a new teacher. Okay, so let's close this. Now let's go down here with the console log, and this will have now a name of Norbert, the new teacher. The teacher's age will be 35 and his gender will be male. Okay, so let's save this. A. Now if I would console log Norbert, now I'm going to get the teacher with the name of Norbert. Now as you can see, we are still missing a few things. We are missing here the age, so we need to call this dot age and this dot gender. Now if we take a look in our construction, we can still see nothing appears because we need to assign them a value, and I can assign that this dot age is age, and it will now automatically take the age from the new teacher of Norbert, and this dot gender is gender, and it will take the value of the gender that we inserted here in our new teacher. So down here, when I console logged Norbert, it will give me the exact properties of the new object called Norbert, which are for the name Norbert, for the age 35, and for the gender male. Now if I would create a new object, let's say const Laura, and assign it to a new teacher, and let's say Laura has the name of, because the constructor function is awaiting now a name, so let's say Laura, a age of 30, and gender female. Okay, now let's console log Laura and see what happens. I can see the name is still remaining Norbert, age is 30, and gender is female. This is because I hard-coded here, the name. So let's also call here the name. And as soon as I do this, now it's getting the informations from its properties. So it's awaiting for a name, which is for Laura, Laura. It's waiting now for an age, which is 30, and a gender, which is female in this case. And if I would go back to Norbert and change the name again, now the teacher is Norbert. Now, if I only want to get the name from Norbert, then we could do again Norbert.name. Now only get Norbert. We could do Norbert.age. This will give me 35. We could also do something like Norbert name plus empty space plus Norbert dot age, and we will get a Norbert 35. Okay, so let's say you want to add a new property, so a new argument. We could go up here. Where do we have it? There it is. And let's say we want to add start work. So started working at some point. When did Norbert start working as a teacher? So let's say this dot start work, and now I will assign it to a new object, a new date object, and this should await for the start work argument. Now let's go down here, and for Norbert, let's go now with let's say 9. This should be in a string. 10, 5, and 2000. Now let's go in here, and let's change the console log to just Norbert, and let's see what we get. So now we also got the start work, which you can see has also a proto, and we'll get into this a bit later on. So he started working on Tuesday, October the 5th, 2000. Now, how about we calculate his work experience? So from the day he started working, how much year did it pass? How much years did pass? And what is his experience? So let's go down here. Let's say this dot work xp is equal to a function. So now we're creating our first method here. Let's say const work experience today is equal to new date, actually date dot now, because we want to get now, minus this dot start work, and we want to get here get time. So we want to use our get time method. This will get the time in milliseconds, as we learned earlier on in our course. Now the next thing we need is, let's assign this to another variables, let's say const age date, because we want now to assign this to a new date object, date, and this will get our work experience day. And now we should return let's say, so first of all, a string of work experience plus, we'll use now the math function and want to get an absolute value, and we'll subtract from 2020 so the age date and dot get full year, which is also a method. Okay, plus, and we want to type in here now years. Okay, so let's see what we get now. If we go down here and run the method from Norbert of work experience, let's see what we get. So work experience 31 years. Let me also make here space. And now we just created within this object a method. So let's say I want to get the experience from Laura. So let me just copy this and go in here, and let's change this to 2010, and we should get now 21 years. If we also console log Laura, wait just a second, I just used the wrong function. So it's actually not 2000, it's actually a pretty commonly used function on the internet. If you also want to look this up, it's actually this age get full year and minus 1970. Okay, so this is actually just a function which you will see used really often on the internet for getting the year. Okay, so yeah, we're left now with 9 years of experience, and if we change this to 2020 for Laura, we have only 1 year of experience. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for constructor functions. I hope you got the idea. If you want to instantiate another one, for example, take your own name and try this out for yourself. And yeah, see you in the next video. So, see you soon. Bye-bye. Okay guys, in this video we're going to learn about object prototypes. And what they actually are the mechanisms by which JavaScript objects inherit features from one another. So, all JavaScript objects inherit properties and methods from their prototypes. So, let me just type in here the title. Let's start with function. So let's start with function, keyword, teacher. And let's give this a few arguments. So degree. Let's give it a first name. Then a last name. And let's also give it a age and a start work. Okay. So now let's call this dot first name. Actually, we should call the degree first. It doesn't matter. Now let's just call first name. Then this dot last name. Syntax error. Oh, because we need to use here this. Then we need to use semicolons. Then this dot age and this dot degree. And we also had that this start work, which was a new date, and this should take in the start work argument. Okay, now let's go down here and create and instantiate our first teacher. So const, let's say Norbert, and this should be a new teacher. And this teacher will have a bachelor degree. So B.C. dot in engineering. It's just a bachelor degree in engineering. This should be actually a string. What am I doing? Okay, and his name is Norbert. His first name, his last name is Menhart. He is 35. And let's see, he started teaching sometimes in February the 5th and 2005. Okay, let's also call Laura. Laura is also a new teacher, and she has a master's degree, so MBA. Her name is Laura with a capital A. Her last name is also Menhart. She's 30 and she started working on the 3rd. And this should be a string. So 03, 10, and 2007. Okay, so let's start console logging these people. So let's console log. First of all, Norbert. Okay, so Norbert is the teacher. He started. Whoa. Something in right here. So we have an age. So when this. Oh, damn it! Why didn't I assign them to anything? So first name is this dot first name. We got our last name, which is this dot last name. We got our age, and we got the degree. And there we go. So we have our Norbert, first name, last name Menhart, age 45, bachelor degree in construction, and he started working on the 5th of February. And we see console log Laura. Then we have Laura with first name Laura, last name Menhart, age 30, a MBA, and she started working on the 10th of March. Now this is pretty obvious and we learned about that, so let's see. So let's go into this teacher, and right down here we'll see proto object. Okay, so we will see that this has the first proto is the proto of the teacher. You see his construction is I said construction again. His constructor function is that of the teacher, and the second proto is that of the object, and this one has its own prototypes and methods. Okay, has own property, is prototype of, and so far so on. We'll take use of them a bit later on in the course, but what is important to notice that it has two protos. So one is the construction function, the constructor function is in it, and the second one where the second proto which belongs to the object. So now let's go back to our construction function, and as you can see, no matter how many people, no matter how many teachers we will create, so Norbert, Laura, and so far and so on, or instantiate, I said, they will have their own properties with first name, last name, age, degree, and also started working. But if we would now create that work experience method that we created in our last video, so let's go with this dot work. So work experience xp is equal to a function, and we'll set const work experience today, and we'll set this to the date dot now method minus this dot started working with get time method. And then we'll create another const with age date, and we'll assign it to a new date object, which will take in the work experience. Okay, and from this, we're just going to return now our string of work experience and plus math object and abstract method, and within here we'll type in age date plus dot get full year, actually for UTS here, UTC full year, and minus 1970s, and I also had here a year, if I can remember, so the string of years. Okay, so if I would run the method here, so Laura dot get full year, no, Laura dot work experience, it will, and it's a method, it will give me 13 years. Okay, if I would call the method on Norbert, it give me 15 years. So what? So this above here will stay the same, but this one right here will change with each teacher. So now if you go back to this and just think about it, this function will stay the same for each teacher. And this means that we could put this function inside of the prototype and not in the object. So let's take this function and just copy it, comment it out, and now let's say, how can we create a proto? So let's type in here comment create object prototype. Now the way we create a prototype is we take a construction function, the teacher, and we're typing in dot prototype and dot the name of the method that we want to create. So work experience, for example, work experience, and within here, actually I should just copy this in, so I don't need this. Now we'll assign this again to exactly the same functionality. So if we take the console log and copy it, and let me leave it in, so just copy it, comment it out, and now put it down here, and we call our Norbert work experience again. You see we get the same results, although it is no longer in here. And now if I would console log only Norbert, so down here, and take a look in Norbert now, under the proto of the object, you can see we have now our method of work experience, and it is a method now of the prototype, so of the object. If I would call Laura down here, so I would replace this with Laura, we will get the work experience for Laura up here. Let me actually put this console log above this one and console log Laura. And also if you take a look in Laura, now we have on the proto the work experience method. Okay, so this is pretty simple, isn't it? And now the work experience is part of the teacher prototype, and we can use it each time we create a new teacher. So let's go ahead and create another method. Let's create a get full year prototype method. So new prototype. So prototype method, and we'll call this get full year. Sorry, get full name. So let's go to the teacher object again, grab onto the object, let's type in prototype, and now we'll name our method get full name, and we will assign it to a anonymous function which will return a template string of this dot first name, and just copy this dot last name. Okay, so let's hit save. Now let's console. Just going to take out the console from off here from LoRa. Let's go into LoRa object. Let's take a look in our prototype, and now we also have the get full name method within here. So if I would type in now here LoRa dot get full name and call upon this method, we'll get Laura Maynard. And the same thing for Norbert Maynard. So this method is now part of the object of our constructor function. So we saw how we can add prototypes, so add methods to the teacher constructor functions. Now let's see how can we manipulate data. Let's say we want to change their degrees. So we saw that Norbert had, let me console log them again. So let's have them both here. And just degree. Okay, so we've got a Norbert and we have our Laura degree. Okay, so the first one is BCE and the second one is MBA. Now, let's see how can we change this data. So we'll go into the teacher constructor function and we'll say prototype, and then let's name this. Let's create a new prototype and let's name it change degree. I forgot an N there, change. And let's assign it to an anonymous function again. And this will await for an argument. So let's say new degree. And we'll assign it to this dot degree is equal to new degree. So when we're going to pass in a new degree into this method, then the first degree will be replaced with the new degree. So we have our two teachers up here with their degrees. So let's try and change them. So the way we do this is first of all call our teacher. So let's say Norbert. And let's actually, no, I'm going to leave it this way. Norbert, I'm going to call the method, so change degree, and this is awaiting for a, there we have it, there we have it. It is awaiting for an argument, so let's pass in here. Let's say he learned a bit, and now he has a master's degree in engineering, ENG. Okay, so I run the method. Now let's console log Norbert again, and dot degree. So let's see what kind of a degree does Norbert have. Actually, let me also put in here Norbert dot get full name. I should put it after that. Yeah, I'm going to put it after that. So plus Norbert dot get full name. Also call upon the get full name method. And there we go. So, and an empty string. So it should be more beautiful. Plus this one. And we get, hey, Norbert now has a master in engineering, which I actually have. So, we changed the degree. Let's also change the degree for Laura. Let's say Laura dot change degree, and now we'll make her a doctor. So PhD. Woo! Dr. Laura. Okay, so let's call upon Laura. I'm just going to copy this console log up here, and instead of Norbert, we will now have Laura. So let's see. PhD Laura Meinhardt. Excellent. Okay, so we just made Laura a doctor. Let's see if we could now create a prototype which will not only get the degree but also the title. So we're just playing around with this. We're just playing a bit around with this. And actually, let me show you console.log Laura. So no matter which one we do here, and we take a look in the prototype, we say change degree is also now part of the proto. So let me delete this, and let's create for the teacher constructor function a new prototype which we'll call getTitle. And we'll assign it a function, and when we want to get the title, this should return now the exactly this one. So let me copy this. This should return this dot degree and this dot get full name. And we have a syntax error because I have too many parentheses here. Okay, so now let me take out these two console logs. Let me comment them out. So Norbert and Laura are gone. And now I'm just going to console log Norbert with the method of get title. And this should get me exactly, method. So we're getting master engineering, Norbert Meinhardt. And if I change it to Laura now, then we have our PhD of Laura. Okay. So if I would now create, let's say, another teacher of Arabella, and let's give her, so new teacher, so let's give her a well, let's start with the name, then the last name, and I should take a look up here. Now we need to start with the degree. So she is a apprentice with the name of Arabella and the last name of Meinhardt, and she is 18 and she is working since some date, it doesn't matter, 10/03 and 2019, let's say. Okay, so if I would now call on Arabella and we take a look in Arabella, you can see in the proto should have all of the methods. Okay, so that also means that I could call dot full name Arabella Meinhardt, then I could call get title apprentice, I could call work experience, she has 0 years, and so far and so on. So I could call all of the methods which was inherited by the teacher constructor functions. Okay guys, so this is pretty much it for now. Next up we will go into prototype inheritance. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, so now that we know about object prototypes, let's learn about prototype inheritance. So how can we inherit from prototypes and methods from one object to another? And we'll also create new objects. So let me create here first of all a comment of prototype inheritance. And after that, we'll create new objects. Okay, so let's start with the prototype inheritance. Now, all JavaScript objects inherit prototypes and their method from a prototype. Now, all JavaScript objects inherit their properties and methods from a prototype. For example, the data object inherits from data.prototype, the array object inherits from array.prototype, and a person object inherits from object.prototype. The object prototype is on the top of the prototypes. So it is on the top of the prototype inheritance chain. So data objects, array objects, and person objects inherit from the object actually. So from the object.prototype. So let's create here a constructor function. Let's say user, and this will take in two arguments: first name first name and last name. Now let's say this dot first name is equal to first name, comma, and this dot last name is equal to last name. Now down here we'll now create a simple prototype method. So let's go here, take our user and say dot prototype and dot let's call our method, let's say we create a greeting method. So this will just greet our user, and let's create now a anonymous function, and let's say that this will return a template string of hi and this dot first name and this dot last name. Okay, now let's instantiate a new object. So let's say const, and we'll create a user1, and this user1 will be a new user which will have the name of Norbert. Aren't you sick of Norbert? Norbert, I typed my own name wrong. Holy moly. So Norbert and Menhart for the last name. Okay, now let's call our object, and also let's call console.log our user1, and with the method greeting. Okay, so hi Norbert Menhart. Great. Now I want to create another construction function for a admin. So let's go with function, and this will be admin, and this will take in a first name, last name, a email address, so email, and a access. So what kind of access does this admin have? Now with the admin constructor function, we can call the user constructor function, which is in the current context by typing in the object.call method, and this takes in a few parameters. Now let's just first of all call our user.call, okay, because I already see calls the method of an object, substituting another object from the current object. So user.call, and the first thing we need to insert here is this. Then what we want to call from the user, we have two parameters here, so the first name and the last name. Okay, now we can close this up, and you can see that this is a bit different than this one up here. This is separated by commas, and this will be separated by curly, I forgot how this is called. Okay, so let's just move on. I'm really tired. So this dot email, and there should be the email, and this dot access, and this will be the access. Okay, now I can instantiate or create a new admin. So let's go outside, go down here, and say instantiate, let's just say insta admin. Now let's create a const. I'm going to name this admin1, and this will be a new admin with the name of, say, Norbert, last name Menhart. Keep forgetting to put them into strings. So Menhart. Then let's say he has an email address. Actually, we need to enable an email address. What is wrong with me? Mail.com. So Norbert at mail.com, and a access type of, because he's an admin, let's say he has a full access type. Great, so let's actually scroll up here so you can see what I'm doing here. Now, if I would console log now our admin, so console.log admin1, let's see, we get our user, our admin. Okay, and if we go inside our admin, we'll see that from the proto, just go down here. Now we don't have it yet. We need to inherit the prototype method. So now we need to go, and before we create this, we need to go up here and say that admin, so the constructor function dot prototype is equal to object dot create, and we'll call from the user dot prototype. Okay, now if I save this, now if I take a look in our admin, and there it is. Now its proto is the user. So if I open this up, go to the object, you can see I have this greeting. So I'll actually, let me comment this out. Hit save again. Let's go into admin again. Now the proto is object. If you go into it, it has nothing. So even if I would go here and call the greeting method, hit save, I can see admin greeting is not a function. But as soon as I uncomment this and hit save, hi Norbert Menhart, wee! And now if we only, let me copy this one more time. Let's also console log the admin, and we go into the admin on the proto. You can see it's now part of the user proto. And if you go into the object, you can see it has the greeting function, the greeting method. Great. Well, we're not quite done yet. Although greeting is now inherited the prototype method, it's part of the user constructor, as you can see here. So what I need to do now is make the admin prototype return admin. And we can do this by saying admin, not this one, the constructor function. So admin constructor function dot prototype dot constructor is equal to, constructor is equal to admin. Okay, so now if I hit save and go into our admin again, I got user, and this isn't right. So let's see, admin user, there's something wrong. So now we should go down here and say admin dot prototype dot greeting is now a new function. Let me go in here. Function of admin now. Yeah. So wait just a second. So before this, it was part of the user. Let's comment this out. So user object is part of the object. And if I assign it to the admin and hit save, now we go back into it again. So proto user constructor of admin. Okay, so the constructor function is now not part of the object anymore, is part of the admin. So the proto is now here in the greeting and it's part of the user. So let's go in here and say we create a, let's modify now the greeting for the admin. Let's say here return a template string of hi this dot first name and this dot last name. And let's also say welcome here, welcome back. So now if I would run greeting on the admin, we can see it's running this greeting method. And if down here I would run a user, so user1 dot greeting, it should run the greeting method from the user, not from the admin anymore. As you can see, this is also working. Okay, so next up, let's create a new object. So let's go down here and let's first of all start off with the const. Let's say user prototypes. Prototypes. Okay, and we are just going to create here a few prototypes. So let's say full name. So key, not a key, but this is a method. Let's assign it to a function. And let's return this dot first name and this dot last name. I forgot the this keyword. So this, the first name, this dot last name. Now let's create another method of greeting. And let's say function. And this function will return a welcome this dot full name. Full name. Okay, so we got in here two methods in the proto, and now let's go down here and let's say const. Let's instantiate now a Arabella, and this will be a object dot create user prototypes. Now if I would actually, let me just comment out these two console logs up here and this one here. Okay, let's hit save. So we have no more console logs. So let's call Arabella. If we had her number, then we could call her Arabella. So if we run Arabella, this is our empty object, which has two methods, full name and greeting. So now if I would go into Arabella and let's say dot first name and give her a first name, Arabella, hit save. We take a look in Arabella again. Oh, she has a first name. Now let's go into Arabella and say dot last name and assign her a last name of Manhart. Check out our object again, and now our object also has a last name. So this means we have our first name and last name, that we can run Arabella. Actually, we can console log now. Arabella dot full name. Oh, forgot the method. And now we get Arabella Meinhardt. And if I would console log greeting, there we get welcome function. What do we get? Welcome function. Greeting. Oh, mistakes were made. There we go. Okay, so I've got to call the method. How do you want to work if you are not calling me? So yeah, now it returns welcome Arabella Meinhardt. Great. Now next up, let's go and assign her a degree. So let's go up here. Let's say we so first of all, assign her degree. So Arabella dot degree is equal to Bachelor of Engineering. Now if we take a look in Arabella, she is a Bachelor of Engineering. So let's change her degree. So we're going to go up here and let's say change degree, call a function, let's type in degree. Yep, one R too many. And we will run here this dot degree. It's exactly as we did before. So new degree. Okay, let's hit save. Now let's go down into Arabella, and actually first of all let's run the degree. I can actually change the greetings. Let's copy the greeting and let's say she will now have welcome this dot. Let's copy this function once here. Wait just a second. So I need to have this, and this will be degree. So if I would now console log Arabella dot greeting, we'll get, there should be a method, welcome with title. Okay, now let's change her degree. So let's run the change degree method, Arabella change degree, and within here we'll change the argument. So we need to put in the argument, and actually up here I also need the new degree. So I've got to put in this argument here. So now we can say that new degree will be Master of Disaster. So let's call Arabella again with the degree, and now she is Master of Disaster. Okay, so there is actually another simpler way of doing this. So let's first create another user object by assigning an object as values for the keys. So let's go in here. What I mean by that. So let's create first a const. Let's say Bernard. And Bernard will be assigned to the object dot create. We will call our user prototypes up there. And we're not finished. Within this parenthesis, we'll say comma. And now within here, we'll pass in first name. So this is the key. And for the values, we will pass in value. And now the actual value. So let's say Bernard. Now comma. And we'll create, actually I'll copy this 2 more times. Last name. And this will be Meinhardt. And down here we will have our degree, and we will be boss. It's pretty cocky, isn't it? So now if I will console log our Bernard body here, and let's say, hey, we got a new object, Bernard degree boss, first name Bernard, last name Menhart, and let's see, do we have our methods? So let's say dot full name and Bernard Menhart degree. Actually, I should call not a degree. What kind of method? Greeting. Greeting. Let's greet Bernard. Welcome, boss. Bernard Menhart. It's so stupid. Okay, guys. So that's pretty much it for prototype inheritance and creating new objects. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, so everything that we learned up to this point, this keyword, the constructor functions, the prototypes, the inheritance, everything, we are actually preparing ourselves for ES6 or also known as ECMAScript 2015. Now, in this video, we will learn about ES6 classes and subclasses, and what they actually are. It's the same thing that we did up until now, but it's written a bit differently and a bit easier. So it's called syntactic sugar because under the hood, it's basically the same thing. Now, we'll start up with ES6 classes, which, as I said, also known as ECMAScript 2015, and a class is a type of function, but instead of using the keyword function, so let's just go down here, so we would use function and then give it a name with a capital letter. We will now use, instead of function, the keyword class. And now comes the difference between constructor functions and classes, because the properties are written in something called a constructor. We use the constructor keyword, and within parentheses we will now type first name, last name. So our arguments go inside here. Now, a construction method is a special method for creating and initializing an object created within a class. And the construction method is called each time the class object, this one right here, is initialized. So let's just go down here and create our const with Norbert again, and we'll say new user, and we'll pass in the first name and the last name. Now, exactly as we did before, we also need to pass in our constructor this keyword for first name and for the last name. Actually, this should be between curly brackets. So within our constructor, we will call this first name and we'll assign it to first name. We don't need this. And this dot last name, which will be assigned to last name. Now, as soon as we call here Norbert, console log Norbert, we'll get exactly the same results as we did up until now. Now let's type in here a comment. So properties prop go into the constructor, and underneath our constructor we'll now create our first method. The method in ES6 look a bit different. We just give it a name for an anonymous function. So we don't even use the function keyword. We just say get full name and open and close parentheses, and then within curly brackets we will return example this dot first name and this dot last name. Last name. There we go. So now if I would go down to my console log here, Norbert, and I would run the method get full name, we'll get Norbert Menhard, exactly as we did before. Now let me just cut that out. Now if we take a look in our user object and on the proto object, you can see that we have the constructor method from the user class, so it basically works the same as it did in ES5, excepting we have now a class of user here. And you can see the method is also in here, so yeah, it's basically the same. As I said, it is basically the same. It's just written a bit different. For example, for a method, we didn't have to give it a name and then use the function keyword. We just called the name and then open and close parentheses, and then this is already a function. So this is how we create our methods. Now, for example, if we want to create another one, let's say we create that experience method again. Let's go down here and let's create another new user. So const, let's call her Laura, new user, and let's give her a name, Laura, and it should be a capital L. Then Menhard. And now let's go up here and insert a new argument. So let's say we also want her to have a starting day. So started. And we'll later on give her also a permission. So just type it in here. Now we need to also include it up here. So this dot started is equal to new date object, and within here we'll call started. So we'll pass in the argument in here. Now let's go down here and create a method for experience. So let's say experience open and close parentheses, go down here. Let's say let day, actually today, is equal to new date. And then we'll create a const with difference, and we'll subtract from today the this dot started dot get time. Now the difference, we need here n const, there we go. Now the difference from this subtraction we'll catch in another variable. So let's go with const and experience, and we'll assign this to a new date object again, and we'll pass in the difference. Now if we console log now experience, let me just show you how this looks, and we need to run the method. So this dot experience, and we get it undefined because we didn't pass in anything for Laura. And actually we want to go with this dot Laura, and now let's say she started 4/30 and 2017, and this should actually return. We will also need to return this console log. Now we need to return the experience dot get UTC fall year, which is also a method, minus 1970, and I will also need to wrap this into parentheses and call the math object and dot absolute. So it doesn't matter if you get a negative or a positive number, it will always give us a positive number from this. Okay, and I also want to display it as years. So the string of years, and then we'll use another math object dot absolute, and we'll pass within here experience dot get UTC month. I also want to have the months, so not only the years but also the months. So hours, month. There we go. Okay, so now we got 3 years and not a number because we got the method. So 3 years and month. So 3 years and 3 months. So if I would just change it here, let's say to 5, we get 3 years and 2 months. And if I would change it to 18, and it basically stays the same. Well, increase the month. Okay, so next up, let's create a change permission function. So first of all, let's give her a permission. Let's give here Laura a permission of what kind of permission should we give her? A student. Let's give her a student permission. So student. There we go. So if I would call the entire, actually I could run this up here. Just need to include it in our class. So this dot permission is equal to permission. Okay, now close this and go down here and call Laura's permission. Okay, she's a student, and if I call the entire object of Laura, first name, last name, permission. Now let's change the permission. So we go inside our class and create a new method called change permission. And we just take this dot permission. So it's exactly as we did before. And we'll assign it a new permission, which will be an argument which we need to pass within our change permission function. Okay, so all we need to do now is go down to where we created Laura and grab onto Laura and say dot change permission, and we need to pass in the argument. And now from a student, she's an assistant. Okay, so now if we console log Laura and take a look in here, Laura is no longer a student, she's a assistant. So now let's just create another user for a bit of exercise. So Arabella is equal to new student, a new user. So let's pass in a name, Arabella, first name, last name. Let's say she was hired on the 10th and 2010 and she is a assistant. Okay, and she's a assistant manager. Now let's go down here, call Arabella. Okay, so there's our user with Arabella. And now let's start calling all the methods. Let's say get full name, then get, let's actually get her experience. So experience, oop, we need to close this. She has 9 years and 9 months of experience. She has a permission just permission. I keep deleting my last parenthesis. Amazing. Assistant manager. So now let's change her permissions. Let's go up here and say Arabella dot change permission, and we're going to change it to manager. Okay, so now if you console log her permission, she's now a manager. Excellent. Now I want to do something different, and let's include up here in our constructor, not in our constructor, in our class, underneath the constructor, down here, a static method. And a static method is a bit different from the other methods. They are defined on the class itself and not on the prototype. So you can see here in our first one, in the proto, we have change permission, constructor experience, get full name. Okay, and that means you cannot call the static method on the object of Norbert, Laura, or Arabella, but only on the class. So this means that the static keyword, so let's go here, static method, and we'll just call it static. So you use the keyword static, and then let's say vacation days left. Okay, and we'll pass in here actually 2 arguments. I will call first of all on an x, and I will assign it to 30, and then a y, which we will need to pass in. Now within here we'll just return a x minus y. Okay, so if we will go now down here, so now if I would go down here to, doesn't matter which user I would choose, let's say console log, so the user, so we need to call, as I said, the class itself, the class of user, and now we'll call the method vacation on the class of user. And for the first value, because it's already passed in our test in 30, I would now pass in undefined, and then the value of 2, and we should get 28 because it's 30 minus 2. Now if I would change this value to, let's say, 10, then it's 10 minus 2, which is 8. Okay, so as you can see, the static method only runs on the class itself. I cannot call it on, let's say I try to call it on Arabella, so vacation days left, and call the method here, and you can see Arabella vacation days left is not a function. Okay, so that's pretty much it for classes. Now let's take a look at subclasses, and they're actually pretty easy. So now if we would just create here another class of student, and let's create a constructor function. So let's create our constructor down here, constructor, and let's pass in a first name and a last name. And down here we'll call them this dot first name is equal to first name, function first name, and this dot last name is equal to last name. Okay, so now that we have our student constructor, and let's also create a method, for example, get full name. So let's return a welcome. Just call it this dot first name, and then we need this dot last name. So now if I would create a student, const student, let's call him Bernard, is equal to new student, with the name of Bernard, and the last name of Manhart, and let's call him so console log Bernard. Okay, we got our Bernard, and let's actually comment all of this console logs out. Don't need this anymore. So we got our student. Okay, now let's say I want to create now a teacher class. So let's go down here underneath our student class. So let's create a class of teacher. And now I want to extend the student to the teacher class. So we'll use the keyword extend student. And now within here, within curly braces, we will create a constructor, and we will pass in here first name, last name, a email, not dot, but comma, a email address, and a access. So first of all, we will need to call the first name and last name from the student, and we will use the keyword super. And within here, we'll just pass in these two, first name and last name. So they're already called. We don't even need to use the keyword this in here, as you can see. And now let's just call this. Actually, we're going to leave a bit of space here so you can see the difference. This dot email. Now we're calling the two arguments from our teacher class. So this dot email is equal to email, and this dot access is equal to access. So now if I would call, I should create first a const, let's say David, and David will be a teacher, so we'll create a new teacher class, and David will have a first name, David, last name, Manhart, a email of David at, let's pass it into the string, so David at mail.com, and he will also have access of admin. Now let's just say teacher, not admin. We'll change it then later on. Okay, so if I would now call here David, as you can see, if you take a look in our proto, the student of Bernard is proto of object, and it has this get full name method already assigned to it. And if you take a look in our teacher, it has a class of teacher, and it has no method assigned to it. So if I would call on Bernard get full name method, it will get me Bernard Manhart. If I call it on David, although it doesn't have the method assigned to it, it takes the method from the student. Okay, So let's also create a static class now in the teacher. So static, and we'll call this monthly, because teachers need to park somewhere. So let's say monthly, I'm using here an N, monthly parking permit. Okay, so this is a static function, and this will return 70 plus a string of dollars. Okay, so let's go now to David, and let's see. Actually, not on David. Static classes need to be called on console log on. First of all, let's try the teacher dot monthly parking permit, and let's call the method. So 70 bucks is to pay, and if I would go now and call it on the user, the student, well, we will get undefined because it doesn't inherit backwards the static method from the teacher. So the student class remains without the static method of the teacher. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for classes and subclasses. So see you in the next video. Bye bye. Okay guys, it's time for a new project. Now by using object-oriented programming and using constructor functions and prototypes, we'll create this simple app. And after we created this app, we will convert it to the same app, but this time using ES6 classes. So what does this app do? Well, we will enroll in this course down here, students. And the students will be enrolled by using the first name. Let's say we enroll a student, Norbert Meinhardt, and let's check this out. If we click enroll, it doesn't work. They will have an error. Please fill out all the fields because you also need the date of enrollment. So we'll just choose a date. Let's say the 11th of August and hit enroll. And there we go. There's our student down here. Now it will give us the full name. This will be a small function, and the enrollment date. And down here we can delete the student. So bye bye student. Okay, and now we will have student has been deleted. So yeah, this is a pretty exciting project for me. Okay, so let's just enroll another one. So let's say Laura. Tab Meinhardt tab. Let's enroll her. You can also type in here. Let's say 10 20 02 and 1918. Ooh, Laura is old. Well, she's an old student. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it for the project. Let's also go a bit through how we will achieve our project. So we'll call it the course enrollment application. We will first go through setting up our projects, designing the UI as always. We will not go through each and every step, so we will give you the HTML and CSS files, and we'll just go through them, so not actually create all of them. At the CSS file, we do need to create a few, just add a few modifications, also for those alert classes. And after that, we will add student. We will create a constructor function for adding students to the UI. Then we will do that with a little bit of validation also and alerts. Then we will create a function for deleting students. And then at the end, we will convert everything in ES6 classes. And I will show you how easy it is. Okay, so let's go and create our project. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. So the next step in our project is to create a student constructor function, create a user interface constructor function, then add event listeners to the DOM and get the inputs, instantiate a new student, instantiate a new UI, add student to the list, and then add to the UI the prototype of add student to the list, which will then create a new student in our list, a new student element. Okay, so let's get started with this. And let me just come up here and create, first of all, a comment of student constructor function. So we have this function, and we will also have the user interface constructor function. So let's just copy this and put it in here. So up here, we'll create our function for the student. And this will take in a few arguments. This will take in the first name, the last name, and the date of enrollment. Okay, so these three inputs that we have here, we'll need to link them up with our DOM. And of course, we'll then go with this dot first name is equal to first name, then this dot last name is equal to last name, and this dot date of enrollment is equal to date of enrollment. Okay, now let's also create our UI function, UI constructor function, so function UI, and we'll just initialize it here and then add protos to it later on. So next up, what we need to do is to link up our DOM, and adding event listeners to it. So let's go with document dot get element, and actually going to, should I use get element or query selector? We can use both. Let's go with query selector this time. So query selector, and we will select a ID. Let's just go in here. So we need our form registration, because this is where we'll listen to this form. So this right here, and this should be actually in a string. Hello, not you. You should be in the string, not you. Okay, so we have selected it. Now, and let me also open up the console so we can see what we're doing here. Not the performance console, and let's zoom in here. Okay, let's also make it just a bit smaller so we have enough space. Now, to this document, we will also add our event listener, and we will listen for the submit. So when we're submitting, then we use a function with an event handler within it. And we will first of all prevent the default behavior of submitting our form. So we don't want to do that. Now, if we click on enroll, nothing happens. If I comment this out, you will see it does a refresh, okay? And I want this. That's why we'll use event and prevent default. Now, let's get our input elements. So we'll go down here, create a const, and within this const, I will select all three of them. So first name is equal to document dot get element or query selector. Let's mix it up. Let's get a element by ID, and let's go with first name. So first name, and we want the value from this. Okay, so we don't want just the first name, but we also want the value. So let's console log this. So console log first name. So let's see, if I put in something here, click on enroll undefined. Val. What is val? Value. There we go. So let's try this again. So blah, blah, blah. And there we go. There's our value. Okay. Now I will not create another const. So I'm also going to delete this, but I will add to this. So comma last name, and we'll go with document. And as you wish, you can either go with query selector, and I will use query selector, or you could go with get element by ID. So whatever you wish. But if you go with query selector, you need to use the hash, so the CSS selector. And last name, and then comma, and we'll use the DOE, date of enrollment, is equal to document, and should I use a query selector or a get element? Query selector, get query selector, and hash the DOE. Okay, so I think I grabbed onto all three of them, but value, we need the values. So value, and also down here, value. Okay. Now, if I would console log this three, so console log first name, comma, last name, comma, DOE. So let's try it out. Theoretically, if I would type in here something, something, and select the date, and now click on enroll, I should get all three of them console logged. And there we go. All three of them are now logged. Okay, so you can either comment this out or delete this. I will delete it. I would suggest for you to just comment it out so you know what just happened. Now, the next step would be to instantiate a new student. So within here, still staying within here, we'll now say const, and we'll now create a student. Okay, and the student will be a new student, which will now take in a first name, a last name, and a date of enrollment. So now let's console log this student, so this right here that we created, and let's try this out. So and let's pick a date and hit enroll. And there we go, we have an object of student with first name something, last name something, date of enrollment also something. Okay, and we don't have any protos except in this constructor function, which is the student. So this one right here. Now within here, next up will be to, let me leave this console logged. Next up will be to create another const and instantiate our UI. So create a UI, and we will assign it to new UI, and open and close parentheses. And now down here we will say UI dot add student to list, and this will take in the student that we just created. Okay, so this student should be now theoretically added to the list. And I will also console log then at the end. So console log the UI that we will create. So take out this console log. So for you, please just comment it out so you know what is happening. So let's try this out. Pick a date, click enroll, and UI is not a function. Wait, we need to go up to the UI now and say, so up here, and say UI, not you, but you, UI dot, didn't add the proto, so prototype, and we will add that, add student to list, and we'll assign it to a new function, which will take in a student. Okay, and within here, we now need to create an element for the student down here. So let's first of all console log our student. Theoretically, we have our student right now. Student. Okay, so let's try this out. So theoretically, if I would create here a student, then the student should exist. Okay, so there it is. Console log it, and we take out this one. Now let's try this again. So let's say Norbert, main heart, and some kind of date. Let's enroll him, and there we go. There's our student. Okay, but this student now, if you take a look in our student, and down here in the proto object, you will see constructor. There we go, prototype. Okay, so now let's create that element, the table element, and add our student in here. So in order for us to create an element, we first need to create a const. Let's say link up to our student list. So student list, and we'll go to the document and select as you wish, get element by ID or query selector, and we'll select the ID of student underscore list. Okay, so this is, if we go in our HTML, this is the student list down here. So this table body, within this table body, which will be down here, we'll insert a new student. So we have this selected, and now we'll first of all create a new table row. So let's go with const and create a row. So document dot create element, and now we'll create a tr. Okay. So theoretically, if I would now console log our row, and let's just create here a new student, click on enroll, and there we go. We also created our new row. But it's not appearing down here because this row needs to be added to the student. So down here, student list dot append child, and we will append our row to the student list. Okay, so if I would do that, we won't see anything created within it, but wait just a second, and null append child row, because it's empty. So we need to create something within it. Now let's go up here and let's say row dot in HTML. And now by using backticks, we'll first of all create a TD, and within our TD, we'll insert our student dot first name and also our student dot last name. So we'll get his full name down here. And I'll actually close up our TD. So TD closes up, and then we'll create a next table column, creating another TD. So TD and close up our TD. And within here, we'll create, or we'll insert our student, not that one, student dot date of enrollment. Now I also want to have this delete button on the right side, so we can delete our student if we're done with it. So let's create another table row. So TD, open and close TD, and within our TD, we're using anchor tag. So opening anchor tag, and its href should go nowhere, not href should go nowhere. So hash, and I'm now going to use the class of delete and also a material class of material minus icon, and now close up our anchor tag. And now within here, I will type in the material icon class. So this would be delete underscore forward. Forever. Now let's close up our anchor tag, backslash anchor tag, and hit save. And now, theoretically, our student should be created. And we still have an error. So cannot read property of append child of null at UI student list 29 HTML anonymous 44. So let's go to 44 student. There we go, student. So we're getting our student, we're getting our list, we are creating our row, our tr, then we're creating our elements, then we're appending the row to the student list. Let's try this again. Student list dot append child of row. So it's still missing something. But actually, if we take a look in our console log, we can see it is within there, and we also have in this delete tag. But I did make a mistake here, so let me just check it out. Oh, it's the students list. So there's the problem. Because there are multiple students. And yay, there we go, there's our students. So let me actually add one real student, Norbert, and Reinhardt, and some date, and add him, and yay, there we go. We have our student. And delete for the icon. The icon isn't working. Why is that? It is working if I click on it, but the icon isn't appearing. We want to have that beautiful trash can. So let me first check if I delete material icon, material icons. So let's try this again. So Norbert, Reinhardt, oh, misspelled my name. Reinhardt, some date, and enroll him, and yay, there we go. We have our trash can. It's very important to have our trash can. Yeah, so yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Next up, we're going to add some validation and alerts to our project. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. So after we added our student, we want to validate. We have to add some validation function and some alert functionalities to our UI. So basically, we'll create a validation condition and then add to the UI prototype and add to the UI a prototype show alerts. And this alerts will show whether a student was added to the course, if fields are not filled out, or a student will be deleted. But the delete part we will take care later on when we're going to actually delete the student. And also at the end of this, we will clear the fields, because this is also a very important part of this application. So let's get into it. Now within our app.js, let's go into right here. So where our document, we selected our document. And let's type in here a comment of validation. Now, for this, we will first of all need a condition. So if our first name, this is actually pretty the simple part, is equal to a empty string, or last name is equal to an empty string, or the date of enrollment is equal to an empty string. So also the type and the value is equal to empty string, so there's nothing in it. Then we will, well, first of all, let's just create a simple alert. So alert, and let's say fail. Okay, so let's try this out. If I only type in the first name something, click failed. Okay, if I type in the last name something, it's still failed. If and actually we need the else, we will UI add student to the list. So actually I need this, and we'll copy this into our student list. So only then failed and nothing is added. Okay, something is added down here. Then we type in the last name, click add, still failed, nothing is added. Only when we also select the date of enrollment, a student is added to the list. Okay, and also let me take out this console log. Okay, they're getting annoying. So this console log and the student console log. Let's hit save and refresh again. So if these three are not filled out, then we have a fail. But I don't want to have this old school alert in here. I want to create an alert class. So how do we do that? Well, we will first of all go up. We'll first of all go up here. So after we're adding our student, and now say UI.prototype.showAlert. And if I also type in show alert correctly, then the world is perfect. So show alert, and we'll send it to a function. And this function will take in two arguments. First of all, the alert message, and then a alert class name. So what do I mean by this alert class name? Let me actually go down here. We'll go into our document, and let's say alert container, and within this container we go to the document, say create element, and we'll create a div tag, and within this div tag we'll create our alert elements. Now this alert we want to insert up here. So as you saw in our example of the application, when we clicked here, not that alert this one appeared, but actually a div class, actually a element appeared, which then automatically disappeared. So not just that we're going to create an element, but we're also going to create a time functionality for this, which will just display it and hide it after a few seconds. Now for this, let's first of all go into our CSS. And let's say here, create a comment of message classes colors. Okay, now I'm going to go to the root, and these are CSS variables. Actually, I think I already used them in this course. So we'll create 3 variable colors: success, which will be, actually let me copy them in. So success color will be this red, this green, danger will be this red, and info will be this blue. Okay, so let's go and create our success class, and let's say the background color, and I'm just creating this variable so you can modify them. So if you would modify this to another color, it will automatically be inserted in here. So the background color of this will be var, and now within here we'll type in the success color. So we'll take in the success variable. Now the info class, which we will use when we're deleting a user, will have a background color of var info, but because this is a blue color, I want to change its text color to gray. So let's go, actually a bit of dark, so color, and we'll change this to hash 333. Okay, we will not see this until we create a delete class. And then we will have error, the error class, which will have the background color of var, and we're going to choose that danger color. Okay, so we have this 3. And one last thing, as you saw, when we're adding students, so we have one student, and if we add, let's say, another one, and add this student, I want them to have a bit of a difference. So I'm going to go with tr. So I'm going to select the tables and say child. I don't like this. Let's say even. And let's change the color of the second one. So all of the evens will have a background color of hash, and I'll go with the F0, 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 F0. And there we go. So when we're adding multiple things, you can see the next one is a little bit of gray. And if I would add something and add this one, it will be white again. If I would add another one, and add this one, it will be gray again. Okay, so it's just an optical difference. Okay, we have classes here. Now let's go back to our app.js, And let's go up here in the UI. So we have created a container, a div container. Now this div container will have a class of, let's say, alert container dot class name, and within here, using backticks, we will say alert, and we'll take in a variable of alert class name. Okay, so as soon as a class name is typed in here, so we'll type in the message, then class name, this will be pushed in here and will alert this class name. Let's also add a text node to our container, so alert container dot append child, and we'll append to the document a text node, and now we need to create this, so create text node, and this text node will take in the alert message. Okay, so the message that we're going to type in here will be pushed in here. Now all we need to do is insert the alert container into the DOM, but first we'll select the entire students container, so this entire thing right here. So let's go with const and just say container. Now we'll grab one from the document, query selector dot query selector, and we'll grab onto the ID of student container. Student container. Okay. And now we'll also grab onto the form up here because we want to insert this container before the form. So let's create another const and let's say employ student registration form. So let's grab onto this document dot query selector, and we're going to select now the ID of form. Actually go into our HTML and select the form student registration. It's such a long name. Should have picked a much shorter name for this. Here's form student registration. We got this. And now we need to insert into the DOM the student container element and the alert container, but it should be before the form. So let's do container dot insert. I keep hitting the backslash. So insert, and we need to insert before. And what do we want to insert first of all? So we want to insert the alert container, and we want to insert it before the student registration form. Okay, so now let me just check this. Yeah, now we need to insert this into our UI. So into our if statement. So UI dot show alert, and now we can type in the message of, let's say, please fill out all fields. And after this, we'll have our message class, which will be error. So, well, error. So this class right here is actually this CSS class. Okay, so this should be a danger doc. So let's try this out. Boop, there it is. But I want this to have a white background, so I'm going to show you actually right here. So color, and let's go with FFF. So the color should be white. There we go. I could actually make, because I suppose that the success color will also be, let me change it to success and let me just check it out if it's still.
So this is actually a good example. It doesn't matter what class you type in here, it will be executed. So if I type in now success and click on this, you can see it's green. And yep, the text color is also dark. So I could do something else. Let me change this back to error. And go into our style and let me just create a general setting. So let's say that the success, so this one, and the info class and the error class should all have a color of #FFF. So one color of the text, and let me also increase them a bit. So let's give them a padding of 10 pixels, a margin. I want to give them all around margin of 5 pixels top and 5 pixels top and bottom, 0 to the right of. Actually, this is top, right, 15 pixels to the bottom, and 0 to the left. I could right, yeah. Okay, and let's also increase the font size. Not adjustments, font size to 1.3 rem. So let's check this out. Yep, now it's much better. But we don't need this color right here for the error anymore. Okay, so if I would change this to, add the success, and yep, this is also a white color, but for the error, for the info, I should have a blue color and a dark text. So let's check this out. Change to info. Hit save, click on this, and yep, there we go. Okay, so let's change this back to error. And now let's go back into our app. So if all of these three are empty, then actually if either one is empty, so even if the first name is only inserted, then nothing will be executed and we have this error message. If the second one is empty, we'll still have an error message. And if this one is empty, we'll still have an, oh, now we have a success message. Oh, we need a success message. So next up, we will insert our success message. And it's pretty simple. We will just say, after we added our student, say UI.showAlert. And within here, we'll say student enrolled successfully. And mistype successfully. There we go, successfully. So let's try this out. So if we don't have anything, we need to fill this out. If we only fill out the first name, we still have an error. Fill out the last name, we still have an error. We have 3 errors. Take care of this pretty soon. And if we pick the date and hit enroll, we have our student added and student enrolled successfully. Whoa, this is just a message. We also need to add the class success. So let's just add one for success. Yep, student added successfully. So student enrolled successfully. There we go, there's a student. But the message doesn't disappear, and if I take this out, then we have error message. This also won't disappear. So let's create a functionality, a time functionality, in order for the error to disappear. So let's go back here when we have our error. Let's go down here and let's say set time out for message. Now this is a pretty simple function. Set, let's call it set timeout. And let's say function, and we'll go to the document, query selector, and we'll select the class of alert, and we'll just say dot remove, no, not remove event listener, just remove, and we'll close it, and at the end here we'll save after the curly brackets 3000 milliseconds. Hit close, and now if we enroll somebody, let's first of all have an error set timeout is not defined. Wait just a second. Oh yeah, because I need to also call it down here. So else UI dot, and this should be actually a the capital O. Okay, so set timeout, and as you can see, the message disappears after 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, and it's gone. Okay, so we got this out of the way. Now the last thing I want to do is we still have this problem of the message disappears, but after we add our student, the fields are unclear. So let's clear our fields. And first we're going to go up here before the document and say clear fields. Now let's just create the UI. Let's add a prototype of clear fields. And this would take a function. Let's go to the document and let's say we'll select all 3 of them again. Or get. Actually, let's use query selector. Let's select our first name, so ID with first name dot value, and we'll just assign it an empty string, and we will do this 3 times. So then this should be error, then last name, and this should be DOE. Okay, and all we need to do is call this after our validation. So down here we say UI dot clear fields, open and close, and now let's try it. So da-da-dum, click something, enrolled successfully, and the fields are cleared. And also the message disappears, and there's our student. Okay. Next up, we're going to delete our students. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, so after we added our student and validated and created our alert classes, now we need to delete the student from our course. We don't want the student in our course anymore, so let's get rid of him. So we will add an event listener to the DOM again, to the student list, and we use event propagation to go up and take from that icon of the delete icon, we'll go up and delete that entire row. And then we will also prompt an alert that the student was deleted. So let's get into it. Now, as I said, first of all, we go completely down here and we will create an event handler for deleting the student. So event delete student. So let's go document dot query selector, and we will select our student list again. So ID of student list, and it's actually student, so don't make the mistake as I did last time. Students list, because there are multiple students, and capital L, student list. And for this, so for this, we'll add a event listener, and we will listen for a click. And when this click happens, we will use a function. You know what? Let me actually use now an error function. We rarely use error functions. So error function. Go down here, and first of all, let's console log a string of so let's go down here. Let's add a student. go, we added our student, and let's click here and console logged. Okay, so this is working. Now the problem is, it doesn't matter where I click within here, it console logs this. And we only want to have this one right here. So how do we do that? Well, we'll go up. After we clear our field, and we'll add another proto. So UI.prototype, and we'll call this delete students. Student. Only one student. Student. So let's create a function, and this function taking a target. Now, what will be the target? The target will be this icon right here. So let's say if the target dot class name is equal to the type and string of delete, and the problem is we also have another class within it. So let me just select this. So let's select this icon, and there we have our icon, and it's all cramped up. So within here we have this anchor tag. This is actually what we want to select, and it has the class of delete and material icon. So we need this entire class. Come here. So delete and material icon with the space within it. So this is exactly as we typed it in, and it's gone. Oh, damn it. Let me now check it. Actually, I can check it. I created it up here. So delete material icon. So exactly this class. This is the class that we need. So if the target dot class name is this, then we will, let's console log. So let's console log now target. And let's see what happens. So let's add a student again. Add the student, go to the console, add him, go down here and click on it. Okay, so this is not what we wanted, but what we want is actually the parent element. So let's add a student again. Add the student, we click on it, and we still have that R. Now we want from the parent to go up. Let me show you actually this. We want to go up to this, to the entire row. So we say parent and parent again, because if we do this, we only selecting this right here. We want to go one up again and select the entire row class. Okay, so let's go in here and say parent dot parent element, and we will dot remove the entire thing. So actually we don't need this console log anymore, and we don't need this, we only need this. Now let's go down to the event handler down here, and let's say we'll first of all instantiate a new UI. So UI equals new UI, not minus, equal a new UI. And now we want to delete the student, so UI, we use our dot delete student, and this will take in a event dot target. Okay, and after we're done with our student, after we deleted it, we also want the UI to show a alert. So we'll use a show alert proto that we created and say student successfully and deleted. And we'll also take in a error class of info. This is the information, it's not an error. So let's try this out. Let's type in a student, let's add him, and now let's delete him. Click here, and we have is not defined. Because I forgot to define here the event. So this should work now. add him and click on it, and there we go, student successfully deleted. And we don't need this console log of R anymore. Okay, so we deleted our student. Now, actually it's everything that we wanted to do with the application. Now we can transform everything that we did in ES6 classes. So see you in the next video. Bye bye. Okay guys, it's time to convert our project into ES6 classes. Now there's not much to do here. We just need to create classes, one for the student and one for the UI. And we'll create the constructor that adds the student and then the student. And then within the UI, we will just create our alerts or delete student or clear fields and add student methods. So let's get into it. Now I want you to create another file. So we have this app.js. I want you to create a completely new file. Let's go in here and let's say app es6.js. Now within our HTML, we'll go down here, comment out, don't need this anymore. Let's copy this script tag and let's say that this one will be ES6 and we'll comment out the last one. So as you can see, the first one isn't working anymore. If I do something in here, nothing happens. So we disconnected our app.js. Okay, let's go in here. Let's go into our ES6 classes. Now, as I said, we need two classes. We need a class for the student. And within here, we're going to actually copy in everything that we had in our constructor function here. But, so I'm just going to copy it, right click, copy, go in here. But now we'll need to create a constructor. And now let's copy this. So this is our arguments. And we need to close up the brackets again. Okay, so this is our student class. I keep typing in student wrong, student. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the student class. Now for the UI class. So let's type in class again and UI. Now within this we have our methods. Now each proto that we created here, so add student to the list, and down here we had the show alerts. All these are methods. So actually I need to copy this method, go down here and go back to our ES6 and just copy it in like this. Okay, so this method is already added. Now if I would now console log our UI, well, I can't get into it right now because we need to also copy. So this part right here, the end part, the event handling, is the same for both of them. Let's copy this in, go to our console, and let's say we add something. Oh yeah, I still need to do something. So let's go back in here. We added a student. Now we're still having a few dependencies here, so let's also copy in our alerts. So show alerts, copy this one in, right after our student, and then we can copy our clear fields method. And the last thing that we need is the delete student. And there we go. Now let's see. If we add here a student, click enroll, student is added. If we want to add another student, also the fields are cleared. We have the message of the alert, the error message of typing in the fields. Then type in another one, still doesn't work. Then we type in the date, another student is added. Let's delete the last one. Click, student successfully deleted. Delete this one and student successfully deleted. And that's all. That's it. We created our application using ES6 classes. Okay guys, so hope you enjoyed this project. As I said, we have still a lot to learn in this course, so yay, keep motivated and keep going. So see you in the next lecture. Bye bye.
Okay guys, so let's face a harsh reality. No matter how great we are as programmers, sometimes our script has errors. They may occur because of our mistakes, an unexpected user input, erroneous server response, and for thousands of other reasons which you can think and not think of. Usually a script dies, immediately stops, that is, in case of an error. So printing out in the console what the problem is normally the solution. But there is a syntax construct, the try-catch, that allows us to catch errors so the script can, instead of just dying, do something more reasonable. So in the upcoming lectures we will learn about the try-catch syntax, then about an error object using try-catch, throwing our own error, rethrowing an error, and finally the try-catch finally. Finally. There's nothing final in life. Okay, so let's get into it. So first of all, let me just escape this and make this smaller again. These are the starter files. It's just a basic HTML with a few buttons in it, and well, this explanations right here. The buttons don't do pretty much. We will link them up using our JavaScript, and that's basically it. So everything will happen in our app.js. Okay, let's get started with try-catch syntax. So how does this look? Well, it's pretty easy. You just type in try, then curly braces, and within here we'll write a code, and after that we'll have a catch, and this should catch a error, and then we will handle the error. So error handler, error handling. Okay, so how does this actually work? Well, first the code is executed in here. So within the try, if there was an error, then the catch error is ignored. So if there was no error, then the catch error is ignored. Then execution reaches the end of the try and goes on, skipping catch. Okay, so that's basically without having an error. But if there is an error, so if an error occurs, then the try execution is stopped, so this one right here, and the control flows to the beginning of catch error. The error variable can use any name for it. Will contain an error object with details about what just happened. So an error inside of the try, so it's inside of here of the block, does not kill the script, but instead we have the chance to handle it with catch. Okay, so normally, let's just open up a console here. So console, and I need to zoom in a bit. Ooh, that's maybe too much. Let's see, type in something. That's good. Okay, so let's give an example of this. So let's say example 1. Now, as I said, we have our two buttons here. So let's grab on them from the DOMs. Let's say document dot query selector, and we will select, I think I named it, I gave it an ID of btm1. Yay. Let's copy this, let's use the hash css selector, and let's add an event listener to it for click, and when I click it, I'm going to use a arrow function now, and let's just say try, and let's say alert start run, and when it ends, so if there's no problem, alert, and within here we're going to type in and run. Okay, and after that we'll have a catch. If something should happen, let's say we'll catch error, and we'll alert what should we alert? Let's say catch is ignored. Because there is no error.
Okay, and I misspelled because. There we go. Okay, so let's go up here and click on our button. Let's see what happens. Start run, okay, and end run. Perfect. So there is no error. But if I would do something like Norbert, type in here Norbert. What is this? What does this Norbert do? So it runs, it alerts run, and then catch is ignored because actually we have an error now, and the error is in here. So let's do something a bit more complicated. Let's take the second one. Let's say this was example 1. Actually, I'm going to do, just going to copy this. Example 2. Now when we have an error, I'm going to leave this without an error. Okay, so if I hit on the first button, start run, and end. So this is the example without no error. Okay, and now let's have an error. So with error, and let's say we're going to grab onto the second button. So now it's this one right here. User. And we're going to leave Norbert in here. So this will be the error. And let's also change to start of try run. And down here we're going to alert end of try run. But we will have an error, so let's say we're going to grab on from the document, query selector, and we're going to grab on to the body. Let's do something with it, and let's say we're going to style it by giving it a background color of red. Danger, we are melting. So let's also console log here then, so alert that error has occurred. Okay, so let's try this. So if we click on our second button here, then it runs, then it hits Norbert, boom, error has occurred, and if you click OK, the background is red. Oh my god, we're doomed. Yeah, so this is how try catch works. So let's refresh the page, let's get rid of that error. And try catch only works for runtime errors. So what does this mean? If I would try to do something like try and then catch, and within here some kind of event, and close it up. So it doesn't do anything. Let's just say alert that's an alert. Okay, so the code within here in the try must be valid code. So if I would do something like this, and then let's actually add it to the document. Now I could actually do this. So let's do this, and let's type in here a Norbert again. Norbert. Okay, so bomb. But if I would comment this out and hit save, you can see nothing happens. So this is invalid code. Also, if I would do let's say curly braces and delete this one, you can see syntax error, unexpected token catch. So it does stop. Okay, it needs some valid code in order to run. Okay, so let's leave this here, and let's say must be runtime error. Okay, now try catch works synchronously. So what does this mean? Step in here, try catch is synchronous. Well, if an exception happens in scheduled code, like in set timeout, then try catch won't catch it. So let's just say try, and we're going to, what am I doing? So let's go with the set timeout function, and let's say function. Actually, I'm going to use an error function. I like error functions. You don't have to type function, no variable, and close it up. And let's say this should occur in 1 second, and we need to catch the event and say alert. Won't work. So let's see what happens. Okay, so after 1 second, boop, disappears. No variable is not a variable. Okay, so this isn't working. And that is because the function itself is executed later, when the engine has already left the try and catch constructor. To catch an exception inside a scheduled function, try catch must be inside the function. So this should look then something like this. So set timeout, and within here, I use the arrow function again, and the try catch must be inside of here. Okay, the catch. What am I doing? So alert, the string of error is caught. Here. Okay, and we also need the time, so comma, let's say 2 seconds. And we need a no variable error. Hey, event. So after 2 seconds, there it is. Error is caught here. Okay. So yeah, next up we're going to learn about error objects. So see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Alright, so next up we're going to learn about the error object. So this is actually going to be a really short video. First of all, let me comment out everything that we did up here. Boom. So nothing will interfere with our code. Okay, so let's go down into our error object, and I want to grab onto this button. So the third button. So let's say document dot query selector, and we're going to grab onto the third button, which has the ID of btn and _3. If I'm remembering it correctly. So let's add an event listener, and we want to listen to a click. And when this click happens, we will have go back in here. We have our error function, and this error function will throw a try catch. The catch will have an event of error, and we'll catch something. So let's throw our error. And yeah, so what should happen when this error occurs? Well, the error object has 3 things. It has a name, it can have message, and a stack. So let's take a look into this.
First of all, let's throw the error name. So we're gonna grab onto the error dot name. So let's see what happens. Let's click on the object. Book. Error reference. So that would be the name. Actually, let me do this without the name. So let's throw this. Error reference la 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 is not defined. Boom. Excellent. So we're going to go back here and type in the name of the error. So we only want to get the name. The name was error reference. Then we want to get the message. So alert. And we want to alert error dot message. And now we're getting, first of all, the name, then the message la 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 is not defined. And we also want to get the stack. So alert error dot stack. So first click the name, the message, and the stack, which contains reference error la 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 is not defined, and also HTML button element anonymous blah blah blah. So everything. It also contains the, up here as you can see, the IP address and for where it came from. And also the app.js, it comes from app.js, the line 68. So right here. Okay, and as we know, it can contain everything. So if I would alert error and only the error, then we will first get error name, then the error message, then the stack, and the error, the complete error itself. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for the object. As I said, this is going to be a really short video. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, so now let's try and use the try-catch syntax. So let's comment this out. And underneath here, use try-catch syntax. Let's give an example. Let's say we have on a server some data, some JSON data. So I'm going to define it just here. So let's create a variable let JSON, and we're going to assign it to some JSON data. So this would be within here. We're going to have our key value pairs of name, Norbert. This should be double quotes. What am I doing? Okay, so name Norbert, and let's give also a age to Norbert, age 35. Okay, so this will be, oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? This will be our data from the server. Okay. Now, when we want to use data, JSON data, we need to convert it, and we do this, convert it to a string, and we do this by using parse, as we learned. So we're going to assign it to a new variable. Let's say the user is, well, that user up there, and we want to grab onto the data. So let's do JSON dot parse. And we're going to parse our JSON data. Okay, so this is our converted data. So now let's use it. So now user should be an object. Why are you throwing an error? Add position, unexpected token. What's your problem? 86. Wait, what? There's no problem here. So alert. And I want to alert user dot name. Oh wait, I do have an error. This should be here, and you shouldn't be there. Okay, now it's working. So user dot name alerted Norbert. There he is. Let's also do age, and we have first of all our name and then our age. Okay, so this is working perfectly. But now let's say we will have an error. So let's do with error. So I'm going to declare another JSON file. So let
going to name this JSON2, and I'm going to create now another JSON file. Let's say, so this would be a syntax error. Syntactically, this JSON file is wrong, and as you can see, I'm creating it wrong. And even typing my name wrong. Oh my god, Norbert Meinhardt. There we go. So let's do a try catch. Try, and let's see, let user, and we're going to convert it from JSON using parse, and we're going to create our JSON2. Okay, so this is our data, and now we want to alert within our try our user.name. Okay, so this shouldn't work. As you can see, it's already throwing us an error. Now let's catch it. So let's do catch, and we want to catch the event. So this is where the execution will jump now, because we're encountering up here an error. So the execution jumps down here, and here it should do the following. So it should alert boy, alert. Let's say server error, and also alert a error dot name, and also alert a error dot message. So let's try this. So no, I don't want this. We don't want this at all. Let me comment this out, and let's hit save again. Oh, this is going to run through it now. Actually, I think I need to stop it because I had too many alerts. No, now it's working. So let's hit save again. So server error, server error, because we have a syntax error here. So let's go with okay, syntax error for the name of the error, and the message is unexpected token n in JSON at position 2. So this is position 1, and here comes position 2. If I would change this, let me change very quickly, copy it, put it down here, and let's say within name and Norbert, and let's just delete this one, and here, and now let's try this again. So hit save. Server error, still error. Why? Oh Jesus, this should also be in a string. Norbert. Okay, so as you can see, we have no error. Okay, so as you can see, we have no more errors because we have now a correct syntax for our JSON file. If I would replace it with this one and hit save, then we have our server error, syntax error, unexpected token, and in JSON at position 2. So this is basically how we would use our try catch. Okay guys, so see you in the next video. Bye bye. Now let's say, what if our JSON file is syntactically correct, but it has missing something? So we could throw our own errors, which are actually built in, or we will build them in. So let's give an example for this. Let's say let JSON free. Actually, I'm going to comment this one out completely. So JSON free, I'm just going to copy this. So is equal to, let's say, age 35. And we don't need this, and we don't need this. So we have our JSON file. Now let's do a try catch. I'm actually going to, no, let's type it out. Let's just type it out. So let user and JSON. Please do not copy things, type them out so you can get used to them. Because if you don't do this and you're only copying things, then you'll be a copy programmer and not a programmer that you that really knows what he's doing. So JSON parse. What do we want to parse? We want to parse this JSON file right here. It's not a file, but it's a string. And missing catch. Of course, we're missing catch. There's our catch, and it should catch the error instance, and then it should alert. Or should it alert? It doesn't execute, let's say. Doesn't. And execute. Boom. Now, down here, we still need to call our user. So let's say alert. And we want to call from our user, well, not the age, but the name. So let's execute this. Undefined. Now, this just means that our error is not defined. So we could do a throw. Let's step in here. Throw. And what this means is that the operator will generate an error. Hey, go away. Technically, we can use anything as an error object. That may be even a primitive like a number or a string, but it's better to use objects, preferably with name and message properties, so to say something compatible with built-in errors. Now, JavaScript has many built-in constructors for standard errors. We saw error, syntax error, reference error, type error, and others. We can use them to create error object as well. So let's go down here and I'm just going to copy in a few of them. So you have error, let error, new message, new error, and it's taking a message. Then we have a syntax error and a reference error. So let's try them out. So for built-in errors, not for any object, just for errors, the name property is exactly the name of the constructor, and the message is taken from the argument. So as we saw earlier on, it's exactly the same thing. So let's say, for instance, I'm going to create a let with error, and I'm going to create a new error. Whoa. So let error, error. Okay. Now new error. I'm going to create an error object, and it's going to take in the message of, let's say, error object. Dude, stop being undefined. Okay, let's go up here and let me comment this out. So let's go down here and let's say alert. I'm going to say error, so our error that we just created. Jesus. Error. Okay. Let's say error 1. There we go. So error dot name, and we have our error right here. Now, if I would go error dot message, then we'll get our error dot name first of all, and then our message, which is undefined. Why? Because I typed the message wrong. So message, and let me comment this out. Okay, let's hit save again. Error object. There's a message. So as you can see, that's a syntax error, and in our case, the absence of the name is an error, as user must have a name. So let's throw it. So we have it defined up here, and let's go down here and say try. I'm going to take our let user again, and we're going to put in now a condition. So let me first of all put in the catch, because it's still throwing me an error. So catch the error. But wait for it. In our try, we also put in a condition. So if user has no name, so we're negating it. User name doesn't exist. It has no name. Then it should
throw, so we're using now the throw keyword, new syntax error. So this is an object, and it should say incomplete data, and we'll say no name. Okay, and then we'll alert user.name. I alerted outside our if statement. And now for the catch, we'll alert our JSON. We'll say JSON error. And within here, I'm also going to type in plus e dot, so the event message, the error message, and that's it. So let's save error object. I didn't want to have that. Let me comment this out. Okay, let's error is not defined. Error 1 is not defined. Oh, okay. Okay. JSON error incomplete data, no name. So if our JSON is missing that name, we'll throw the syntax error with incomplete data, no name. If let me actually copy this down here, or let me put in something. Say we would have a name with the string of Norbert. Then it would just say JSON error. Well, it's actually throwing us the name. Okay, so that's pretty much it for throwing our own error. Next video, we're going to talk about rethrowing. So, see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
So, rethrowing errors. Now, in our previous example, so this one right here, we use try catch to handle a incorrect data. But is it possible that another unexpected error occurs, for example, if you forget to define the variable? So this would be kind of our own error. So let's just go down here. Let me copy this and let me change it a bit. So I want to, first of all, let's comment this out. So let's say I forget to call this with let, define it as variable, and we don't need this. We actually don't need this. We just need the error itself. Plus the error, and hey, close the parenthesis. So let me throw this. Well, actually nothing happens. Do we still have this commented in? Yeah, let me create another JSON. Let's just say let JSON. I'm going to create number 4 here. Okay, and this will be, let me just copy this one up here. Copy it in here, and we don't need our name. Just need the age. Okay, so this would be number 4. So let's throw this. So, well, we don't get any errors because this is our own programming error. Of course, everything is possible. Programmers do make mistakes. We do make mistakes. We are just human. In our case, the try catch is placed to catch incorrect data error. But by its nature, catch gets all errors from try. So from here it gets an unexpected error but still shows the same error, JSON error. So to avoid such problems, we can employ the rethrow technique. The rule is simple. Catch should only process errors that it knows and rethrows all others. So the rethrowing technique can be explained as following. catch gets all errors. Okay. In the catch error block, we analyze the error object, so the error itself. If you don't know how to handle it, we do throw an error. Okay. Usually we can check the error type using the instance of operator. So let's go down here and let's say try user is equal to open close curly braces, and we're going to leave it as this, and let's say catch the error, and let's say if the error instance of reference error, then alert, and I'm going to type in here reference error. Okay, so let me just define up here another let with, let's see, JSON. This would be number 6. Not number 5, number 5. So let's create a JSON of age and let's say 35. Let's close this up. Let's go down here, and in our try now, I'm going to create that let user, and let's say JSON dot parse JSON 5, and down here we're going to create an if statement, and let's say if user has no name, then throw a new syntax error of the string of incomplete data, and the incomplete data is no name. Now let's go down here and also create that blah, 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 function with blah blah blah, and let's close it up, and let's alert user dot name. Okay, and down here let's say if the error instance of syntax error we'll alert JSON error, and we also want the error message. Okay, and also let's say else throw the error. Okay, so let's hit save. I don't want this. So let's try this again. Let's hit save. So JSON error incomplete, data no name. Okay, so the error throwing inside the catch block falls out of try catch and can be either caught by auto try catch constructor if it exists, or it kills the script. So I'm going to give you the last example, which will demonstrate how such errors can be caught by only by one or more levels of try catch. So let's go down here and let's say, I need to comment this out. Let's say only this. I still need the JSON file. Let's say function and read data. I'm going to call this read data, the function. So I'm going to cut this out. I'll copy it and leave it in here. So copy it in here, and let's say try. And within the try, I'm going to just say blah, 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 something. and close it up. So this will be our error, and this will catch the error. And within here, we're going to create a if statement. So if not error instance of syntax error, then we're going to throw the error. Okay. Now outside of here, I'm also going to do a try, and I'm going to read data. So I'm going to initialize this function within here, and then catch if there's an error alert. What should be alert? Let's say external catch, and we're going to, let's go here, plus the error. Okay, so let's say external catch reference error E is not defined. Wait, what? Throw the error. First of all, this should be this. Okay, external catch reference error is not defined. What am I doing wrong here? E reference error. First try, reference error blah is not defined. Okay, so now I'm getting the right error. So here the read data only knows how to handle the syntax error, while the outer error, our outer try catch, so this one right here, knows how to handle everything. Okay, guys, so this is pretty much it for rethrowing. Let's stop. We're going to do the try catch final. So see you in the next video. Finally, we're at try catch finally. The try catch construct may have one more code clause, and that is finally. And this just means if it exists, it runs in all cases. After try, if there was an error, it will run. After catch, if there was an error, it will also run. So the extended syntax looks like this. We had our normal try, then we had our catch, with the error handler in it. They should do also something, and then we have our finally. Which will execute no matter what. So let's just try and run a try of alert try and let's go with the conditional if. We're going to use the confirm now, confirm method. Go back in, and we're going to say make an error question mark, and we'll create a bad code object. Okay, then we'll create a catch. So if we create our error, we'll catch it, and we'll alert catch or caught, and we'll alert caught. So caught. And now finally, we'll alert finally. Okay, so let's try this. So now we're alerting try. If we confirm, then we got make an error, okay, caught, and then finally. So as you can see, this runs no matter what. So the code has two ways of executing. If we answer yes to make an error, then the try is caught and finally is executed. If we answer no, then the try is just finally. So let's try this again with make an error, and we hit cancel, make an error, cancel, and now we got finally. So let's try this again. If we answer with okay, make an error, then we get caught. So we got the error was caught, and the finally is executed after that. So I hope you got this. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for error handling for now, and see you in the next one. Bye.
Welcome to another chapter in our lives. Another section in our course. In this section, we'll learn about asynchronous JavaScript, and especially we'll learn about why is asynchronous JavaScript important and how it can be used to efficiently handle potential blocking operations such as fetching results from a server. Now in this section, or for the following couple of minutes, we'll learn about the general asynchronous programming concept, because this is first of all really important in order for us to understand JavaScript asynchronous programming. Normally, a given program's code runs straight along, with only one thing happening at a time. If a function relies on the results of another function, it has to wait for the other function to finish and return, and until that happens, the entire program is essentially stopped from the perspective of the user. For example, Mac users sometimes experience this as the spinning rainbow carousel, or beach ball, as it is often called. This cursor is how the operating system says the current program you're using has now stopped and waits for something else to finish. This is a frustrating experience, and it isn't a good use of computer processing power, especially in an area in which computers have multiple processor cores available. There's no sense settings there waiting for something when you could let other tasks chunk along the other processor core and let you know when it is done. This lets you get other work done in the meantime, which is the basis of asynchronous programming. It is up to the programming environment you are using, for example, the web browser, in the case of web development, to provide you with APIs that allow you to run such tasks asynchronously. Asynchronous techniques are very useful, particularly in web programming. When a web app runs in a browser and it executes an intensive chunk of code without returning control to the browser can appear to be frozen, as many of you most likely experienced. This is called blocking. The browser is blocked from continuing to handle user input and performs other tasks until the web app returns control of the processor. A thread is basically a single process that a program can use to complete a task. Each thread can only do a single task at once. For example, task A is done, then task B is done, then task C is done. Each task will be run sequentially. A task has to complete before the next task can be started. As we said earlier, many computers now have multiple cores, so they can do multiple tasks and multiple things at once. Programming languages that can support multiple threads can use multiple cores to complete multiple tasks simultaneously. So one thread will be task A and then task B, and the other thread will do task C and D. But JavaScript is traditionally single-threaded. Even with multiple cores, you could only get it to run tasks in a single thread, called main thread. After some time, JavaScript gained some tools to help with such problems. Web workers allow you to send some of the JavaScript processing off to a separated thread, called workers, so that you can run multiple JavaScript chunks simultaneously. You generally use a worker to run expensive process of the main thread so that the user interaction is not blocked. Web workers are pretty useful, but they do have their limitations. A major one is they are not able to access the DOM, which you can guess in JavaScript is pretty critical. You can't get a worker to directly do anything to update the UI.
The second problem is that although code in a worker is not blocking, it is still basically synchronous. This becomes a problem when functions rely on the results of multiple previous processes to function. Consider the following thread diagram. Main thread, task A, then task B. In this case, let's say task A is doing something like fetching an image from the server, and task B then does something to the image like applying a filter to it. If you start task A running and then immediately try to run task B, you'll get an error because the image won't be available yet. So main thread, task A to task B, then task D, worker thread, task C. In this case, let's say task D makes use of the results of both task B and task C. If we can guarantee that these results will both be available at the same time, then we might be okay. But this is unlikely. If task D tries to run when one of its inputs is not yet available, it will throw an error. To fix such a problem, browsers allow us to run certain operations asynchronously. Features like promises allow you to set a promise running, for example, the fetching of an image from the server, and then wait until the result was returned before running the other operation. So the main thread, task A, then task B, and between them, the promise, a synchronous operation. Since the operation is happening somewhere else, the main thread is not blocked while the async operation is being processed. We'll start to look at how we can write asynchronous code in the upcoming lectures. So in conclusion, modern software designs increasingly revolve around using asynchronous programming to allow programs to do more than one thing at a time. As you use newer and more powerful APIs, you will find cases where the only way to do things is asynchronously. See you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Okay, so we talked about that JavaScript is single-threaded, which means that it does one thing at a time. We humans are multi-threaded, or at least we think we are, because we can do multiple things at a time, making us superior to JavaScript. Yes. Well, let me give you an example of what this means, single-threaded, a real-life example. Let's say console log, and we're going to log a string, first of all, of this is the first line. And I forgot an R again. Okay, I'm going to copy this console log, and here this is the second line, and between those two, I'm going to put in a alert asynchronous. Now, normally, this should execute, then this should execute. Let me also close them up without hitting save. Please do not hit save now. So, this is first line, this is the second line, this is the third line. So 1, 2, 3. This should execute in this order. So let's hit save and take a look down here. Okay, this is the first line executed, then alert executed, but where's our second line? Where's our second console log? Now this is what I mean by JavaScript being single-threaded. It does one thing at a time, and this calls for a user interaction. We cannot pass to the second console log without interacting with this alert. Now if I click on OK, then the second line was executed. So once again, let's try this. First line is executed, the first console log, then the alert is executed and the program stops. It cannot execute, it cannot jump over our alert and execute the console log without us interacting with the alert. So let's click OK again, and as you can see, the code stops and does not move without interacting with it. It will not move, but don't despair. There's a solution and we will learn about it later on in this course. But for now, I just wanted to show you and to give you a visual example on why is JavaScript single-threaded. So in conclusion, keep in mind, JavaScript makes one move at a time or executes one line of code after another. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
So we established in the last video that JavaScript is single-threaded and executes one code at a time, not like humans who are multi-threaded, at least they think you are. Even when we do things in real life, those things take time. And JavaScript also needs time. Or at least it could take time to do something. Now let's say we do here console log of hi and ... Let's save it. There's hi. Now after that, I want to create a function, a setTime function. And this needs a callback function. And this callback function will console log the string of Norbert. But it will do it after 3 seconds, so 3000 milliseconds. And after that, we'll have a console log of there. Now, what do you think will happen if I hit save? What will be the order of this? Will it be hi Norbert there, or will it be hi there Norbert? So let's hit save. So we got hi there, and after 3 seconds we got Norbert. Actually, let me make this a bit larger. Now, why is this? Did we just trick JavaScript? How could it be that although this was the first line, this was the second line, and this was the third line, the execution was hi there Norbert and not hi Norbert there? How did JavaScript keep the time? How did it count 3 seconds? JavaScript didn't do actually anything. The browser did it. To be more specific, the engine of the browser did it. The browser/engine is capable of doing things like this. In this case, our setTimeout function was the callback function. And after a certain time, to be more specific, 3 seconds in our case, the engine told JavaScript to run the function which then executed the console log with a string of Norbert in it. Pretty cool, eh? Understanding this relationship is important moving on in the course. Let me give you an example. For example, this H1 right here. So if you take a look in our HTML, you will see we have here a H1. Okay, this is our title. Now let's grab onto this in JavaScript. So, we can do document. Actually, let me assign it to a variable. So let's say const and say title. And we're going to grab onto the title of document.querySelector. And we're going to grab onto that H1. Okay, let's hit save. Now let's console log first of all H1 to be sure. So console.log title. Let's see what we get. Okay, we got our title of asynchronous JavaScript. Now let me actually comment out this part up here so it won't interfere with our code. Now let's say I want to style this title, and what I want to do is to shrink it and change its color. So first of all, let's change its color. Title.style.color, and I'm going to assign it a white color. You can assign it whatever color you want. Okay, and let's also scale it now. So title.style.transform, and I'm going to transform it by scaling it. So scale, I'm going to scale it with 90%, so .90. We don't need this comma here. So let's hit save. As you can see, it scaled down with 90%, or to its original 90%. Now let's say I want to go down 1 more percent, actually 10% more. So let's use here timeout function, set timeout, and now use our callback function. And within here, we will now take the title. Actually, let me copy this from up here. And I'm going to comment this out and the white out. So we got this. Then I also want to have a delay of 2 seconds. And now let's wait 2 seconds, and it shrunk and changed its color. Now let's say I want to scale it once more. So let's go back in here. And now we can, I can actually copy this. So within our timing function, I will copy this paste it in here. I'm going to delete the white color because this is already happening. I'm going to change this to 80%. And now let's hit save. Let's see what happens. So we wait 2 seconds. It shrunk. It changed this color. And then it shrunk again. Let's take a look again at it. Okay. Now let's say I want to shrink it one more time. So I'm going to take this function again. And again, nest it within the other function. So 2 seconds, shrunk, changes color. Let me actually also change the color again. This would be even more obvious. So let's say it's going to go pink. And then it's going to go red. Okay, pink is awful. Let's go with green. So let's wait 2 seconds, should be white and 90%, then it should be, oh, wait. There should be 70. Let's do it again. White, 90%, green, 80%, red, 70%. And I could keep going on, but now this is getting pretty cluttered up. So let's create a function for this. So let's go, we're just going to go down here, create a const, which I'm going to call shrink. Now this will take in a few arguments. So this will take in the element, the amount, the delay, and the callback. And this should have actually here function. Okay, and now let's set the function. Set timeout, so I'm going to copy this one. And instead of, I'm also going to change the color here. Not change, but delete the color. We don't need the color right now. I just want to make the point of how this is executed. We don't need the title here, we need the element, because the styling, the element that will be pushed in, will be styled with the transform of the scale of the amount. So I'm going to use here now template literals. So backticks, and also close it up with backticks in order for us to be able to use a variable in here. So instead of scale, let me make this a bit smaller. Instead of scale 70%, we'll push in here the amount variable. Okay, so the amount, and it's going to take here the 2 seconds. We need the delay now. And between these two, we will need our callback. So I'm just going to type in here callback. Okay, so this is the function from up here that will be executed. Now let me comment out everything that we have in here. We only have our title up there. Now let's call this function. So I'm going to call shrink, and we need to pass in the title, so for the element. Then we need to pass in the amount, which first of all will be 0.90. Then we need to pass in the delay, let's say 1 second or 1000 milliseconds. And then our callback function. So function, and let's execute it. We can close this up, put in close parentheses, and there we go. So let's say, okay, it just shrank. Let me click on it again, and it shrank. Now within here, I could use a callback function, so I could just copy this entire thing one more time, the shrink, and pass it in here again. And just change this to 80. Let's hit save again. Let's see what happens. So you saw it shrunk 2 times. Now let's pass it in again. Let's see what happens. I need to change this to 70. So 1 second, 90, 80, and 70%. And we can keep on going with passing this in, and it will still shrink. So see how much cleaner this is. Okay guys, that's pretty much it for this video. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay guys, so let's continue on with promises. So what is a promise? Well, a promise is a proxy for a value not necessarily known when the promise is created. It allows you to associate handlers with an asynchronous actions, eventually success values or failure reasons. This lets asynchronous methods return values like synchronous methods. Instead of immediately returning the final value, the synchronous method returns a promise to supply the value at some point in the future. So blah 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 blah. In simpler terms, when I was a child, my mama promised me a PlayStation if I got good grades. Now let's see what happens if the promise is fulfilled or it is not fulfilled, and also what happens in the meantime. So let's jump into our code and let's start creating a promise. Now first of all, we create a promise that will fulfill the promise. Let's type in here comment. Actually, I'm going to type in promises first of all. And first we will have a fulfilled promise, and then we will have a failed promise. Okay, let's start with the fulfilled promise. Now, we will create just a simple promise, and we will first of all assign a promise to a value. And a promise is actually an object. So we'll create first of all a variable. Let's call this promise suck for success. And the way we create a promise is we type in new promise, and within here we will create now a callback function. So we'll type in function, and within the function we use two variables, a resolve, actually two arguments, and a reject. And we'll talk about this too coming up in the next lecture, but let me first of all show you how a promise works. So let's go in here, and this will be an example for a promise constructor and a simple executor function, which is producing the code that takes time via a set timeout. So the function is executed automatically when the promise is constructed. So this function right here. And after a second, a signal that the job is done with the result done should appear. So let me create the set timeout functionality, and for the timeout we will set 1000 milliseconds, which is just 1 second, and within here we'll resolve the promise. So this promise will be resolved, not rejected, and we'll just console log a, let's say, string of promise fulfilled. So let's type in here promise fulfilled. Okay, an exclamation mark, and down here I'm going to execute the promise. I'm just going to console log promise suck. Okay, now let's see what happens. Let's hit save, and first of all we saw pending and then promise fulfilled. Let me make this 3 seconds. Okay, so promise pending, now promise fulfilled. Now let's take a look in this promise pending. Let's hit save again. As you can see, unfulfilled, undefined. Now let's hit save. Let's take a look in here quickly again. Pending. Okay, promise fulfilled. Let's hit save again. Take a look in it. After it is fulfilled, promise fulfilled. Now let's take a look, fulfilled. Okay, so the state of the promise was pending until it was fulfilled, which took us, in our case, 3 seconds. So we can see two things by running this code above. The executor is called automatically and immediately by the new promise, so by this one. And the executor receives two arguments, which are resolve and reject. Now, the promise can be either resolved or rejected. These functions are predefined by JavaScript engine, so we don't need to create them. We should only call one of them when they're ready. after actually 3 seconds of processing, the executor calls resolved and then, well, promise fulfilled. So within here, after 3 seconds, the executor function, which is this one, calls resolved. And this changes the state of the promise object, as we saw here, from pending to fulfilled. Now this was an example for a successful job compilation, or a fulfilled promise. Now let's take an example for a promise that is rejected, or a promise with an error. Now let's actually type in here rejected. Rejected promise with an error. Okay, let's go down and let's create our second promise. And I'm going to call this, so I'm going to create a let promise and this time we're going to call it promise error. Okay, with the R and 2 R's. Now again, we'll create the new promise object and we'll pass in our 2 arguments of resolve and reject. And as I said, these 2 need to be in a callback function. So up here, I used a regular function, but this time I'm going to use an error function. So error function, and pass these 2 into the error function. And let's say set timeout, and again an error function, and within here we're going to pass in a reject, and as I said, this is a predefined function, and within the reject function we'll pass in a error object. Now within the error object we can just say something went wrong, an exclamation mark. And because it's a set timeout function, let's also do this with, let's say, 4 seconds. Okay, now I'm going to console log our promise error and let's see what happens. So let's hit save, pending, and promise fulfilled, and then we got an error. Let's actually increase this to, let's leave this at 4 and let's decrease this to 2. Let's hit save again. Okay, so pending, both are pending, promise fulfilled, and then in promise error, something went wrong. So as I said, the above was a promise that was fulfilled, and up down here, the promise was rejected. Okay, and if we hit save again and quickly take a look in both of them, oh, pending. So I caught them when they were both pending. Now if I hit save again and look into them after they are fulfilled, promise fulfilled and promise rejected. So the state has changed for both of them. Okay guys, so I think that's pretty much it for this lecture. Let's continue on with the next one. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay guys, so back in error handling, we learned about try, catch, and finally for our errors. Now, for promises, we also have a few methods. So let me just show you quickly something. Let's create a promise, which we'll assign to a new promise. Okay, let's pass in here resolve and reject. And let's use the arrow function. We'll just finish this empty and we'll just console log it. So console log the promise. Okay, let's hit save. Now let's take a look in this promise. So on the proto, we'll see that for the promise prototype, we have catch, then, and final. And we also have the constructor of promise. Now these are also methods, instance methods of the promise prototype. Now we're going to go through each of them. Now let's take first of all catch. Let's type in here let's actually dot catch, and we will start with then. We better start with then. So let's start with then we will go to catch. And then finally. Now let's start with then. The .then method appends fulfillments and rejections handlers to the promise, and it returns a new promise resolving to the return value of the called handler, or its original settled value if the promise was not handled, if the relevant handler is unfulfilled or unrejected is not a function. So let's take a look at the syntax. So it's something like promise, the promise itself, then .then, and then because it's a function, we will then have a callback function and the result within it. When it is resolved, then the handler will do something. So handle a successful result. Now we're not done with it yet, because after that we will have a function with an error, and we also want to catch this error. So if the error happens, then we also need to handle the error. Okay, so these two things need to be in the .then. Now let's try and successfully resolve a promise. So I will type in here an example. For example, let promise 1, and we'll create a new promise. And this is actually one of the last times that I'm going to use the keyword function. After this, I'm going to use arrow function. So resolve and reject. Okay, now let's use another set timeout. And within here, let's use an arrow function again. And when it is resolved, we want it to just say done. Done with exclamation mark, and this should take 2 seconds. Okay, let's hit save, and expected to put at 15 because I typed in here low. Okay, so let promise 1. Now we're going to take the promise, so promise 1 object that we created, and then we will say .then. Okay, now within our .then, as we just learned, we need to pass in a result, and when this result is handled, then we want to, let's say, alert the result. And if we would have an error, then we will use here another error function for the error, and we will alert the error. Okay, so let's hit save, and let's wait 2 seconds, and there it is, it's done. So the first function was executed successfully, and we got our result back. Now in case of an error, the case would be a bit different. I can now just take our promise again, so let's type in promise 1 again, and we'll now call, and actually I'm going to reassign it to a new promise. And as I said, I'm going to use a arrow function now. So resolve, reject, and let's say set timeout again. And within here, we're going to pass in now an error object. So reject with a new error object, and let's say error, string of error, something like that. Now we will wait only 1 second this time. So let's wait 1 second, and we got our done, and down here we got our error. Actually, let me turn this around. I'm going to wait 4 seconds. So first of all, it will be, we got on, okay, we got this, and wait. Okay, so let's hit save again, and wait 2 seconds. We got our error here, and let me actually nope, I don't want this. I'm going to comment everything out, and let's only have this too. Okay, so there it is. Now let's move on to catch. Now .catch is the same as promise.then, but you can imagine it with a null and a f as another function within it. So let's say promise. Now I'm going to comment. Actually, I'm going to comment all of this out. I'm going to comment back in our promise from here. Okay, and let's go down here. Let's just say promise dot catch. Okay, I'm just going to type in here a alert. Say message of no. Okay. Now, but up here, I'm going to also pass in this time a set timeout. So set, let's go with a reject. This time reject, I'm going to reject a new error of let's say whoops, exclamation mark, and let's set it to 2 seconds. Okay, we don't want our nor, we just want our whoops. There we go, from line 2. Now, when we use .catch, we append a rejection handler callback to the promise. And this rejection handler will return a new promise resolving to the return value of the callback itself. So if we're interested only in the error and not the resolve, then we can use null as the first argument for .then and the error handling function for the other argument. Or we can use .catch and we will only get our error handling function, which is exactly the same. So the last thing that I wanted to show you is finally. And finally is exactly as we used it in our error handling in a few lectures before. It will run no matter what. So appending a .finally to the promise as a handler will return a new promise that is resolved when the original promise is resolved. And the handler is called when the promise is settled, whether fulfilled or rejected. So when the promise is over, is no longer pending, then the promise is called settled. Just like there's a finally clause in the regular try catch, there's a finally in promises. The call .finally function is similar to the .then in the sense that functions always runs when the promise is settled, be it resolved or rejected. And finally is good when we handle for promises cleanup or something like stopping our landing indicator. As you can remember, for example, that little beach ball that is circling when we get an error on a Mac, or that sandwich that is revolving when we got an error on a PC. Now the finally handler has no arguments. In finally, we don't know whether the promise is successful or not. The promise is just fulfilled and something will happen. A finally handler passes through results and errors to the next handle. Now that's enough talk. Let me actually give you an example. So I'm going to comment this one out. It's just annoying me here. And I think I'm going to comment everything out. Okay, we got this one. Now let's go down here and finally, and let's say new promise. And we will have here resolve and reject. And then let's use a set timeout. Hit an error function and we'll resolve with a result. I'm just going to type in here result as a string. And I'll set this to 2 seconds. Then I'm going to go with .finally. Let's say we can alert something like promise ready. And then let's use a .then, and within here we will have our resolve.
So result, and let's alert now. Let's just alert the result. Okay, now let me hit save, and theoretically this should run after 2 seconds. So let's hit save. 1, 2, and we got promise ready. This is the finally. And if we click on OK, then result. So that's pretty simple. Now let's create another one. Let's say we will have an error. So and we want to cache that error. So let's say new promise. And let's type in here resolve dot and reject. And this time we want to catch the rejection. So error function. Let's go down here and let's throw an error. Let's throw a new error of a string of error. So we don't want to get complicated here. Okay, now let's use dot finally. And we will alert for the dot finally promise. Let's use our promise ready again. And after that, we'll catch the error. So catch, not card, catch the error. So I'm just going to pass in R. And then a alert of error. Okay, and I'm going to comment out this part right here. Not you, you should be commented out. And let's hit save. So first of all, let's click here. Okay, so promise ready, and we have an error with the message error. Okay, so no matter what happens, the finally will execute. If we have a result, if we have an error, it doesn't matter, the finally will execute. And that's very convenient because finally is not meant to process a promise result. So it's passed it through. Okay guys, so that's it for this lecture. See you in the next one. Okay guys, so in this video we're going to learn about promises chaining. And the idea of this is that the result of the promise is then passed through a chain of .then handlers. So let's start by creating a new promise. Let's say new promise. And let's pass in here a resolve and reject. And now for the functionality, we'll just set a timeout and we will return then a result of resolve and with the one within there. And it should take only 1 second. I'm going to show you what's going to happen very quickly. Now we don't need this because we want to type now after a promise.then. I'm going to use another error function here, which will then take in the result as the argument, and the result will console log the result and also return the result and multiply it by 2. Now we're not finished. I'm going to copy this once, then another one. Let's say 1, 2, 3. Okay, so what do you think will happen? Will I get 1, 2, then 4, and 6, or will I just get 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, or actually 2, 2, 2, 2, 2?
So let's see what happens. I'm going to hit save, and after 1 second we got 1, 2, and 4. Now why is that? The initial promise results in 1 second. So this is first of all the result. Then the .then handler is called. So first this one. The value of this returns the passed in to the next .then handler, so the next one, and so far and so on. And when the handler returns a value, it becomes the new result of the promise. So the next .then called, so this one for example, is then the first result passed in here. That is why we got here a 1, then a 2, and then a 4. Actually, I don't even need this anymore. We'll just end it with this. Okay, so that's basically it for chaining promises. Now let's take a look at how can promises return another promise. So let's type in up here. First of all, I should start with the comment up here. Chaining promises. And down here, wait a second, chain, forgot an I there. Okay, and down here we'll return promises. Now, a handler used in a .then handler may create and return a promise. In that case, further handlers wait until it is settled and then get its result. So, for instance, let's go down here. Let's say new promise. I'm gonna actually copy this. So copy this promise, and I'm going to comment out this one. So copy this promise, open and close here the brackets. I'm going to use set timeout again. I'm going to use the same functionality. So I'm going to use here error function, and we'll resolve with 1 with the passed in argument of 1 in 1 second. And I should close this up with a parenthesis. And now .then will return a error function, and which will take in the result as an argument. So result, we're going to pass in the result within our argument. Then we will console log that result, which will be our first value. And now we will return a new promise. So we can do this actually. And this will again return, I'll go back in here. So there, and this again will return a resolve or reject, and we'll just use the functionality again. I'll set timeout, and this time I'm going to pass in here the result that comes from our first .then and times 2. Now I'm just going to copy this. I should actually end here. I'm going to copy this, paste it in 2 more times. I'm going to replace this. Wait just a second. I actually do need it 1 more time. So it's 1, 2, 4. Yep, I need it 1 more time. So it .then again. Result, and console log the result. So 1, 2, 4, and 8 exactly. So each time we're passing this in, and it is resolved, and it is resolved, the result is going to be passed in here, which will then create a new promise. So each promise, as you can see, waits 1 second for the other promise to finish, and then it is passed down this chain of .thens. Okay, so I think that was pretty easy, wasn't it? And also pretty easy to understand. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for this video. Hope you enjoyed it, and see you in the next one. Bye bye. Welcome back to another chapter. In this chapter we're going to learn about regular expressions. And if you ever saw a validation form or a sign-up form, login form, any kind of form, mostly it is created or the specific inputs are verified using regular expressions. So regular expressions are patterns used to match characters combinations in JavaScript. And in JavaScript, regular expressions can also be objects. Now these patterns are used with the methods that we use to verify these patterns are the X, the test, the drag X, and with the match all and replace all, search and split, we can verify literally any regular expression. So let's jump into it. And first of all, let's create a regular expression. So let me just put this here. Our file is a simple file, again, just a HTML and a empty app.js. So let's get started by creating our first regular expression. Now, there are two kinds of methods to create regular expression. One is a regular expression literal, which is just consists of a pattern enclosed into slashes. So let's just create a let and let's call it reg expression for regular expression. And this is the way we create regular expression. So two backslashes and let's say A, B, C. Close it up and that's it. This is a regular expression literal. Okay. Now there's another way of creating a regular expression, and that is by calling the constructor function of regex object. So we would create exactly the same let. Actually, let me comment this out. And also console, first of all, let me console log it down here. So we'll console reg exp. There we go. And open up our console, zoom in. Hey, there's a regular expression. Now I can do the same thing. I'm just going to copy it down here, comment this out, and this time we're going to say new regular expression, and within parentheses we'll type in our regular expression. But this time we do not need our slashes, we need to enclose it into, hey, what are you doing? Okay, so as you can see, we are getting the same result. If I comment this one out, so there's nothing in there, and if I comment this one back in, it's the same thing. Now the difference is that, let me check the type of this, okay? Let me show you the different type of, and if we hit save, it is an object. And if we check the type of this one and comment this one out, you can see it's still a object. Now let's check the source of it. So we can do something with regular expressions, typing in dot source, and we'll say this is a string. And if we check the source of the other one, so let's comment this out and let's comment this one back in, it is also a string. So enclosed within these two is the regular expression literal, which is a string. Now regular expression literals provide compilations of regular expressions when the script is loaded. If the regular expression remains constant, using this can improve performance. Now I'm going to remain with this one. We're going to use this type of the regular expression literal. Continuing on, and let me leave this in. Actually, I should create different types of it. So regular expression without the source, just verifying the type, and then limit with the source. Okay, so we have all three of them. So let's go down and let's see how we can compare a regular expression, for example, to a string. So I'm just going to initiate here a string of string and going to set it to a empty string. Okay, so we have up here our regular expression, down here our string, and now I want this to be compared in a result. So let's say const result. I'm going to take our regular expression. I'm going to say dot x. I'm going to compare it to this string. Okay,
Now we need to console log, so we're going to console log our result to output it, and we're getting null. Now, what is this exec? This actually searches, I'm going to go through all of them, but this searches for a match in a string, so in this string, and it returns an array of information or null on its mismatch. So like here, null, because we don't have anything in it. But if I would put now in this string, then this is what it returns. So it returned the string of ABC at index, it starts at index 0. The input was ABC, and well, the group, we don't need to care about it right now. So let's say I put in here a space, hit save again. You can see now it starts at 1. And this is because, as you can remember, strings are 0 based, so the first position is empty. It's searching for this regular expression in this string, okay? And it sees, well, there's nothing in here, but at the 1 position, there is something in here that matches this. And let me show you a quick example. Let's say it's a capital A. What will happen now? It's null, because the regular expression searches for the exact regular expression. I would change this to capital, not S. Capital A, then it matches again, and if I would put in another space, it starts at index 2. So you can see 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, okay? And if I want this to be, for example, case insensitive, we will learn about this later on, we just type in here, no, AI, and now it matches again. So it now disregards that it starts with a capital A, it's just trying to match the regular expression. Okay guys, so I think that's about it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to go through all of the methods. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. So now that we know how we can create regular expressions, let's take a look at some of the methods that regular expressions use. So let me actually put down here a comment of methods of regular expressions. Now the first method that we're going to learn about is, we already took a look up here, but we're going to repeat this. So the exec. And what this does, there shouldn't be a space here. It executes a search for a match in a string. So it will return an array of information of null, as you saw in the previous lecture, or a match. So let's type in here, returns it will return it returns null or match. Okay, so let me change the regular expression actually. Okay, so let me first of all create here a new regular expression, a new regx. I'm going to redeclare it as hello, or Norbert, hello, I don't know. Let's go with expression. So this is there shouldn't be a string, it should be a regular expression. What am I doing? There we go. So we redeclared it. And now let's see, we want to match the result and want to match a string. It's going to leave this both in here, but comment them out. And we're going to log the result down here. And we're going to match this string. Actually, I'm going to redeclare this as match. Now let's leave it as result. Okay, so if we execute this, and we also need to put in the result, we have null because this is our string that we're matching and we only have ABC. So let's put in here our expression in the string, and as you can see it matches at index null. Let's say we type in here regular and then space regular, and it matches after the index 8. So starting from the index 8, and you can see input was regular expression, so within the string, and it matches at the index 8 with our regular expression here. Now because this is an array, we can also call upon the array properties. So for example, let me copy this, and let's say we want from the array the first position, So we get our expression. Then we can also do, copy this expression index, and this will get me the index, which is 8, as you can see. And I can also get the input. So let's go with dot input. And we'll get regular expression because this was the input from our string. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. Let me actually comment all of this out. Don't need this anymore. The next one will be the test method. And this will test for a match in a string and it returns true or false. So test the match and returns true or false. Okay, now let's do, let me comment this one out, put it in here and replace it with test. So let's console log the result now. And we'll get true because expression, the string matches the expression right here. If I would change this right here to a capital X, capital E, it will no longer match because now this is case sensitive. So let's make it case insensitive. Actually, let me change this to a let so I can really clear it. We leave this as E, go down here. For the test, we don't need the let anymore. And yeah, let's leave it as it is. Now let's change it to capital E. Now it's false. And I will go up here to my regular expression and put in the I again, which will now make it case insensitive and make the expression true when it's tested. So let's also print a small explanation here. I is equal to case insensitive. Case insensitive. Okay, now let's move down. Now next up we're going to learn about match. Open and close parentheses, and this will return an array containing all of the matches, including capturing groups, or null if match is not found. So it will return an array of all matches. Or null. Okay, so let's try this out. I'm going to copy our string again and our result. And I'm going to change this to, let's say, hello regular expression. Okay, so it's matching because up here, let me also copy this so you can always see what we are matching. So it returns true because we have our regular expression. Now if I would also put in here regular, it's still matching. If I would put in here by, now it's false. It's looking for all of them need to match in here. Okay, so we are missing this hello. Even if I put in here hello and take this out, so this would now match. Oh, not now. So this will now match, but as soon as at the end I would now type in hello regular expression and by, now it's false because it's not matching everything that's in here. So either partially it matches, but this needs to match something that is in here. But if the expression contains things that are not within the string, then it will return false. And we are still matching our result. Yeah. Oh, we're testing. Oh, sorry. Match. Jeez Louise. Is not a function. This will match the string to the regular expression. So let's go down here and say match. And let's create a let match, and we will match the string dot match to the regular expression. Okay, and now let's console log the match, and yay, we got our match. Now let me also copy this string down here and copy the regular expression. So let's say I'm going to put something in the regular expression, for example, hello expression. Now it returns null, as I said, because this regular expression no longer matches the string, or the string actually doesn't match the regular expression. If I would take this out, and if I would say put in here hello, is still matching the expression within here. Okay, so it's also matching it at index 13, as you can see. Okay, next up we will have search. Let's go down here. Let's say search. And this will test for a match in the string, and it returns the index of the match, so, or -1 if the search fails. So this will return the matched index. So let's say we're gonna need our result again down here, and I'm going to comment out this match and I'm going to copy down the console log. Now this should be, no, actually don't need this, we need this. So instead of test, because we are searching now for, so replace this, no, not that. Replace this with search. And yeah, we initialize. I know that we initialized it before. I also need to comment this one out. And yay, we are matching 13. So at 13, let's just count 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and then it starts. Because we also have this space within it. So if I take this out, it will match at 14 now. Okay? Now, if it didn't match, so if I would take out the I, for example, I will get -1. So let's put that I back in there. Let me leave the I within. Expect, put in here comment 13, 14, 14. Let's see, comment this one out. 14. Okay, so I should expect 14. Index 14, and here we should expect -1 because it will not match without the case insensitive. So let's also take a look at replace. Let's go down here. Actually, let me leave the console log in. And also this. Now we need this up here. And after the console log, or before the console log, we will type in now replace. Now replace executes a search for the match in the string again. So within the string, where's our string? There's our string.
a search will be executed and replaces the matched substring with a replacement substring. Okay, so it's a bit confusing, but let me just give you an example. So let's say const old string is equal to is there a expression question mark, and then let's create a new string to be the new string, and the new string will be equal to the old string dot replace. Now I type in where should be something replaced, so within the regular expression, and now what should be replaced. So I'm going to cut this out, put it in here, and let's just type in yes, there is a expression. Okay, so now let's console log the new string. So is there an expression? But first of all, let me do it without the new string. So let's first of all console log, and let's console log them both. So new string and old string. Old string will be not defined. Is there a expression? And now we'll replace the word expression, because this is the word in our, let me actually copy it down here. So this is the word within our expression that we want to replace, expression. And this expression will be replaced with this entire expression, with this entire new string. So if I would hit save and also console log this one out, see what is exactly replaced. So as soon as it hits expression, it will replace it with yes, there is an expression. So is there, still having this a, yeah, actually it's right. So is there a, and instead of the expression, it replaces yes, there is a expression, and also leaves in the question mark 2 times. We don't need this, and also the space. Okay, there we go. So that's what that was replaced. Now, okay, so now let's take a look at split. Actually, I'm going to comment out everything that we have up here. So the last one is split, and a split uses the regular expression or a fixed string to break a string into an array of substrings. So let's go down here and let's say const, and let's say string, and we're going to just type in here long string. Norbert was at the marketplace. Okay, so this is just a string. Now let's say const, and let's type in here another const of words, and let's say string dot split, and now we're going to leave here a space. Okay, now we're going to console log the words. So let's see what we get. It's already been defined. Let. There we go. Okay, so now it splits up. It was split up into 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now it split up our string into 5 strings. So we have an array with 5 strings within it. Now, because this is an array, I could now type in, let's say, I want the second one. So let's say 0, 1, 2, at. So just going to type in 2. I'm going to get at. If I want the first one, Norbert, I'm going to type in 0, get Norbert, and so far and so on. Now, if I would do now something like this, without a space within it, already been defined. Yeah, we don't need this. Then I'm going to get from the 0, so from the first string, I'm going to get, let's also have our console log
of the word up here. I want this, and I want this, and I should go with let, so you can see both of them. Okay. Syntax error because has already been declared. There we go. So in the first instance, having the space, it splits up our array, our string, into 5 strings, into an array with five strings. But if I now close this up, so I leave no space within it, then I'm getting from the first one only the n. Now, if I want to get it from, let's say, position 1, I want to get the second one, O, I can just go through it. R, not R. The third one, I'm going to get B, the second one was R, and so far and so on. Now, if I would leave this empty, so let's copy this and leave this split empty, and also here nothing undefined. I know. Then I'm going to get my initial string. Okay, so that's pretty much straightforward. So this is actually for the words. This, I could really clear them. This is for the characters. Chars, and this one is for the entire string, so string, and just leave it with string str. Okay, so this is for words, this is for characters, and this is for the entire string. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for this video. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Now, regular expressions have special characters. And the first characters we're going to take a look at are flags. We already took a look at one of the flag. This is this I, the case insensitive flag. So let me go down here and let's type in here comment of regular expression flags. Regular expressions have 6 optional flags that allow for functionality like global and case insensitive search, as you saw in the previous videos. These flags can be used separately or together in any order and are included as part of the regular expression. So I'm just going to copy in some of them, actually it's all of them, and really quickly go over them. So the G is for global search. The I, as we saw, is for case insensitive search. M is multi-line search, and S allows for a dot to match in a new line character. Now we have also U for unique code and Y for sticky. Now these two are not that commonly used, but well, in some cases they are used. Now let's take a look at some special characters. Okay, first of all, I want to create, so let's create our let, and I also need to comment everything out from here. We don't want any interference. So this, by, you should go bye, you should also go by, you should go by, you should go by, and you should go by, and up here, you should also go by. So I think we have everything cleaned up. Now also go to put here, split, and regular expression. I'm gonna put here a comment so you know where this ends. With end. And also up here, the code is getting a bit cluttered up. If you want, you can create another file. I'm just going to stick with this. So end. Because I want you to have everything within one huge file. Oh, come on, boo-boo. There we go. Not question mark, this really is the end. Okay, so regular expression flags, special characters. I'm also going to put in here the title, so you know each video where it started. Okay, so we have this. Now let's go to our special characters. But first, I'm going to create our
let of reg expression again, and we're going to just assign it to, let's say, actually I'm just going to initialize it. I'm going to initialize it up here. Then I'm going to create the to match string. So I'm going to create a string that we will constantly match. So string to match, and we'll also log the result somewhere. So log the result. And now I'm going to create a tester function. Tester function. Okay, so these three things. So let's create our string. Let's say const, and string is equal to the string of, let's say, Norbert Meinhardt. And I want to console, actually create our result, which will be a regular expression dot, let's go with the exec. I'm going to exec our string, and we also want to log it. So we're going to log the result. Exec unidentified. What? Oh, because we don't have our string, so it can't execute this. So let's our regular expression. Let's create a regular expression. Close this up. Let's say Norbert. Okay, null. Perfect. And now because this is capital N. So now for the tester function, let's create a function. Let's call it regular expression tester. So this is going to take in two arguments. First of all, the regular expression, so reg_exp, and the string, not capital, the string. Okay, and now we're going to use the test method. So we want to test if the regular expression dot test. I'm going to test the string, and if this is true, then we want to console log a literal of, what am I doing here? There we go. So the string matches the regular expression dot source. Okay, and else we're going to console log that it doesn't match. So let's go in here. Oh geez. Okay, now no match, exclamation mark, string no match, blah, blah, blah. Okay, now I'm going to go down here and just initialize the function. So regular expression tester, initialize it, and it expects a regular expression, not that one, this one, and the string. Okay, so regular expression tester. So we got an error, string is not defined at regular tester. String or string, there we go. Typos. Okay, Norbert, Meinhardt, no match, Norbert. So this means that the string does not match, exactly as up here we got our null. So now let's use the case insensitive flag, and now it matches. Norbert Meinhardt matches Norbert. So the regular expression, the string matches the regular expression. Let me give you an example with and one without. So this would be expected null. Okay, now let's go through a few special characters. So for example, the global search, should I copy it up here? Yeah, we could also copy it in here, and up here we're going to
Let me change the order of this. So this should go down here. And now we're going to redefine our regular expression. We're going to search for n with the G flag. Oh, yeah, you should go completely up here. So Norbert input matches Norbert. But we want to match this one. So yeah, let me comment this two out. Let's hit save. Okay, there we go. N index 10 input Norbert Meinhardt. No match. Why? Now let's test the T. And it says matches T. Now we could also combine this with, I believe, GI. And let's not search for N, and now it matches. So without the I, as I said, we can combine them. Without the I, it doesn't match. It does find it, but down here it says no match because it is a capital N. And we had it without, so let me actually go down here and then type in an I, case insensitive, and now it matches. Now if we search for the T, which you see we have two of them, so it matches both this one and this one. This is a global search. Now let me give you something else. Let's go down here. Just always stay above our string. And let me give you an example for the caret. So if you want something to match the beginning of the string, where are you? There you are. Then this matches the beginning of the string of the input. Okay, so let's say I want to regular expression, and let's search for n again. Now I'm also going to make this case insensitive. So I am going to search for n, and n is found, but I want to search, let's see if n is at the beginning. So I'm going to use the caret signal here. Okay, so Norbert matches n at 0. If I would take out now the case insensitive, we have null, it doesn't match. Although we have an n here at the beginning, it doesn't match. Now let me take out, let me actually leave this in, copy it, put it out. Now let's search for a n at the beginning, although we have our case insensitive. Now let's search for a m. Okay, m matches m at Meinhardt. So this is just, this for example, when you want to search for something at the beginning. Now we could also do a capital M, and we don't need then the case insensitive letter. So let's see if this works. Yep, this is also working. Now if you want to search for something at the end, so for example, this is the money sign, and this will search or matches. I'm just going to copy this, the end of the input. Okay, so let's go down here and say regex, and we're going to search for a T at the end. Let's say R. Let's start with the R, but this time we're going to put this the money sign at the end of the search, so no match. And if we go with a T, then we have our T at index 7. So let's see, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. There's our T, so it matches. And of course you could do then, if I change this to a capital T, oh no, let's do something else. Let's do space n, Norbert n, no match. Going to search, now let me copy this, going to search for the
n, doesn't match. Going to put it now case insensitive, it matches, and even if I would now do a capital N, it will also match. Now let's change this up. Let's say we have Norbert and we want to check if we have Norbert at, and I should save this. So no match to no. So if I type in here Norbert, we can search for entire words. No match. Let's type in here the case insensitive flag again, and now it matches. So we can also match an entire word at the end of the string. Okay, the last thing I want to show you is the optional flag, and this looks like this. It's the question mark. This is for optional characters. We have an H too many there. So let's say regular expression, and we're going to go with Norbert. Whoa, I'm above the string. This is not good. So this should be here. Let's see. What I want to search for unexpected token const. Why? What did I do wrong? Oh yeah. We need to assign it to expression. Let's search for Meinhardt n, and this is a optional character. Okay, also going to make this case insensitive. So Meinhardt Norbert matches Norbert. I don't want to have this. I want to have this. Oh, there we go. Okay, Meinhardt Norbert matches Meinhardt n. So why is that? Well, first of all, we have the case insensitive. If we take it out, it's no longer matching. So let's leave it in. Meinhardt n and Meinhardt. You see, the n is now optional. If I would put it in, it will still match. If I would take it out now, it matches the Meinhardt t. Now the t is optional. So it's searching for Meinhardt and it stops right here. Okay, so let's leave this n here and let's do something else. Let's say it should start with Norbert. We're going to leave it case insensitive. Then it should have a B and then a Meinhardt. And it must end in Meinhardt. So let's try this out. Does not match. Now let's change it up a bit. So let's go with the string up here. Still no match. It must end in Meinhardt. Still no match. It starts with Norbert. It ends with Meinhardt. Now if I put in here a B, I had the space in there, so now it matches. If I take out the B, okay, so Norbert Meinhardt matches, must start with Norbert, must end with Meinhardt, and it can have an optional B. If I type in a T and hit save, it no longer matches. Okay, so it can have an optional B, but not anything else. So this is the only optional thing that it can have. If I would put in a, or say T, no match, because I need to do something like this, group them, and actually this is something we're going to, no match. So a T won't match, but a B will match. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for this video. See you in the next one. Bye bye. So in this video we're going to learn about shorthand character classes and assertions. So let's start with shorthand character classes. Let me also type in here comment. Classes, and let's go down here. So I'm going to just type in here end. And this was the end of the other video. Okay, and from here, so I want to maintain this this tester function, okay, and also a string. So let's take our first shorthand, which will be if we want to look for only digits. So this is going to look like this, a backslash, and then a small d. And this is any digit character. Okay, now this looks just like, as you expect, regular expression, and we're going to look for I'm just thinking about something. String to match. I'm going to do something else. I'm going to copy the string to match up here. I'm going to leave it in here. I'm going to change it down here. So string to match. Oh, well, we don't need this anymore. So this, I'm going to leave this in for you. We're going to modify this one. Okay, so regular expression, string to match. We're going to match it to, let's say, 15 February 1986. Okay, let's see if it matches. Yep, it matches. So it's looking for any digit within it. If I would do something like this, then we have no match. We only have our regular characters, so no digits at all. So if we leave it in, let me give you 2 examples. So this is no match. Okay, so this was, oh, yeah, also comment this out. Now this is for matching numbers. I'm actually going to leave all of them in so you can see them. Going to copy the string to match again, and also let's comment it in. And now we'll take a look at any character that is not a digit. So if we had our small d here, string to match, I'm going to leave it like this so it will be more obvious. Then we have our backslash capital D, okay, and this will be any character. That is not a digit. Okay, so let's grab onto our expression, assign to a regular expression / capital D, and we're going to look at February. It matches if I would, so this is matching, we copy it down, comment this out, and if I would type in here 15, it won't match. Okay, so it needs to be a character, at least one character. Okay, let's copy the string again. Let's go down here. And now let's take a look at any alphanumerical character or word character. So let's go in here and backslash. This would be the backslash small w. And this would be an alphanumeric character. Alpha. There we go. Okay, so any word character. So let's go with our regular expression again. Assign it to, close it up, and backslash w. And let's see if it matches 15. It matches. If I would type in now, wait just a sec, this is be no match and this is match. So match, if I type in February, we should still have a, oh come on, February matches thing. If we type in 15 February, it should also match. Okay, so any character. Okay, now we can also do something like a plus sign. This would be, let me just take this, copy it one more time. So any plus, and should actually be here, closed up like this. Okay, so this would be one or more occurrences of the pattern X. So one or more occurrences of the pattern X. Now let me show you this. Here, let's just put in a plus sign. And take this out. String has already been defined. Yep, forget to comment it off here. You can see this also matches. If I would do something like, for example, here a exclamation sign, this will no longer match. If I would do a plus sign, has already been defined. I need to change this to let. Change this to let and leave it as it is. No match. If I would do, I'll take it out. If I would do a equal sign, it won't match. So it needs to be a word character. Okay. Now let's also do non-alphanumeric character, which is the capital A. So let's go down here. Capital W. So this will be backslash W, be non-alphanumeric character. I'll just copy this from here. It's exactly the opposite of this one. So if I would do regex is equal to close it up and backslash capital W, and now we're going to match the string of, we don't need this anymore, we just need one. So if I would do any type of character, A for example, it will not match. B, not match. Capital B, not match. Numeric 12, 1, 11, doesn't matter what you try, it won't match, but it will match. For example, exclamation mark matches, plus sign matches, minus sign matches, equal matches. So any kind of character matches now. Okay, and then we have, let's go down here. I'm going to copy this. We have our S, which is any white space character. So let's copy this. Any white space character, and this can be space, tab, new line, and so far and so on. So misspell character again. I'm just amazing today. So small s, and let's say space matches. Let's go back here and hit tab matches. So this only matches these types of non-alphanumeric, non-numeric, no characters, so nothing. It matches to nothing. That's incredible. So let's say we have a non-white space character. This will be a capital S. Non-white space characters, take them out and not match. And if I would close this up and put in here a G, it matches. Okay, so even alphanumeric, even numeric, so letters, numbers, even plus signs or exclamation mark, equal, it will match anything that is not a space or a tab. Okay, last thing I wanted to show you is the word boundary, and this is just \b. This is word boundary. So let's go down here and let's say, let's copy this, string to match. Let's type in here Norbert. And I don't need this. And down here, we're going to match the string of Norberto Tolomeo. Norberto Tolomeo is not equal to Norbert. It's just a joke. So Norberto Tolomeo does not mean Norbert. Now let's see. No match to Norbert. If I would now go in here, also let's make this case insensitive, so you see, hey, it matches. Why does it match? Well, it matches because Norbert is in here, so, but it matches the entire, you can see it already matches from here, index 0, it already matches Norbert. Okay, if I would take out this T, it will match the Nor, it matches at 16. No, it matches exactly, because 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So it matches from here. Okay, but we want it, so although I have here Norbert, it matches from 0, we want it to match this one. So exactly the word in the entire string, it should match this word wherever it is. So for this, we're going to use \b. Now it's going to jump to 17. Okay, so now it matches exactly this one. Okay, so that's it for this part. Let's also take a look at assertions or conditionals. So let's type in here comment assertions conditionals. So let's go down here, and this actually, although we didn't do grouping, let me show you this. So let's say x, and we put in a question mark equals to y. Now what does this mean? So this would look, this is a look ahead assertion. So look ahead assertion. Now this will match x only, how did I go out of here? This will match x only if x only if x, and log the result. So only if x is followed by y, x and y being anything. Okay, so let's try this. Regular expression equals to regular expression, let's say Norbert, and now only if Norbert is followed by Menhart. And let me also use case insensitive. So let's go down here, and we need our string to match. String to match. I just misclicked. So I wanted to copy this. So the string to match is a Norbert followed by a Menhart. So let's see. If we type in Norbert, let me do it the other way around. So if I type in Menhart Norbert, okay, Menhart Norbert does not match Norbert which must be followed by main heart. So let's change this up. Let's cut it out. Put it in here, space, and now it matches. And I have a space here, that's why the index. So Norbert matches this regular expression because it's followed by main heart. Now we also have negative look ahead assertion. So let's go down here. And let me actually do this. Oh. Let me do this so you have both of them. Okay, no match. And this is the match. Good. Now let's go down here and let me actually copy this. And the next one is, instead of this equal, we have a question exclamation mark, and this would be also up here. Let me put in a minus sign. Negative look ahead. Now this is a bit different. So this will match X only if X is not followed. So is capitals not followed by Y. And also here. Okay, so let's try this. This is actually the exact. So let's see. This one matches. Now let's replace this with, whoa, exclamation mark. So no match. And I should actually now reverse them. Okay. Not reverse them. Here. This is what we need to reverse. So this would be no match. And let me comment this out. If I comment this one in and hit save, still no match. There's something wrong. Let me just check. So Norbert should, I also have a space here. Yeah, now it matches. Because main heart, Norbert is not followed by main heart. Okay, so if I comment this one in, this one out, should I leave the space? We have no match. And if I comment this one in, we still have no match because I have a space it in. So this will be the match. Let me put it down here. No, go down. Okay, now next up we will have looking behind assertion. So let me copy this. The sign for this is the axis here. So this one is looking behind, so it's asking if after, and we also need an equal. Okay, so question mark smaller than equal to Y and then X. So this would be looking behind. Look behind assertion. So this will match X only if X is preceded by Y. So now let's check this out. So we need, let me take this completely out. We need a parenthesis, question mark is smaller than, equal, let's say main heart, and outside of this we're going to put our X, which was Norbert. Okay, so we got no match. This is because it will match only Norbert main heart this time. So we will need this down here. This will be no match and this will be match. Okay. And also need a space. So Norbert main heart. Oh wait, it's actually the other way around. So
Menhart Norbert matches Menhart because it is preceded. So because Menhart is before Norbert, now we have a match. So this would be no match, and this would be match. Okay, and the last one will be negative looking behind. So let me copy this. And we have here, yep, up here we have negative looking behind. Now this would be, instead of the equal sign, we'll have an exclamation mark. And this would be negative looking behind assertion, and this is only if it's not preceded. Okay, so we're just negating this. Now we're going to replace the equal sign with an exclamation mark. Now these two don't match. Let's try this one. And we have here space. Need to take it out, and now it matches. So this is the right one. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for this video. We have one more left, so see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay guys, so the last thing I want to talk about is ranges, quantifiers, and groups in regular expressions. So let's stay above our log result, and let's type in here comment. So end this, and there's the end of the world as we know it. So let's type in here another comment, ranges, quantifiers, and groups. I'm gonna start out with ranges. Let's type in the ranges, then we will have quantifiers, and then we will have not you, but you, groups. Okay, ranges, the sign for ranges is brackets. So let's go down here. So within these brackets, any expression is used to find a character between the records. The characters inside of these brackets can be any character or span of characters. So let's try this out. Let's say regular expression, and we're going to create here a regular expression of Norbert, case insensitive, and close it up. And down here we will have our string. I'm going to really clear our string. We're going to set it equal to, come on, to the string of Norbert Menhart. Okay, so let's see. And we got a match, of course we do. But now let's see if we find our NT within this. So let's put this and this one in. Menhart Norbert matches Norbert RT at 0. Okay, so it finds it in here. If I would also type in here Menhart, then it's null, it doesn't find it anymore. But if I would type in here now this, hit save, okay, so it matches this Norbert RT. Now let's go down here and start with the first range. So A to Z. Let's see what this means. This would be any character from A to Z, but with uppercase. So A to Z uppercase. Now let's try this. So let's say regular expression, and I need my string down here. Actually, I think I'm not going to change my string for the range, at least. So let's set the string to, let's say, does this regular expression have any kind of A to Z characters with any A to Z capital characters? Yes, it does. Now, if I would take this out, Norbert and Menhart, now we don't have a match. So let's type in here comment, no match, and I should copy this and match. Norbert and Meinhard. Okay, next up we will have, let me copy this. Actually, let me give you a few more examples. So let's say, I'm going to comment this one out. For the first one, I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to go in here, say regular expression. I'm going to redeclare our regular expression now. And let's say we want to match Norbert Meinhard. Let me copy this in here. So we do have a match, but let's match if the first character is a capital N. Oh, that is not correct. Matches. So if I would do this, we have no match because it's a small, it's not a capital N. We could also match the M. It matches. It doesn't match because we have here this one. Okay, now it matches. If I would take out the M for Meinhard and replace it with small m, it will not match. Now we could also do something like this. So let me match it again. But we will take out the M and the N, and let's say it must start. So let's see what happens now. No match. And if I would put them back in, N and M, this will not mean actually that it must start, but it means that it cannot have this M or N. So if I would take them out, it actually, let me go down here, not actually match. So it's kind of the reverse of having the I back here, okay? So they cannot start with a capital N or a capital M. Okay, now let's take a look at another groups, another range, and this will be A to Z, but with lowercase. So A to Z, lowercase. Now I'm going to maintain my string, actually this one. I'm going to maintain my string down here, and let's say regular expression. And first of all, let's try the normal one. So let me comment this one out. Norbert Meinhard does not match. And now if I would replace them with lowercase letters, A to Z, now they match because they have lowercase letters. If I would change this to capital M and N, they shouldn't match anymore. Oh, now it's actually checking if it has lowercase letters, and it does. It doesn't mean that they must be. But if we go now here, and let's say, let's do this, and let's say it must start with an N, and then it should be followed by A to Z lowercase letters. So it must start with a capital N, and there we go. It's matching. Now we could also do characters which range from capital to lowercase, so from uppercase to lowercase. Let me change this A to Z, lowercase, actually uppercase and lowercase. So let's put and N sign here. So this would look something like this. A to Z, let's comment this one out. It matches, and we could also do something like this, A to capital Z, and after that, so immediately after that, we could do A to Z, and it matches. Or we could also do A to Z, and they should also match. So it should have capital letters, it should have lowercase or uppercase, lowercase, and then lowercase and uppercase. We could also do any digits. I'm going to stay within here. We don't need this one.
And let me put in here comment. We'll check if it has digits from 0 to 9. So this would be any digit. So let's go with our regular expression 0 to 9. And well, the first one will no match. And if we do something like this, 15 February, then it should, well, it's not a function. What? Because this should be a regular expression. Okay, so there we go. Now it matches. And let me comment this one out. So this will be no match, and this should match. Okay, so that's pretty much it for ranges. Now let's take a look at quantifiers. Now let's go in here. Now quantifiers will just multiply whatever we have in our regular expressions. So the quantifiers have the curly braces for. So the quantifier have the curly braces, and this means it is a quantifier, and whatever we put in this quantifier will be the amount, and whatever is before the quantifier will be quantified. So let me give you an example of regular expression. Let me take this. Yeah, I can take all of this, and I don't need this. And let's go with hello Norbert. Hey, go away. So we can now say we'll look for hello. I'm also going to use my case insensitive here. Yes, hello matches hello. We know that, but we want it to have at least or must occur exactly 2 times. Would be, for example, this. So this matches. If I would do 3 hellos, it will not match. So this just means must occur exactly the amount of times that is in the multiplier. Okay, so hey, we don't need you. So if it's 3, it doesn't work, so it needs to be exactly 2. I'm just going to copy this so we'll have all of them. Then we could do, for example, this is 2, and after this we could put in a 3 for the O. And let's see if I do, you see it's not matching because we need to have 3 O's. And now if I go with 3 O's, it matches. Now let's go down here and let's do something else. Let's do a bit of a conditioning. So we want the O's to be between 3 and 4 times. So this would be must occur between the min amount of times and the max amount of times. So let's check this out. Now it matches, but if I would do 4, it's, well, we don't need this, we don't need 4, it still matches. If I would do 5 and hit save, and the last thing I wanted to show you is down here. We could do something like this, and this would just mean that it must occur min amount of 2 times and then infinite.
Okay, so this should be at least 2 times. If I had only 1, then we have no match. But if I had 2, then it matches. And if I had, I don't know, let's say, then it still matches. Okay, now let's go to groups. So groups are defined by putting it into parentheses. And for example, if I would do something like regular expression, and let's say we want to compare it to a string down here with a multiplier of 15 should occur 3 times. Okay, now let's go up here in our regular expression, and this would be pretty simple. So want to group these 2 numbers. And first of all, they should be numbers, so characters between 0 and 9. Then have this x, and then group them in. And they should be multiplied 3 times. So let's check this out. No match. I also need to do, it should end with this. And we also need to do this. And we're missing here another x. And now it matches. Okay, so as I say, groups are between these parentheses. So let's say I want a string. Let's do here a string of 15 times 15 times 15 and a string. So as you can see, this is actually a string. So this right here is an x. It's not a multiplication. So how can I check if this exact order and also the x between it is matched? So let's do our regular expression. And let's say we want within the regular expression something to start with a number. Actually 2 numbers, because we have 2 digits. It has to start, it must be 2 digits. So 0 to 9, and I'm going to copy this, and 0 to 9. Now if we try to match it, it does match, but we also want to have an x. Now it matches the first one, but it will not match all 3 of them. And I want to check if it's 3 times in there. So we need to do a quantifier of, let's say, 3. Now it doesn't match because it's only checking the x. So I want to group it. I want to check this x if it's, actually no, it's 3 times. If the 2 digits end with this x. Okay. Now let's say we want to not say, but we need to group them. Okay, so put them in a group, and that's it. Now it matches. So that's basically it for grouping. You just put something in the parentheses, and that is part of a group. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for regular expressions. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello friends, and welcome to Node.js. Now I'm going to try to keep this presentation short and simple because Node.js is so deep and we can learn so much about it. So if you ask yourself, what is Node.js? Well, it's actually JavaScript that runs on your machine, PC or Mac. Up until now, we could only run JavaScript in the browser because the browser was the only one which had a JavaScript engine like the V8. But now, with Node.js, which is also created with the V8 engine,
we are able to run our own JavaScript without using a browser. Instead, we will use Node.js internal engine. Up until this date, Node.js is the most popular for building servers. It is really fast and the community is huge, which in turns means that the support is also massive, which is really important when you want to decide on a technology. So what is Node.js? In simple terms, it is not a language first of all, it is a runtime of JavaScript. It is asynchronous event-driven. As I said, it is built with the V8 engine, exactly the same engine which was used to build JavaScript in our browser. And as I said, we do not need any browser to run our JavaScript. As you will see, we'll just need a terminal and we will run JavaScript on our own servers. And the best thing about Node.js, it runs on all platforms: Windows, Linux, Unix, Mac OS. So should you learn Node.js? Well, the short answer is yes, but why should you learn it? Well, because first of all, it's fast, it's efficient, and it's highly scalable. And because of this free, huge companies use Node.js. Node.js is an event-driven, non-blocking I/O model. And as I said, it is extremely popular, which is essential for having massive amounts of information. You can search the web for Node.js and you will find for each of your problems almost instantly the solution. It uses the same language for the front end and the back end. And the best thing about it is if you know JavaScript, then you know Node.js. So what can we do with Node.js? We can generate dynamic page content. We can also create, open, read, write, delete, and close files on the server. This means we will have access to all of our files in our server. We'll create a server, access the files within it, and then manipulate them. We can then collect form data. For example, if I create a user, type in my information, it will be stored on a Node.js server. Then we can add, delete, and modify data in our own databases. Let's say the user updates his data. All of the data will be stored in a database. We can access it and push it back to the user. The most common projects that are built with Node.js are REST APIs and microservices, but also real-time services like chat applications. And of course, most commonly, CRUD apps: create, read, update, delete. For example, blogs, shopping carts, and social networks. So what is a Node.js file? First of all, they contain tests that will be executed on certain events. A typical event is someone trying to access a port on the server, but this event must be initiated on the server before having any effect, and not before. And of course, Node.js files have the same extension JS at the end. Okay guys, so hope you're excited. Let's get into Node.js. See you soon. Bye bye. So let's get started using Node. First, let's go to Google, search for Node.js, go to the home page, and you will see there's a LTS version and a current version. The difference between these two is that this is highly supported, it has all the updates, it has everything it needs, and this is a bit unstable. Okay, so let's get the recommended version. Let's go ahead and download it. And then let's install it. Now the installation is pretty simple, straightforward. I already have it installed, so it's asking me to change. Yes, Node.js, full, yes, and next, and change. And we're finished. So where do we run Node.js? Well, first of all, we could open up our command. When you're Windows, I will also do a Mac version for this. So if you go to downloads, first of all, here's the installer version for the Windows, then for the Mac. Okay, but this automatically recognizes on what you are, Windows 64 bits. So let's run Node.js. Open up our command. Open up your Window tab. Type in here cmd, command prompt. This is your command prompt. Let me zoom in. Okay, hope you can all see this. There we go. So let's type in here Node. Welcome to Node.js version 12.18 free. Exactly as we downloaded it. So what is Node.js? What can we do in it? Well, we can write JavaScript. We could also write simple tests like A is equal to, not caps lock. A is equal to 1. Then B is equal to 2. Then C is equal to A plus B. Hit enter, we get 3. We could also define variables. Actually put this up here and make this a bit larger. So let's say let name is equal to the string of Norbert. Let's execute it, and we need to call name, and there we go, Norbert. Now we can, for example, also do let first name is equal to Norbert, and then let last name is equal to Reinhardt. I know that this is a syntax error, but now we can do name, which is Norbert, it already tells me that it's Norbert, is equal to first name plus the empty string plus last name. I'm gonna close up the last name. So let last name equal to okay, and now name is equal to first name plus a empty string plus last name. Close it up and we get Norbert Reinhardt. So as you can see, we can execute JavaScript within our console. But this is not where we're going to work. We'll actually work in Visual Studio Code. Now I just created an empty folder called Node.js, and up here you'll see the terminal. Click on it, new terminal, and this will open up your terminal. Now if you go in here, let's actually zoom in a bit. So let's type in node, and the same thing, welcome to Node.js. We can do again A equals 1, B equals 2, C, B equals 2, C equals B plus A, doesn't matter, and it's free. Okay guys, so next video I'm going to show you how to update Node.js, because it could be that you're on a different version when you're looking at this course. But no problem, Node.js will work as long as you download the current version. So see you in the next one. Bye bye.